is done, looking lovely on yourself. Great suit, by the way. Alright, all the people in the back, requesting you to kindly move forward. If that is okay, the gentleman at the back. Hi. Very good morning. You have such lovely smiles. Is it okay if I could request you to please move forward as we begin the session? Thank you so much. Thank you for respecting that. All the lovely ladies there. Hi. Good morning. Thank you so much. Gentlemen on this side and everyone at the back. Hi, sir. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for waving. Is it okay if I request you to move forward and join the entire group here? We're all industry professionals. We'd like to sit next to each other and learn about each other. Come on forward. Quickly. Okay, amazing. Alright, once again, for those who remember, can you hear this sound? Taking the momentum required for the day, but I need you guys to wake up. I need more energy, and this is important to set the tone for the day. So can we all begin with a very simple sound we've been doing from the time we could say a word? Can everyone go, Yes, I know it takes a little moment, but it's okay. It's to free yourself up. We're all here on a beautiful Tuesday, right? So let's try that again. Everyone, louder guys, from your stomach. Okay, don't feel shy. We're breaking out of the ice now. Everyone go, Perfect. We're gonna activate your hands. Your body's gonna wake up now. Can we all clap, faster. Amazing. Okay, now what I'd like you to do is raise both your hands up in the air and clap above your head. Quickly. Come on, look to your left and right. Amazing. Now with this same energy, what we're gonna do is loosen up our shoulder. Relax. All of you look amazing. It's such a beautiful Tuesday morning, right? Now the next thing, for those who just sat next to someone new, give them a high five. Tell them good morning. Give them a nice high five. Look to your left and right. Share that movement. Yes? Perfect. Look around. We can get off our phones.
Really connect with the human beings around you. Perfect. Now what I want you to do is everyone in the front few seats, look back. Turn around and see the gentleman or the lady sitting behind you. Tell them hello, give them a high five. Come on, quickly guys. Share that moment. We are here to connect and network. It is about building these moments together. That's what Momentum 25 is all about. Alright, just a quick roll call. How many of you here are representing colleges? Can I get a raise of hands? Amazing. How many of you are here from the corporate side? Recruiters, raise your hand. Amazing. Can everyone from the corporates please stand up? Please stand up for a moment. Everyone from the corporate side. Amazing. All the college professionals, the people that bring the talent, these are the faces. Alright? Try to register, say hello to them, give them a round of applause for them taking the time to be here. Right? Perfect. Thank you so much, Prophets. All of you who represent the colleges, the people who build the talent, could you please stand up? It is an honor and pleasure. Thank you so much for being a part of Momentum 25. Give them a round of applause. Come on, everyone, give them a huge round of applause. You guys are nurturing talent, making India better day by day. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies, for being a part of Momentum 25. Please take your seats. We're going to kick-start things officially in a few short moments. Once again, it is a pleasure to have you with us today as we gather at this unique intersection of academia and industry. Now, before we begin, I trust everyone's completed your registrations. Yes? Now, I need more love and energy from you guys. Have we completed our registrations? Yes? Lovely. Alright, Momentum 25 is brought to you by HirePro, a leading AI-powered recruitment automation platform founded in 2004 by CareerNet. HirePro is transforming how organizations hire at scale through intelligent automation and expert-driven services. Can we give a round of applause for HirePro and CareerNet for putting together one of India's potentially the first ever to be able to bring two industries together, right? That's amazing. Give them a round of applause for that. At the heart of HirePro's approach is its commitment to fearless hiring, a bold new standard in talent acquisition powered by the platform's cutting-edge technology. 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen, 2 decades of deep domain expertise and a fearless approach to solve complex hiring challenges. Now, let's begin by watching a short film that captures the essence of this journey. Our wonderful VJ, could we cue our short film? Thank you. What a brilliant video. Can we get a round of applause for that? That was a glimpse into the vision and purpose that drives HirePro. And now we turn our focus to Momentum 25. Last year, Momentum 24 sparked a bold dialogue. The dialogue was around how India's talent ecosystem must evolve to meet the demands of a fast-digitising, skill-first economy. This year, ladies and gentlemen, we are going deeper. Momentum 25 comes at a time when global uncertainty is constant. A transformation is rapid. Our theme this year reflects that particular urgency. As we navigate uncertainty and revisit the academia-industry synergy for a new world of work. Over the course of the day, we'll explore how the pillars of India's college talent ecosystem must evolve to stay ready for what's next. To set the context for the conversation ahead, let's now turn to a short film that brings the spirit of Momentum 25 to life. Over to you.
Last year sparked a bold dialogue. How must India's talent ecosystem evolve for a fast-digitising, skills-first economy? That dialogue has since evolved. The urgency has not. Global uncertainty is no longer an abstract idea. It is a lived reality. Academia and industry are evolving, but the pace of disruption demands faster alignment. When readiness is episodic, placement becomes a pressure point and asks a bigger question. Is campus hiring ready for an orbital shift? India's talent is rich. What we need now are stronger ecosystems to turn ideas into IP. To lead the innovation curve, we must foster nation-building, intellectual capital, not just jobs. All of it starts with deepening one critical question. How do we strengthen academia-industry synergy that can withstand relentless uncertainty?
is the beginning of Momentum 25. Can we give a big round of applause? Let's resound it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, a kind request to everyone present here. Could we turn our mobile devices on silent mode? We're going to have a wonderful set of speakers and panelists taking up the stage. Let's respect those around you. Quickly pull out your mobile devices, put it on silent or vibrate, and let's begin. Now, before we start, once again, I want to know if everyone is here paying attention, fully present for the day ahead. Can we all get a round of applause? Come on, come on, come on. Everyone from left to right, look to your left and right. If someone's not clapping, let me know. Come on, come on, come on. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the welcome note, I'm going to be inviting a man on stage. He has over 2 decades of experience. He has guided CareerNet's transformation from a simple recruitment firm to a comprehensive talent solutions leader. His strategic vision has earned CareerNet accolades such as the Great Place to Work certification and recognition as the best organization for women at the year 2024. Under his leadership, CareerNet launched HirePro, Longhouse, and My CareerNet, focusing on AI-powered recruitment automation, executive search, leadership advisory, and employer branding solution. He also serves on the board of IndieCube. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for Mr. Anshuman Das, co-founder and CEO of CareerNet Group, for the welcome note.
Good morning, everyone. So it's a pleasure to welcome you all to Momentum, our annual convergence of minds, mission, and yes, momentum. To the respected leaders from academia, vice chancellors, placement heads, and to our valued corporate partners, CHROs, TA heads, innovation and business leaders, thank you all for being here. At CareerNet and HirePro, we don't see momentum just as an event. We see it as a movement and a shift from transactions to transformation, from short-term hiring metrics to long-term capability building. And this year, more than ever, urgency to act is real. The world of work is not it was even a year ago. We have seen AI moving from periphery to core, geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, and the rapid tech disruption and are challenging everything, from how we learn, to how we hire, to how we grow. But before we explore where we are headed, let's pause and reflect on where we are coming from. There's a massive shift in the education system. For decades, the journey of a student in India was a well-traveled path. Do well in school, crack competitive exam, get into a good college. Once you are in college, focus on grades and placements. Once you are in a corporate job, or once you are in a college, the goal is to land a job into a safe sector like IT, banking, consulting, FMCG, or core engineering. Once in a corporate, perform well, get promoted, climb the ladder. It was a relatively structured path, linear, predictable. And for a long time, it worked because the world changed slowly. But that world is probably gone, or it seems to be changing rapidly. Today, the structures we trusted are being overtaken by AI and automation. These technologies don't just replace tasks. They redefine systems, processes, and even professions. We are moving from an age of structured certainty to one of an unstructured exploration. By the way, and it's my own opinion, that in this new world, there will be no one single right degree. There is no guaranteed path from college to career. No industry which is immune to disruption. And hence the goal is no longer just a job offer. It is about discovery. Discovery of what to learn, discovery of where to apply it, and a discovery of what a meaningful and adaptive career is about. And this is a fundamental shift. And it raises one big question for all of us. What does a relevant education, a relevant job, and a meaningful growth look like in a world where change is the only constant? And by the way, here is the reality, and it is the harsh reality. AI will keep evolving, industries will keep transforming, and individuals will need to reinvent themselves not once, but every 5 to 7 years. And that's the reality. And that's the reality we need to embrace. And what does it mean? It means that education must shift from preparing students not for a single role, but prepare them for a lifetime reinvention, which is built on curiosity, adaptability, and resilience. And you know, we are in a very interesting country, and India is a country of contrast and possibilities. And hope is a very important marker in this country. On one hand, we produce about roughly more than 1.5 million engineers annually. We have a thriving startup ecosystem and a very booming digital economy. And we aspire to lead the world in AI and deep tech. But yet on the other hand, a large share of graduates remain unemployable in many emerging domains. Our R&D spend is still 1% below, sub 1% below of the GDP. And innovation in deep tech, IP, broad thinking remains limited. So the question is not whether we have talent. We do have talent. But the question is, are we nurturing the talent for tomorrow's world or not? And that's, I think, the very core question which we need to answer. We have built a phenomenal and global reputation as an IT and service powerhouse. I think there are no questions on that. But if India wants to move from execution to innovation, from consumption to creation, we need to reimagine the STEM education by itself. And that's, I think, a very important focus area for. And our STEM education, as you all know, has been long rigorous. I don't think there is a debate about that. But it has been built for a world of known problems. Today, we need thinkers who can tackle unknowns, who can blend technical depth and creative breadth. And as we look into 2030, some critical questions do emerge. How do we go from producing more graduates to more innovators? How do we inspire our undergrads to participate in research and not just in a job prep? How do we integrate scientific curiosity, deep thinking, entrepreneurship, and societal relevance into STEM? And what does it mean? We need to expand our definition of STEM to STEM plus, to include STEM plus. And what does it mean? It means technology plus humanities. It means engineering plus policy. It means science plus ethics. And this is how innovation happens. It happens at the intersections, at these intersections. And what it means, if we have to decode this in a very common language, which means that a software engineer must understand design, ethics, and user behavior. A data scientist must learn how to tell stories and shape policy. A mechanical engineer might need to know the mindset of how a behavioral economist works. So, multidisciplinary education is no longer a luxury. It is actually a survival skill. And for India to become a global R&D and innovation hub, we must, I would say, develop designers and creators and not just coders and doers. Now let's talk about the job market where we specialize. As you all know, AI is reshaping work across industries, not just in factories or back offices, but in HR, legal, finance, and even creative roles. So, what does this mean? This doesn't mean that there is a mass unemployment. It actually means redefinition of human work. And which also means routine is out. Creativity, systems thinking, and empathy are in. Continuous learning becomes the new currency, and that's the only way we can survive this. So what does it mean? It also means that our hiring models, and especially you all being from academia and industry, our campus hiring must evolve, and they need to evolve directionally in a direction where event-driven placements to capability discovery happens. Instead of focusing on pedigree, we are trying to assess potential. From filling roles, we are there to building future-ready teams. And that's the directional shift which we need to take. And by the way, none of this is going to happen unless industry and academia stop working in silos. The old model of parallel tracks must give way to deep, ongoing collaboration. And what we need today is a reality, and what we need is a co-designed curriculum with real-world relevance. We need cross-functional project-based learning. We need immersive long-term internships, innovation labs, embedded inside campuses, and joint research which are aligned towards national and global priorities. And industry, as always, need to define problems. And academia, as always, must create problem solvers. I don't think that core job goes away. But all of this essentially points out to one very simple fact, that we need to move from a placement-focused education to purpose-driven learning. And by the way, when I say this, we need to also acknowledge the trust gap. Industry often sees academia as outdated, and I have heard so many conversations. And by the way, I also heard many times academia often sees industry as short-sighted. So that's the harsh reality which we are living with it. We must change that. And because in the era of AI, this gap is no longer tolerable. It is actually quite detrimental and quite dangerous. So what we need a new compact where curriculum is co-created and not dictated, where research is applied, not archived, where industry experts mentor students and co-teach with faculty, and where students graduate both with knowledge and relevance. But that is, I think, the most important thing. And as you all know, these will not happen unless we build true partnerships. Not MOUs that sit in folders. We have enough MOUs which are sitting in folders. But we need living collaborations that bring students, faculty, industry practitioners into the same room. And this is what Momentum 2025 is all about. Throughout the day today, you will hear from speakers who are building new models of engagement, from industry leaders across new age companies to matured enterprises, right from application software to R&D organizations, and academic leaders like Professor Sadagopan, like Professor V. Gopal Ramrao, and innovators across the spectrum. We will explore the idea of college to career as a continuum and not a cliff. We will debate whether skills matter more than degrees and how AI is going to reshape hiring, and what will be the future workplace readiness look like. The event is not about forecasting change. We are not here to forecast something, but it is about designing a new compact which is between educators and employers, institutions and individuals. So my friends, let's be bold, let's be honest, and let's begin the work of redesigning the future together. Thank you all. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the Momentum 2025. And we look forward to very encouraging and very enriching discussions through the day. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anshuman, for that compelling start and setting the context for the the rest of Momentum 25. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are deeply honored to welcome a pioneering voice in the Indian higher education ecosystem. This gentleman is the founder director of Triple IT Bangalore and the former chairman of the Board of Governors, Triple ITDM Kanchipuram, with over 4 decades of academic and research experience at IIT Kanpur, IIM Bangalore, and internationally. He is a distinguished expert in operations research, e-governance, and enterprise computing. A fellow of multiple professional societies, this gentleman has also advised major public and private sector organizations and continues to mentor startups and academic institutions globally. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you all to please stand up and put your hands together for the one and only Professor S. Sadagopan.
Good morning. So Anshuman, Jayakishan and Pashupati, thank you. Thank you for inviting me last year. Thank you for inviting again this year. Okay. So I think it's a great time when we are all meeting. So see, my wife was asking, what is this event? So I have to kind of tell her in her own lingo. And she said, I told her that, look, this is a new matrimony. Okay, Shadi.com, Bharat Matrimony, at least in Tamil Nadu, they do something called, there is an event, Kalyana Malai. Okay, this is a Kalyana Malai. Okay, so where all the people are there. But we are also meeting at a very interesting time. So I keep telling my students, never underestimate what natural stupidity can do, even to artificial intelligence. Okay, particularly last couple of months, what the world has been seeing is just amazing, right? How much stupidity can go. Okay? So what I am going to do in the next 15-20 minutes is to first give comfort, because one thing that is happening these days is there is too much of confusion. Because extreme positions are taken, all jobs will go away, nothing will be there, and then also negative stuff, positive stuff, both. I think there is an element of truth in all of it, but there is also a lot of gaps. Second, what possibly advantage of people like me is that being around for long, I can give you with certain amount of conviction that this too shall pass. We have gone through something similar many, many times, and I think much has changed. Life goes on. Okay? So I keep telling my students that, look, sir, if you don't learn this, if you don't learn this, nothing, what happens? I said, just don't worry. Forget about my engineering degree. Even my PhD degree, by the time I got it in 70s, none of these things existed. Microsoft did not exist. Oracle did not exist. Obviously, Google did not exist. OpenAI did not exist. Infosys did not exist. Wipro did not exist. In fact, obviously, HirePro also did not exist. NASCOM did not exist. Okay, doesn't matter, right? We're still actually able to do a good job. I'll show you some examples of some tools, so which are absolutely cutting edge, so we can still use it. Okay, so as long as you are kind of little diligent and be sincere, you can do it. The second thing which I wanted to tell you is that there is a need for industry folks to also kind of appreciate the academics. Because what happens is, a lot of times you keep saying that, look, I need this, I need this. No, words like not employable, I think those kind of words we should put it in the dustbin. Everybody is employable. There is nobody who is not employable. Just give an opportunity. Okay. Similarly, the academic friends keep saying that, look, industry is short-sighted. Is actually not right. At least they have a sight, short or long. I think it was right. So I think we need to appreciate. I think, going back to the matrimony example, I think this is what is the good thing. So it takes two to tango. So I had actually been to Argentina, so I know what it is, right? So it takes two to tango. Okay? So let me so this is how I will kind of keep you busy for the next 15 minutes. So I'm using the word AI in a most generic sense, like lots of things. You put GNAI, ChatGPT, and, a whole bunch of jargon, data analytics, all of them put together is something which you kind of seemingly understand. And I think it is also important to really look at the industrial revolution vis-a-vis the intelligence revolution we are going through. We actually have seen industrial revolution. We take it for granted. I keep telling my students that, look, it is very impressive to see what ChatGPT can do. But what we don't realize is, because we take it for granted, the fact that we could send a vehicle to pick up to International Space Station, pick up Sunita Williams and come back, it's a phenomenal stuff. We take it for granted. You have to travel literally 500,000 miles and then go close to an object which is moving really fast, adjust to the exact speed, and then protrude something and just kind of latch on and ensure there is no leakages, and then tighten it, get inside and say hello to everybody, put one set of people there, take another set of people, come back, land safely. Because all that happens. See, what we don't realize is, we all get to realize that, very unfortunate thing called Air India incident. But what we don't realize is every landing is actually a safe landing. And behind the safe landing, there's a whole bunch of things that happens. To a large extent, we have planned it. So all these things, we take it for granted. Okay? So I think what you need to know is, we have done it all, we'll do much more. Okay? And then we just need to kind of wait for some time. Okay? So let me kind of look at this. These are the two extreme positions people take, as an opportunity or a challenge. I think you must have read it so many times, because my student friends get very confused. They said, sir, you don't need to learn a programming language. English or Kannada is good. True? Yes. The kind of program that you write just with English is also very limited. And this is something which you have seen it many times. See, I think what happens is, because it touches everybody, you all know 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. But we actually had 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G earlier. Right? We call it a report program generator. We said fifth generation programming languages. We all had it. What happened? Nothing much happened. So similarly, while it is true that yes, with English you can write a program, but you can write some nice program. But the kind of program for which you are going to get paid a salary is not what you will write just with that. So you have to be a little careful. Okay? On the other hand, I think faculty members are also confused. They said, sir, we have a problem. We give homeworks, we give projects, we give exams, everything is ChatGPT produced, everything is nice, but nothing is original. What do we do? Okay? So you get into a despair. Don't get into despair. I'll tell you, recently, just the last week, I think some smart professor in IIMB did the following. He gave a case study and circulated to all the people. After 10 minutes, he sent another document. He said, look, this is the analysis of the case study by ChatGPT. Okay? Do something better than what it has. Right? So I think that is what you can do, right? So I think what happens, you don't get into despair, okay? And I actually call it, India is a classic example of these extreme positions. People are actually asking me, how can there be two extreme positions? I think as a country, we have lived with extreme positions for too long. So I just gave two examples, all of you know. The famous Shibi, we call him Shibi Chakravarti, right? Who actually gave a pound of his own flesh just to save a pigeon. And we also did something which is unthinkable, what we did to Draupadi. So this is a country, extreme compassion and extreme cruelty. And we seem to coexist. So I think, I don't know how many of you have read this book, we get a chance. Professors have to give homework, right? So I can't go without a homework. So homework for you, sometime when you get a chance, read this interesting book by Bhasham. The Wonder That Was India. So way back in 1954. It's an interesting book. Okay. So let me kind of spend a couple of minutes on this because this is important. See, industrial revolution is something which we take it for granted. But what does it mean? Just look back. About 200 years back, one gentleman called James Watt created something called steam engine in a country called, at that time, it was not called Great Britain. It was neither called United Kingdom. It was just Britain. Okay. Anyway, so what it added was it actually gave a brawn power or a muscle power to human beings. And that started an interesting part. And as you move to the east of England, there's a country called Germany. Two individuals, one by surname Otto, other surname Diesel, they created what is called internal combustion engines. And then we kind of moved to the west, cross the Atlantic Ocean, go to the eastern part of United States called the New Jersey area. People like Faraday and Edison created electricity and electric bulb. And little later, people came up with something called motors and pumps. So in some sense, electricity, motors and pumps redefine the world. Remember that there was a time when you have to set up a house, you have to go near the river, whether it is Benares in Ganga, or Thames, London near Thames, or Chicago near Chicago. So one has to be closer to a river to live until somebody came with a pump that you can set up a house and wherever you are, I can pump water for you. Okay? So that changed the way in which cities happened, and then later cars happened, steam engine happened, planes happened, transportation changed. But what we don't realize is Edison, Faraday, James Watt, Diesel put together would have never imagined the kind of things which we do. Right in Namma Bengaluru, there are at least 20 hospitals. They do what is called robotic surgery. A surgeon is not even near the patient. He's few feet away from the patient. He's using some joysticks and then the surgery is getting performed. If you go into it, it is nothing but a motor and a pump. But very, 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 very sophisticated with controls. Okay? So what happens is, imagine that something like this would not have happened in one day. It has taken probably decades. Nobody can foresee. See, it was easy to produce electricity and bulb. You needed a company called General Electric to actually create objects which can consume this electricity. It used to be called white goods because the refrigerators and washing machines were white in color for a long, long time. Okay? But for that, electricity would not have taken off. It just takes time. So all that I want you to realize is just allow this. And nobody, okay, so what we see, November 1, 2022 is ChatGPT. Obviously it is a big deal, no doubt about it. Okay, it is unnerving for many of you. But what some of you possibly may not realize is, I used to teach a course on expert system in 1981. We actually built nice expert system to do cutting stock problem for cutting large sheets for BHEL. Okay, so those things were real. Okay, it's not that, but what we do today is far more sophisticated. But I think what I want you to realize is that we are moving from brain power amplification to brain power amplification. Okay, obviously brain power amplification is far deeper than brain power amplification. And we are impacting white collar jobs. Earlier we were only impacting the blue collar jobs. There is a social hierarchy also. White collars are more preferred than, or given a higher pedestal than a blue collar. So it has implication. But remember, these things are all there. Okay. More important, it just takes time. This is my pet story. I might have told you earlier also, but I'm repeating it again. Because I happened to actually visit this little church in a small town called Dayton, Ohio. If you get a chance, go and see that. So the story is that the two brothers, Wright brothers, were brought up by their father to the church for a Sunday mass. After the service was over, the parent took the kids and kind of took them to the parish and then requested the father to kind of bless them. And he said, what is special? He said, no, these kids are attempting something very special. So father, please bless them. And when the priest heard that the kids are going to attempt to fly, he said, stop. If God wanted us to fly, he would have given us wings. And very nicely, the kids are very nice, they stopped it. So for next 4 weeks, they did not go for the mass. 5th week, they went for the mass. The father came running, looking for these kids. And their dad, he said, look, children, go ahead and start. I said, what happened? I had a dream. Christ told me, if I did not want the humanity to fly, I would not have given this thought to these Wright brothers. Don't stop them. They flew. Okay? And they flew 17 December 1903. But was everybody flying immediately? No, it took a long, long time. You have to create the planes, you have to create the airlines, you have to create the airports, you have to have airport communication, you need to have the safety belts, whole bunch of things. It took a long, long time. And second thing is it used to be affordable. So in 70s, very few of us could fly. I think for most of us in 70s, the first flight and the only flight in the decade was to United States for our PhD. Otherwise, we never flew. Even in United States, we never flew. Okay, that is how it was. Okay, and I think everyone can fly is a famous statement by our good friend from Namma Bengaluru, right? Captain Gopinath. Okay, so I put the dates: August 25th, 2003, Bangalore to Hubballi, Deccan Aviation, Air Deccan. Okay, so what happens is recently only we have more airports. So it has taken a long time. So I think AI will also take time. I'm not saying it will take 50 years or 60 years, nobody knows. But one thing be absolutely clear, nobody can predict it. And just because somebody has a Nobel Prize, somebody has an award, etc., don't necessarily think they are right. I'm not saying they are not right. Nobody is right. Because evolution is much more complex. Okay? So keep this in mind. Okay? And in fact, some of us believe that the word engineering and a profession called engineering also took a while to develop. So there will be a new profession. We don't even know that name. Abhi namkaran bhi nahi hua hai. That is the reality of AI. Okay? Okay? It just takes time. Okay? And what is that we are doing? I think if you look at the 60 years of computer science, what is at the core? What is the core competence? People keep asking me, what is the core competence of an IT guy? We can add reasonably large numbers of zeros and ones. Large numbers. Without getting tired, without making a mistake. Okay? Again and again and again. At affordable cost. Then I can store large number of zeros and ones, significantly large number of zeros and ones, and retrieve them fast, retrieve them reliably, retrieve them correctly again and again. I can push them over at the speed of light anywhere in the planet. That's what we do. So at the core, what we have managed to get is to teach the computers numeric ability. But the numeric ability is so powerful, you can actually have a Google map. See, at the core of Google map are the spatial structures. Those of you remember data structures core, there's a special structure called spatial data. So that is what makes maps so easy to do. And then some amount of visualization, color, etc. But ultimately inside the color, there is no color, right? It's all a set of bits. So finally, a set of bits can do so much. So what we are now doing with AI is to teach the computers linguistic ability. Linguistic ability is more interesting. And that's why there is so much interest in AI. But what I want you to realize is numeric ability is not all mathematical ability. There are lots of mathematics which are outside of computers today. Okay. So we have to realize it. Okay? So similarly, linguistic ability is a small part of it. You know, one of my students put it very nicely. You know, if you actually look at the Sanskrit language, we have so many lighter variations of a smile. Mandahasa, all the way to attahasa. Right? In between hasa. Okay? So what happens is the way in which we smile is very sophisticated. We take it for granted. Okay? There's a science of smiling. There's a science of winking your eye. There's a science of doing this. Okay? All these things will take a long, long time for the computers. Don't worry. So linguistic ability is a very small part of it. It is interesting, no doubt about it. It will do lots of things. I completely agree with Anshuman. It will change lot of professions. Lot of jobs will go, lot of jobs will happen, etc. But for every job that goes, 2 more jobs will get created. I think that is the beauty of it. Okay? So, and of course, computers are also starting to learn. See, today what happened was, see, if you remember, those of you, if you had actually touched, you know, my first computer was not even a digital computer. It was an analog computer, right? Where we actually have to kind of program the wires. Okay? From that time onwards, computers are actually learning a lot. Okay? Compilers know a lot. But most of the learning is something which we made them to learn. Only now they are learning to learn by themselves, but still far, far away from what one would like to do. Okay? So what I am going to do in the next 5 minutes is to kind of confuse you a little bit, because it is important. You know, confusion comes to those who think. Okay? So, just to tell you, on one side it is exciting, on the other side you know what is the reality. Okay? So, I don't know how many of you use perplexity. How many of you use perplexity? Okay, so I want the whole hands to go up very soon. Last 3 months I have not started using, I don't use Google. I'll tell you very simple. Of course, I have also a special reason. See, perplexity is a Mandina Maga, Arvind Srinivas creation. That's one reason why I use that. Second thing is many of you would have seen, I write a column every week. So that column used to take about 4 hours with Google. Now it takes only 1 hour. So actual delivered efficiency, 75% reduction in time. Simple reason is, what happens is, you know, I have a kind of bullet. Okay, so IIT Kharagpur gets a new director, IIT KGP. I just scribbled. Then I will, because you need to have the exact details, the exact correct name, what is the date, you know, so, etc. So I used to spend some time in Google. And, you know, quarterly results come. So I don't just give Infosys results. I will give you Infosys Wipro TCS. I will give you what is the top line, bottom line, growth, etc. So I need all that. So I used to take some time with Google. But Perplexity just gives me almost full sentences. Of course, they're robotic sentences. I don't like them. So I kind of touch them up, so etc., etc. Okay? And I also kind of stopped using, I use Google Gmail, but I don't use a Gmail app. I use something called Shortwave. Okay? So I'll just show you what this, okay. But I'll show you also something, okay, just for fun. Just read it for yourself. It looks nice, right? So all of you can try it on yourself. You put your name, the system writes a nice poetry. No big deal about it. Okay, but it gets reasonably all right, but sometimes it gets I think it's also very moody. It doesn't reproduce the same thing again, right? One day it said, look, he went to IASC for a PhD. I did not go to IASC for a PhD, but nonetheless, you know, it gets it wrong, etc. But this is more interesting. This is my professor. So lots of things are right. He used to teach at Purdue where I did my PhD. Then he moved on to Penn State. He did get it right from Purdue to Penn State. And of course, he has been head of the Industry Academia Center, so mentored scholar, revered by his peers, legacy echoes, etc., etc. But he is Professor A. Ravindran. But the picture it gets is Professor B. Ravindran of IIT Madras. You can actually go and try. So that is the problem. Okay? So remember that I think that is the reason why our jobs are safe, don't worry. It's okay. Machines are still dumb. Okay? A. Ravindran, B. Ravindran are so close to them, but they are so far away. Okay? Then comes the interesting stuff. So look at this. you know that I use this short wave. It's kind of nice. Okay. So what happens is, see earlier, you know, you have to kind of note it down on your calendar, details, etc., etc. I don't do anything now. Okay. I simply say plan my day. So what it does is it goes through the mail, it goes through my stuff, etc. It actually gets everything right? It actually takes it from the mail. I don't do it myself. So it saves me a lot of effort. So 9:30 to 11, and it says keynote address, and then it actually kind of puts some interesting stuff. It takes from Anshuman's mail and say what I am supposed to do, etc., etc. And then, of course, you know, this is the end of there was a mail from my auditor, so I have to kind of file the tax return. It just reminds me, this is the end of the day for this. Okay? So nice thing is, and I did not take out, it even keeps track of your email IDs and phone numbers. I don't have to note it down. Suppose, you know, I got stuck in the traffic jam. I was calling Pashupati. He said, look, I was planning to reach at 9:15. I reached only at 10. Okay? So, but what happens is you have to note down those things. You don't have to. So it's very nice. So makes life easier. Okay. But now look at this, because this is something which you can relate to. Okay. So I'm asking, who are the HirePro founders? Okay. See what it does. Okay. Anshuman is there, and Jayakishan and Pashupati, because I have been interacting with them, so they have been elevated to the founder state. Happily. Okay. But nice thing is, it gives you a lot of nice stuff, right? It tells me about the momentum. It says what is this event about, and it's a technology company focused on hiring and recruitment solutions. All these things coming from the email. And it is a small language model. It is not a large language model. If it's a large language model, it would have got it. But its knowledge is limited to email correspondent with me. It's kind of nice. Okay. So I think these are the kind of stuff which you will get to see in the near future. But down the road, going back to the Industrial Revolution, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, what are the things? All that I would say is nobody knows. If everybody claims to know, just don't trust them. It's just nobody knows. That's the reality. You know, it is not that United States somebody would know, etc. Nobody would know, because it is the nature of the beast. It is kind of evolving. As it evolves, I think, of course, Pashupati wants me to say this, right? Because he's my boss. So I have to kind of deliver for him. So what is in it for me, for all of you? I think first and foremost, for the student community and the professorial community, learning is important, and you can use me as an example. What you learn is not important. How you learn is important. And you have learned the art of learning, nothing else is important. I think learn the art of learning to learn. Okay? So I think don't get too obsessed, you know, whether I should do this course, I should do this tool, etc. It doesn't matter, because all these tools will go away, all these jobs will change, etc. But I think, with no intention to brag, the reason why we continue to be relevant is that somewhere along our teachers have taught us how to learn the art of learning. Okay, and that is the reason why we are able to do all these things together. And be open to learning, take the effort to learn, and then also have the capacity to kind of separate what is the wheat and what is the chaff. Okay, those things are important. And for professors, don't get unduly worried that, you know, your jobs are not at stake. So a lot of time people have come predicted that this will happen, this will happen. They will have gone, but things will continue. Okay, the question is, will you continue to teach a Fortran programming or a COBOL programming or C programming using a book of 1977? Clearly no. Okay, I'm not saying you that necessarily have to replace C with Python. Okay, but you know, Python may also come, Python may also go. But it does not matter. See, many of us, as I said, that look, C programming was not there when I did my PhD. Doesn't matter. You could pick it up, right? So I think what is important is that, I think other mistake which sometimes professors end up doing is, we try to stop. Okay, calculators came, no calculator for the exam. Internet came, no internet for the exam. Don't do that. In fact, these days in my lectures, what I do is I ask people to open their chat GPT. So we actually make it interactive. So ask them to keep producing things. Okay. So integrate technology into the curriculum. So going back to what the IIM professors did, you give the question paper, give a solution from ChatGPT, ask them to do better than what ChatGPT can do. So challenge them. Okay. And to my industry friends with folded hands, please, please, please never use the term our students are unemployable. I actually feel sad. 20-year-olds, 19-year-old kids, they're starting their career. At that time, if you tell them this jarring note, you are not unemployable, it is sad. Who said they are not unemployable? I actually go and argue with them. You guys don't know how to take work out of my students. It's your problem, right? So I'm not saying that you have to make it into a to my mind, but what is important is please, because they're young, so we need to be supporting them, we need to encourage them, we need to give them positive vibes. Come on, guys, give them a challenging problem. I'll tell you 99% of the time, they will come back with excellent solutions. We are not able to challenge them well. So challenge them well, okay? But not the least, don't expect them to know every tool, because those tools may not be available, those tools may not be, they may be expensive. Many small colleges may not be able to afford to hire, to kind of deploy those tools. Just because somebody does not know a tool, don't deprive him or her of a job. Tools people can learn. It's not a big deal, okay? So I think what happens is we need to come together. So going back to my matrimony example, so everybody has to understand each other. Nobody is perfect, but I think we all put together, we can have a great wedding function, and we all can eat nice sweets and go home happily. I think have a great time. And I think Anshuman Das, you are the head priest of this matrimony, okay? And then you to support him. And I think it is important we together, okay? And I tell you honestly speaking, it's also a great time. Sometime I wish I'm just only about 60 years younger. So it will be nice. You can have so much fun, go around. And today India is accepted globally. When we all went to US in 70s, we were kind of tolerated. I'm not saying they were not accepted, but today it's such a nice thing. So the whole world needs you, and we have the largest number of, so we are here to kind of serve the whole world. And then what can be better? So we'll serve much better with AI, etc., etc. And we have the knack of learning. So once we learn it, so we'll go and change the world. With all humility, no arrogance. I think great opportunity India has got it. We should not leave this. And let HirePro keep doing it. So you had united me for number 1 and number 2. So next 18 years, I won't come. For the 20th year, I will come again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saragopan. Professor, requesting you to please join us on stage. Requesting Anshuman sir and Pashupati sir to please join us on stage to felicitate him. Also, ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing speaker, what an amazing storyteller, kept us engaged throughout. Can we give this man a big round of applause? What an honor it is to have you as part of Momentum 25, sir. Thanks for coming again and setting the keynote for all of us. Alright, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into our first panel discussion for the day. The panel is going to talk about college education in the age of AI. Are we preparing students for relevance or redundancy? This conversation brings together thought leaders across academia, industry, and strategic hiring, each with a unique lens on how we can align education with the demands of a fast-changing world of work. Moderating this session, he is the Vice President HR of Victoria's Secret & Company. He has over 28 years of experience in human resources across software, internet, retail, and e-commerce sectors. He specializes in scaling organizations from hundreds to thousands of employees and has partnered closely with teams across India and APAC. He is a sought-after mentor to many management students who are entering their corporate careers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please put your hands together for Mr. Shri Kumar. And joining him on stage are panelists, the people driving the conversation. Up first, we have the CHRO of UB with over 25 years of extensive experience in human resources. He has been instrumental in driving employee success and organizational excellence across high-end R&D, complex managed services, environment, and social media domains. His expertise spans diverse cultural contexts in both Western and Eastern work cultures, enabling him to lead transformative HR strategies that align talent with business goals. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Abhishek. Please join us on stage, Mr. Abhishek. Thank you. Up next, calling on stage the CHRO of Myntra with also over 25 years of global HR leadership experience across India, Singapore, and the Middle East. He is a visionary in aligning talent strategies with business goals and fostering inclusive, innovation-driven cultures. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Govindraj MK. Give him a round of applause. Up next, the Registrar and Dean of Training and Placements at PES University, Bangalore. He is a respected academic leader and a strong advocate for outcome-focused engineering education in India. His commitment to fostering skill development and practical learning has made him a key voice in shaping engineering education and prepares graduates for the dynamic demands of the workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. K.S. Sridhar. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us here today. Up next, our first lady panelist on the stage. She is the Vice President, Global Head of Talent Acquisition at Fractal, with over 25 years of experience spent with top global firms. She excels in senior leadership hiring, university recruitment, and diversity and inclusion initiatives. She is also known for building high-performing teams, leveraging AI and data analytics to augment recruitment efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Savita. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Handing over the stage duties to our moderator of the day, Shri Kumar sir. Thank you. Also, a small, a quick note to our panelists and leaders. We would like to keep our schedule on time, so a kind request to understand that we'd have the first bell at the 5-minute mark, which would be 2 bells which would go tring tring, alright, and then one final bell at the end of the 1 hour mark. Thank you so much and have an amazing session. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause, high energy for our first panelists of the day.
Good morning. Thank you, Sunil, for those wonderful words for all of us. Initially, I was not even sure whether you was talking about me. Sometimes when you talk that way, it appears a lot more than what we have achieved in life. But appreciate that. It's never easy to be the first panel for the day, especially if you have to follow someone like Professor Sadgopan. I wasn't there for the entire length of his talk, but even the 15 minutes I sat through, a lot of words of wisdom, and that's a mark of the great man. So, before we get into the topic, just wanted to, all the panelists have been introduced, have worked with some of them in the past, so it's a wonderful forum like this where we get to meet people who we have either worked with in the past or people who we only bump into occasionally. So, I look forward to such forums. So, before I get started, want to thank HirePro and CareerNet for having given us this opportunity to be a part of this panel discussion and for me to moderate this session. So thank you, HirePro and CareerNet. The topic has already been introduced. It's a very interesting topic, right? For multiple reasons, because one, AI is very contextual. And the fact that this is one of those conferences which is actually a confluence of university and the academia on one end and corporations like us on the other, it makes it very real for us and very thought-provoking. So before we actually jump into the topic, I want to actually summarize a couple of thought leaders in the space of technology and AI, very renowned leaders in this space who are respected, and what they have to say about this topic. And I was just looking up what they said is very recent, as early as a few weeks back. So it's very relevant. So the first person I want to talk about is Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. Earlier this month, Sam Altman revealed that technology can already perform tasks equal to that of an entry-level employee. In a podcast late last week, he went even further, saying AI can even perform tasks typically expected of the smartest graduates with a doctorate. His exact words were, "In some sense, AIs are like a top competitive programmer in the world now, or AIs can get a top score on the world's hardest math competitions, or AIs can do problems that I had expect an expert PhD in my field to do." That's one perspective. And then we have another thought leader, GitHub CEO Thomas Domke. What he is saying is the key for winning with AI coding tools is maintaining the ability to quickly modify AI-generated code manually rather than relying entirely on automated agents. He emphasized that developers need the flexibility to seamlessly transition between AI assistants and hands-on coding. Now, with the views of these two thought leaders as a conversation starter, now let me first pose the questions to the three HR practitioners, my friends from the industry. Savita, Govind, Abhishek. In the last two university hiring cycles, what have you observed? What is working well? And what are the pain points that need to be fixed? Savita, would you want to kick off?
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Thank you, Sri. Great question. Before I start, I also would like to thank CareerNet HirePro for bringing us together. It's wonderful to get this opportunity to share your thoughts and also learn from others and meet all the stalwarts from the industry and from academia as well. Thank you, Sri. That's a great question. If I look back on my experience in university and grad hiring in the last 20 plus years, a lot has changed. While in the early days, there was a lot of focus only on the CGPA and the academic score, what the candidates get. Now it has moved more into what are the extra skills what candidates bring with them. It is not just focused on the academics, but also the what is the learning agility of the candidates. That is one thing what to look, because in this field of technology, things are changing by the day, by the hour, and it's very important for candidates to have this learning agility. And that is one important thing that has changed in the last few years. That is what is working well, because candidates are more aware, the students are more aware, thanks to the internet and penetration of social media, etc. And more stronger relationship between the industry and academia, which used to not be there earlier. That has brought a lot of awareness, even the academia and the student circle, on what is relevant in today's world. So students are far more prepared. They're far more aware of what they want to do. And also, they also spend a lot of time in learning and getting certification, of being active on coding platforms. It is not just the theoretical knowledge, but also the practical projects, what they do as pet projects or internships, that adds a lot of value to this, to their academic performance as well. So that are some things which are working well. There is a lot of focus also on skill-based learning. People are more proficient these days in knowing what are the important programming languages to know, what are certificates required, the pet projects that can be done. So the focus on learning on their own, other than what they learn as a part of the academics, is quite good. So that is working well. And I also see a lot of private universities these days being in touch very closely with the industry and changing the curriculum, or rather tweaking the curriculum every year based on what is more wanted in the industry. So this kind of partnership between academia and industry is getting stronger. The exposure for students to do internship is getting better. So those are all some of the good things that are working well. And the other one thing also I would like to call out is the whole democratization of learning, right? With the penetration of internet in very well, and all the learning platforms that have emerged in the last few years. If people living in any corner, the backwaters of India, can also get access to learn if they have the interest and the potential. So this brings, you go to any part of India to hire and you find candidates who are better skilled than what they used to be once upon a time. So those are some of the nice things that are working well. But again, what is not working is, sometimes universities may not keep pace with what is happening in the industry. There is still a lot of focus only on excelling in academics. Some of the universities may not have enough funds to be in touch with what is happening in the industry as well. So those things are some of the stuff that is not working well, in my opinion.
Fantastic. Thank you. There are a few things which I would love to go a little deeper on, but probably a little later. Learning agility, or learnability as we call it, I would love to certainly spend some time, but maybe a little later during the conversation. Thank you, Savita. Over to you, Govind.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank Anshuman and HirePro team and Mridul for organizing this. It's fantastic the way we've done it, and privileged to be here. And thanks, Sri. It is great to catch up again as part of the panel and getting to meet with the panelists. And thank you all for braving the Bangalore traffic and being here I think earlier than us and being on time. Really fantastic. And Professor, thank you so much. I want to go and try Shockwave. Perplexity I do, and it was fantastic. The way, the simplicity and the intelligence in which you presented the stories was fascinating. I was really impressed. I will try and emulate some of this. I'll try what you do. Okay, so to the question, see, the few things which we have done is, I hope most of you do shop online, and if you do, and you do check out Myntra. The whole thing about online is about, I didn't get an answer, I hope you do. Please don't need to show raise of hands, but hopefully you do, especially in a traffic-filled place like Bangalore, it's very helpful. But how e-commerce has democratized access across India. It's the same thing what we have seen in the last 2 years, the way we have approached our own experience in Myntra is we have democratized getting access to the universities and students. So there are brilliant students across different institutions. It's not like the 20, 25 years back, there were only few institutions where you can go there and you're guaranteed the best talent. Now best talent is available across India at different parts of the country. So one thing which you have changed is that A, to know that there are talent everywhere. B is how to access it, right? So we are using different partners, but using tech-based solutions which will help us access to these students to evaluate them, and then they all come through the process. So we also have done, we'll talk a little bit later on the other part is also how we equip them is not directly hiring. We first go through the internship program, 4 to 6 months. So that also helps us to then evaluate, and also they get a good sense of us as a company, how to work with us. So that's something which we have shifted dramatically, Sri, in the last 2 years. Especially we are going even more aggressive in that part of democratizing access to talent across, and talent also accessing Myntra as an organization. And we have been very, very pleasantly surprised, kind of different institutions we have been able to hire really, really brilliant students coming into the organization. So that is really what has worked. The second part, I think the other question was like, what is not working well enough? I think this form of hiring works very well for tech-based hiring, like software engineers, AI engineers. It lends itself well. That's one area where we want in the non-tech, because we also do have a lot of people we hire for fashion technology on the business side, finance, HR. We need to also want to democratize in that perspective, but the test and assessment ability is still not necessarily there, even for internship. But that's something which I hope the ecosystem will evolve, and we'll be able to do that. The part from the universities is, absolutely the way we have been able to do the democratization is thanks to many universities and professors and placement offices becoming flexible. But Savita, I agree with you. The other deterrent is probably some of the established universities are still very conventional in their thought process and taking their time. So they are right in their own way. There is no debate. But just that, something for them to think about is, are they restricting access to their brilliant students because they are academically brilliant? Can they do more of it? I think that's the area of improvement, I would say, from the university side.
Thank you so much, Govind, to set the discussion going. Abhishek, over to you.
Yep. Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me here. So I think one thing that has not changed, so let me put that, what has not changed over years, the energy that all these students, when you hire, they bring to the organization. And I think that's a very understated aspect. But in my current organization, I think in the last over 3.5 years, we have collectively, between hiring of the students as well as intern, we have done over 200 odd people in the last 3 years in various streams, tech, sales, everything. So I think everywhere when this batch of group of people come in, the energy that comes into the org, the fresh, you can see that in your office space. So that's phenomenal, and that hasn't changed over years. Our own experience, and it's not only here, even in the previous organizations, by and large, most of the students at least have the hunger to learn as well as kind of deliver. So they're very flexible, they're moldable, and by and large, we've seen very good results for the kind of work that we give them. And going back to Professor's point, I think its onus is more on the organization to see how you can derive value of that energy that is coming in. If you are going to put them in a back-end testing job, you are not going to expect any vendors. Why not put them on the front line? And now with tech, it's possible. So that's paramount. That's something that hasn't changed over years. I think some of the other things, and I was just in a campus about 2 months back, and I was just amazed to see, this is not a tier 1 college, I was just amazed to see the kind of projects that people have done. So to the point that other panelists were saying, is there awareness? There is enough awareness. So somebody showed me a demo where using my facial recognition, the person created an AI avatar for me in 5 minutes, right? And WhatsApp me on my profile while I was leaving campus from the demo booth till the exit gate. It was done. So that's the kind of hunger and that's the kind of innovation you're seeing. So there is enough awareness. I think some of the things which, and I don't think so it's not working well. I think it's the pace of evolution. I think just as an industry, and it's not about tech or sales or any other role, we are just evolving very, very fast. Now, campuses have to also evolve with it. I think I would love to see academia directing the industry to a large extent in terms of curriculum, in terms of the course. I think that pace, I would love that to be much more better. To the point that Govind was saying, there's still something as simple as that. Why can't all the campuses have a long-term internship programs? That's something. So still there is, and I see that more resistance in the tier 1 colleges than the flexibility with the tier 2, tier 3 colleges. Long-term internship. 2 months of internship doesn't really solve a problem. Doesn't resolve a problem. So that I would love to see that probably, and more as a feedback. And I think now with the tools and everything that we have at our disposal, I think even for the industry, when we are taking, so I think, and there's a difference. If you are a product tech company, the approach you take to when you're getting those people in, you try to make sure that they're involved in the most impactful areas. Whereas if you are a large services organization, probably they will be at the bottom of the pyramid unless they have been hired from an IIT or a triple IIT kind of colleges. So they are at the bottom of the funnel. So I think that's more on the industry to kind of see where you're utilizing that talent. So I think awareness is there. Some of these evolution of the course curriculum has to be much more faster. And then we'll discuss that in detail later, maybe.
Hey, thank you. And that sets us up nicely for the conversation over the next 30-40 minutes. In specific, what I want the HR practitioners to share with us and the audience here is when I'm looking at what has worked well, obviously you have specific testing methodologies, selection process in your organizations for specific roles. Say, for example, Govind was mentioning that on the non-tech talent, there are some challenges, obviously because the way they are evaluated for jobs are different from where the tech talent gets evaluated on jobs. So now, zeroing in on the tech, kind of talent who you hire from these campuses, with the evolution of AI and AI, influencing a lot of how we do work on a daily basis, there would have been some changes in your selection processes. You are looking at certain things that the students can bring on when you are hiring them for, jobs. Let me use the buzzword future ready. You're looking at students who are future ready, right? So what have you observed in those areas in specific? Are there things that have pleasantly surprised you when you are evaluating students saying, wow, this has worked well? And what are the things which have not worked well? So specific to your selection methodology, what has your experience been?
All right, that's a great question. So specifically, the skill-based assessments, that works pretty well in colleges these days. And again, it depends on the kind of company you are in and what kind of people you want to hire. If you're hiring for a product engineering companies, obviously you look for more fundamentals of computer science and data structures and algorithms. Those play a very important role. And we want to test students, and skill-based assessments always works. Show us what you know is very important. And then, of course, you do your technical interviews and also test, the communication skills, the emotional maturity, the learning agility. These three things are common whether it doesn't depend on which kind of organization you come from. Whereas for consulting organization, knowing some particular languages or particular kind of technical skills, for example, cloud or something in AWS or GCP or something like that, those things have become more important. So yeah, skill-based assessments works well.
Thank you. Govind, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think primarily we look for problem-solving skills, curiosity. As I said, we have pivoted a lot towards hiring primarily for internship. So we also look at the hunger. So it's more through the interviews rather than through the test. The test is primarily on your code skills, problem-solving skills. Then we look at, in the interview, what kind of attitude do people come with. And then, of course, we have the 4 to 6 months of internship period on the job, at work, where it gets clearly demonstrated. So I think that has helped us for a greater conversion from interns to actual hiring. And they're a very conscious decision from us as an employer and from the students as wanting to be part of us.
Thank you. Abhishek, anything to add to that?
No, I think other than what has been said, I think one is, of course, we also use case study methods, largely to see the thought process. We're not expecting a perfect answer, but case studies, especially on the non-tech side, the sales role, the marketing roles, you need to have that thought process. And I think, of course, concepts, skills. But I think what's going to change now, and it's going to change now, is how much somebody is like an AI-ready person, not ready, but at least equipped or trained enough. So I call that an AI generalist kind of a thing, because there are so many things, nobody can know everything. So that will be like the new norm that is going to come in very soon.
Got it.
And just another thing I want to add here is I work with Fractal Analytics, which is a data analytics company. That's our core bread and butter. And what we look here, other than the technical skills, what we focus on is also three important parameters. We call it as humble, hungry, smart. So when humble, hungry, smart. How humble are you? How hungry are you? How smart are you? So these three parameters are very important to us from an organization perspective in order to build a good culture and also bring in people who can keep pace with the changing technology.
Got it.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So one thing common I'm seeing in all the HR practitioners here is that whatever you are testing them on, it seems to have worked well so far. And it's very important, as I now will be, speaking to Dr. Sridhar. I wanted to check the waters on the delta between what our expectations from university students are versus where they are in that spectrum of readiness, right? I will take the liberty of quoting Professor Satgopan here that, our university students are employable. Right, so I think it's very contextual in that sense. So what I hear the three HR practitioners tell me is that whatever they have been tested on, it seems to be working well so far. So fair to say that they are keeping pace with the rapid changes that we are experiencing in the corporate world. Over to you, Dr. Sridhar. So now I want to hear from your perspective over the last couple of hiring cycles. What has worked well? And what are the areas which are painful and which you would like to fix?
Thank you, Srini. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of HirePro for getting us here. I've been a faculty for the last 30 plus years, taking care of the placement cell as well for last 20 plus years. It's been a wonderful journey, wonderful learning experience for me. In the last 2 years, a significant change that I've seen are the ways in which hiring has changed. Hiring trends have changed in the last 2 years. It's not been conventional hiring. I would say it is more of niche hiring. When I say niche, I need to prepare my students to meet the challenges or the requirements of the industry. How do I do it? As a faculty, as an academician, as a university, we need to stay ahead of the curve. Make sure that students are abreast of technology. Make sure that students receive the much needed information to face the challenges of the industry, the requirements of the industry. How do we go ahead and achieve this? One is curriculum change. We need to constantly upgrade our curriculum. We can't wait for a batch to graduate to upgrade the curriculum. That is very, very important in today's context. Absolutely important. So we as a university, we do this every year religiously. Once the new academic year starts, we start working on the curriculum for the next academic year. How do we do this? Thanks to many industry veterans who've been a part and parcel of these bodies which instruct universities to tell them what universities should do to stay ahead of the curriculum. One is the fundamental courses cannot change. We will not be able to change Newton's law of gravitation. It will continue to remain the same until this world exists. But what can we do in the fundamental courses? Put in some changes in the form of introducing a tool which gives them that much needed experiential learning. Give them some small problem areas which they can solve. Maybe a level 1 problem, a level 2 problem, and a level 3 problem, which they can come out with very convincing answers. What we have done at our end is we have created a banana level problem, an orange level problem, and a jackfruit level problem. So a banana is easy to peel and eat, small problems. An orange takes a little more time, and a jackfruit really takes a lot of time to peel and enjoy the fruit. So this is how we have created 3 levels of problems that's given to students to come out with solutions. The other thing is, we can't wait for students to get into the pre-final year or the final year to start their projects. And today as a teacher, standing in front of students, and teaching them the same stuff which I taught a couple of years back or have been teaching for a good number of years will not enthuse them. Either they take the information from their seniors or they come to me and say, sir, this is what you're going to be teaching today, because they know what I'm teaching ahead of what I put up on the board or on the slide. So as teachers, we need to be more innovative in teaching. I think it is more of interaction, involve the students in the learning process. So once a wise man said, the teacher is no longer a sage on the stage, he's the friend by the side of the student. Probably we need to go with this. So as teachers, even we need to upgrade ourselves. And I would request my industry friends to please help us out, help our teachers upgrade themselves so that they can go and deliver in the classrooms. And one challenge that we've been facing in the last 2 years is, we do give them the niche skills. Niche skills are very important. But again, the competition is so huge, is so fierce. At the end of the day, not all students get an opportunity to be a part of the industry. But again, they would have learned something more today than what they knew yesterday. This is one thing that the student community also has to realize. I think we have come a long way from where we started to where we are today. An appreciation would be for the industry to work closely with the academia so that there could be a huge win-win between the academia and the industry. Few things that I can request the industry to do is, either you adopt students when they are in the earlier years, depending on their ability to learn, as Govind rightly said, their passion to learn, and maybe start nurturing them from there along with us. Join hands with us, nurture that bunch of kids, bring them to the level at which you want them to be with you, so that you will not have this problem of telling us your students are not employable. Completely agree with our Professor Sharagopan's statement. He made my job a little simpler today. Thank you, sir, for saying that our students are no longer unemployable. They are employable. I think some hand-holding is needed. We can't stand on two different platforms and start showing fingers at each other. Probably we need to come, converge, sit together, deliberate, discuss, and then come out with viable solutions. So this will definitely go a long way. And with Gen AI being in place, the bulk hiring has stopped to a good extent. It's only the niche hiring that is happening. So probably we need to be more alert when we talk to students, telling them, hey, look, this is what the industry wants in you. Get ready, get prepared, and you go there. That's what I would like to say.
Thank you so much. Again, you've given me a lot of small nuggets which we can go a little deeper into a little later during this conversation. But if I have to summarize, what you're saying is that what has worked well is more the niche skill hiring. And I almost get the sense from what you just said that you have been able to stay ahead of the curve, which is fantastic because it's a win-win. This is one area where I think we in companies would love to be beaten by all of you, because if you give us ready to employ students, it's beneficial for us. So that's what I heard you say, what has worked well. And maybe it's the other side of the coin with regard to what hasn't worked well, because again I heard you say bulk hiring has stopped. So, you know, the vanilla skills or putting everybody to a standard templatized program obviously is not working well. Are there other things which haven't worked well in the last couple of years, which now when you are looking at the next placement season, you want to say, hey, I need to fix this before my next batch of students get ready for interviews?
One is to stay ahead of the curve. We have been continuously upgrading the curriculum. I'm sure most affiliated institutions, most of the private universities, most of the deemed to be universities are on their job. They have been upgrading their curriculum. They've been doing whatever they can to ensure that their students are, there in demand in the industry today. That is one thing. The other thing is few measures that you've been taking as a university is ensuring that student stays in the class attentive, because Gen X is such a generation, their attention span is so small, hardly 12 to 15 minutes into class, they are lost. So when I say something, when I put something on the board or on the slide, they say, hey, this is something which I can get, not necessary for me to concentrate and listen to what the teacher says. That is a big challenge for teachers. I'm sure my faculty fraternity who are here would vouch with me on this. What are we supposed to do? As I said, make it more impressive, make it more acceptable in the classroom. And then at the end of the class, let me put up 3 questions. We'll give them a carrot. I'll tell them, yes, hey, look, I'm going to be asking you 3 questions at the end of the class. If you answer these questions, I straight away give you 1 mark out of the assessment that I'm going to be conducting. At least that brings that attention span to the student. So this is one of the major challenges. And these kids realize when they go to the time at which industries start looking at them. The other pain point is, ideally we need to make internship or industry-based learning mandatory, but it's a huge challenge. It's not so easy. It is easily said than done. So if I need to make internship mandatory, I need to request industries to create a space, maybe create a hub, create a cluster where you can have a bunch of students coming from institutions across that particular place, put them into one place, let them start learning, so that when they come to your industry, they unlearn. So this is one small challenge that we are facing. We would certainly request the industry to help us out in any which way possible to make this happen, so that we all will be happy with what we have done to the society.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving on, the next question I have is for Govind. Govind, with Gen AI, how has the job responsibilities of entry-level jobs changed? Let's say engineers, analysts, marketeers. Are there things that have fundamentally altered to an extent where you have Gen AI, other tools doing it for you? So how has the expectations changed? And now with the changed expectations, how do you view students in that new light?
I think that's still evolving. It's too early for it to have had a big impact. Of course, there are a lot of reports, claims by certain leaders saying that I have reduced workforce and I don't need so many engineers. I think the reality, at least what we see, is that contrary to like the earlier things which were happening with new skill set coming and one had to learn, Gen AI has actually democratized it, and with the whole vibe coding thing, you may not even need to be a technology person to really understand AI. You need to have the right questions, you have to have the curious mind. It also depends on the prompts which you give, which will give us the right answers. So what we are looking at in terms of JD or other aspects has not changed dramatically. What it continues to be is your problem solving ability. Do you have a curious mind? Are you applying your knowledge and your learnability? Having said that, as I said, right, this is getting anyway more tested in their internship period. And I spoke a lot on internship, but we also hire directly from hackathons. So again, it's testing people's ability to take a problem statement and solve it. And it's like a nationwide thing, and a lot of teams compete. Students from very, very different colleges you have never heard of come out on top because they have the hunger. And I really like that frame, Savita, which you said, hunger, humble, and smart. I think those are the folks who really make it. So nothing dramatic has changed in the terms of assessment that we specifically look for AI. I mean, there are a lot of engineering colleges which have now BE or BTech AI ML or BTech engineering. It does not made a dramatic shift yet. Maybe in few years' time, it will start making a difference.
Got it. Good to know. And that's something which is important for us, to speak out loud, that there is change, but it's not material yet. And hence, the expectations remain what I would say more soft skill also based. which takes me to the next question that I have for Savita. When we began the conversation, you're talking about learning agility. I can call it learnability. I'm assuming that now trumps GPA and CGPA as one of the things which you're probably looking for closely when you're hiring talent, right? I mean, hungry, humble talent that you want to look at. Is that true? And if yes, can you tell us a little more what you mean by learnability, learning agility, and how do you measure it? How do you evaluate it in students?
Traditionally, when you would go on campus and look at a person's resume, you would typically have a list of all those academic projects they have done or a couple of internships. But today, when you look at it, when I say learning agility, it is about what are they doing outside of the curriculum to keep themselves updated. It may, not every college or university might be future focused and have all these new technologies taught in the classes, but what are people doing to learn on their own? Like I said, with this whole new platforms for learning coming in, there are so many free courses available. YouTube, for example, if you go on, you can learn a lot. You don't have to spend money. You just have to be interested and passionate about it, about learning. So when I look in to people's resumes these days, you have a lot of certifications that people do. There are several coding platforms. For example, even the assessment platforms like say or HackerEarth or HackerRank and Codility and so on and so forth, they offer certifications, they offer learning modules, and then people do that. People take part in hackathons, and what are they doing to constantly upskill themselves and learn other than doing what they do in the college curriculum. That shows their interest and passion to learn and what they want to do. And of course, during the course of the conversation, they're quite aware of what are the new things coming in and what they want to do. They're quite clear about it. So those are some of the pointers for us to understand their learning agility. And like I said, not everyone needs to spend a lot of money, and you need not have deep pockets to go and learn. But if you have the passion for it, there are enough and more free tools available on the internet these days which will help you in learning. And if students are doing that, it means that they have the learning ability and interest to do. So that's how we look at it. That is how I look at it.
Awesome, thank you. And that gives so much of clarity. Basically looking at the hunger, the thirst for knowledge, and not just restricted to what is there in the syllabus or the curriculum. Outside of that, and thanks to proliferation of educational platforms, there is a plethora of options out there which are either zero cost or low cost. And how does that align with that student's vision and career in terms of ambitions? So that's what I heard you say. Thank you, Savita. Abhishek, from you, what I want to understand is it appears that all of us, especially the HR practitioners here, are looking at internship as a fantastic pipeline for hiring talent. I think Govind seems to be following that model in his organization, and maybe you are also doing it. But I think you are also doing hiring, full-time hiring students. So when one of the things which I have felt and experienced, and maybe all of you can relate to it, is that there is this ramp-up time we all constantly talk about. I mean, the gap comes in when, of course, the students are employable given time, but time is something which all of us don't have enough of, right? So we want them to be ready to run on day one. What are the things that you are using to make sure that you cut down on the ramp-up time? Internship, great. Get them in 6 months before, 1 year before, and they are almost job ready by the time the internship gets over. What else are the things that you are thinking of which will help cut down the ramp-up time?
So, nothing out of the box yet, but what we're doing is, like, for example, the folks that we hire on the sales side now. We belong to a financial industry, financial services. The domain is very complex. An MBA finance that passes out of the college probably maximum knows how to read a balance sheet. But there are products in the industry which is much more complex. We operate in credit space, right? So it's much more complex. So what we do is, as part of the journey, when they come into the organization, we run with a financial expert. There's a college in Chennai specializes in that. We bring them into our office every year. They do like a 3-day deep immersive program on the domain. So there are multiple stages. So one is what they learn as part of the curriculum. Second is they come into the organization, apart the other organization activities where you make them understand about the job. You get them more exposure on the domain. And then the third stage is actually on the job. So after the first 2 weeks, they are out on the job buddying someone who's seen the journey. But that's been a classical approach for most of us over years, right? I think what we are, and going back to some of the points that we were talking earlier, I think what really helps now and what is changing now very fast, which is where we have to cope up, even as academia and industry, is how much exposure people have on plethora of options that are out there. And again, going back, and I'm pretty excited about the way the tech is now playing a role across. So my own kids, they're nothing to do with technology. She's into fashion design. And I'm seeing when she is doing her graduation, there is so much use of technology in design. And every day we are having a conversation that, okay, while you're going to be a designer, but executing that design will be largely tech enabled. You would not need so many people to stitch that piece of cloth going forward. So I think what would really help in this process is if campuses can have what you call is an open, for lack of a better word, an open AI system, not the open AI organization, have those licenses and make people just use it irrespective of whichever stream of engineering or marketing or finance they're specializing in. Just make them use it as part of their day-to-day life, right? That's very important, because when you have a lot more electives in the courses rather than the set course. So change the proportion of the course curriculum of 4 years of graduation or post-grad from more percentage of finite to more percentage of electives. So because at the end of the day, idea is not finding the next job. The idea is, are you going to be super employable, whether you go to a company or you want to start your own stuff. And that means a lot more agility, going back to the point that Savita was saying, learning agility. Can I equip myself, because the day-to-day jobs are completely going out of the window, the routine jobs. So the level goes up when you are more aware. So even when people are coming to campus, like in our organization, we use a platform called Windsurf. We have now licenses for almost everybody in the tech org to go and use that. And we started this about 6 months back. We are already seeing a lot of efficiency coming in, not because we are shipping out faster yet, but we are seeing a lot more adoption. Someone in my own HR team has created a whole website. A product designer is creating the whole rollout till the production stage with the tool. So it's just getting used to that idea. And that's what this year we are emphatically focusing on, the people that we've got from the campus or internship to kind of use that. So just making them like self-exploratory and learning rather than we training something on alone.
Got it. And this is a good segue into the next question I had, and it's not in specific to any particular person here, but to all of you. But before I get to that next question, I just want to summarize what you just said, Abhishek. So you're saying immersive programs help, but you are also expecting that there are open programs out there. And given the collaboration between universities and companies, the students should be aware what the companies would be doing and hence gear themselves up so that they are more job ready than ever. Is that a fair way of summarizing? Fantastic. Now, a question to all of you, and would love to get Dr. Sridhar's perspective for sure, but also from the 3 HR panelists here. What would you invest more in, when you want to get talent more job ready? Are you looking at co-building curriculum which are more meaningful for us, wherein the ramp-up time reduces? Or do you want to go to the tried and tested, run a post-hiring training program, to bridge the campus to corporate gap? what would work well? I mean, if we are all decision makers, and to some extent, or maybe to a large extent, we are decision makers in our own organizations, which is the approach that you would prefer? One quick thought, soundbite from all the three HR practitioners, and then over to Dr. Sridhar.
I think a combination of both. One is, of course, have a tighter relationship with academia so that at least with a certain set of colleges or universities that will help us in ramping up students on the particular kind of skills that we need. And then, of course, a small amount of training, especially on the engineering practices that you follow in your organization, certain, important stuff, how you write your, every organization has its own way of functioning and on the technology side. So a little bit of training on that is also important. But I think working with the universities to put the new skills and everything as a part of the academics is very important. The other thing what has also worked for me in the past is also about picking up a few interested colleges and where we have our own folks who go there and teach on weekends. For example, there was 1 or 2 colleges in Pune where we did this. In my previous organization, where we wanted students to learn the fundamentals of clean code, how to, on agile methodology, etc., which was not a part of the curriculum. We didn't offer it as an elective, but we went on weekends and we taught them. So that helped us in having students ready when we wanted to hire. So I think a good combination of both is important.
So, yeah, I came with the list. So there are the 3 stakeholders, I would say: academia, the industry, which is like what we are part of, and the students. All 3 have a role to play, and my list starts like this. So first and foremost, my request to all of the institutions or academia is that please try and get at least 4 to 6 months of internship as part of the curriculum. I know for MBA schools it's a little bit difficult, but it will help. 2 months doesn't help enough, because most of the time in India we have MBA just after they finish their graduation, so they have hardly much of an industry experience. But for graduation courses, for sure, please have 4 to 6 months of internship and make it, to your point, incentivize it with credits and other things so that a lot more industries can participate and industries will participate. So that's the first one. The second one on curriculum, like what Savita is saying, I think you also kind of mentioned about fashion technology and the design part, right? I think the curriculum, we need to have interdisciplinary aspect a lot more. I think gone are the days when it was only pure STEM or pure economics or pure arts. All of it has to come together. And this is, some universities have started doing it, and they are doing the right investment. The more you, as part of the curriculum as standard practice, you bring in interdisciplinary, where you bring arts and STEM together. And it works for both. It's not for engineering colleges only to bring arts, it's for also the non-engineering colleges to bring in tech into their curriculum. So that's the appeal which I have for the academia. Third is you can have partnerships with industry, both on curriculum development, like what you said, for every year you do that. I think everyone, if they do it, it'll be fantastic. And one more nuance to it is have 1 credit or 1 semester or 1 subject or module where you have professors who are visiting professors from the industry on that subject. It should be like part of your curriculum, that mandated that 1 semester or 1 subject is taken by industry leaders who come and take classes, and that also adds to the credit. And ultimately, what are we building for is not building people for only employability. And sitting in Bangalore, the Silicon Valley of India, I think we have to build for entrepreneurs. People are able to think through, problem solve, build more job opportunities. And in India, it is the best time to be in right now. And that opportunity we have to provide collectively. And students have only one thing: take use of all of this opportunity, whether you get through to hackathons, or you're doing projects, or you're doing internships, or you're listening to professors' classes. 10 minutes of attention won't cut it. You need to really apply further. So that's the appeal I have for all of you.
Thank you. Abhishek, anything to add to that?
I think just one more point, and that's like more of a thought. I know it happens in very small pockets, but I think there's a high time to also look at the academy, the professors coming into the industry along with their students through that internship period. So it's a lot of difference when you're teaching in a class versus having a real-time sense of the environment in which these students operate. So like we have internship for students, maybe it's high time we also look at professors coming in. Long back in my career, I used to be a trainer, and the trainer's job was successful when the batch that goes on the floor is able to hit a certain SLA. Then the batch was graduating. I think it may be a good idea to explore that. There is research work that is happening, but that's more at a research and project specific work. But I think India is largely still a services dominated economy. A lot of work that is happening in day to day. I think the faculty, not only the HODs, others also come in. That would just value add to this whole process.
Got it. Dr. Sridhar.
I'll have to sum up with all my co-panelists. All that you said is there. Nothing to reinvent the wheel. I'm sure most of the academic institutions in the country are doing it today. I think we need to add a lot of quality to it. It shouldn't be done for the sake of doing it, because industry has its own requirements and we have our own wish list. So we can probably sit together, work across the table and see how this can be more enhanced. We do have internship programs, we do have project-based learning, we do have faculty going to the industry to learn. Thanks to the industry, they are really talking to us on a continuous basis rather than remembering us only for hiring. So that is one thing that I see, thanks to a lot of industries who are coming forward to have a lot of programs, not just for students, even for faculty. I think that has really come a long way in fostering a very healthy relationship between the industry and the academia. So as a parting shot, I can only say we are not training our students for redundancy. With due apologies, I would like to ask the organizers to probably change the title. It is not redundancy, it is certainly relevance. We should stay relevant, we are all relevant, and we will ensure that we will meet the industry expectations. Probably bright students are there in every campus. It's just not that I go to this campus, I get this set of students. If I don't go to this campus, if I go to this campus, I don't get. I think talent is available in pockets. It's not concentrated in one particular place. I think let us believe in that, and it was a pleasure hearing from all my co-panelists. Thank you, Shri, for the wonderful preparation that you did, and I'm sure the audience would have something to take away from this particular conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful speaking to all of you. Many times, we learn from each other, and not as much as we can learn even in our organizations, because sometimes it's lonely, the jobs that we do. So that brings a conclusion, and I want to just wrap this session up by quickly summarizing some of the high-level topics that we discussed and what the takeaways are. So our students are employable, our students are relevant, they are not redundant. Gen AI has certainly, probably changed the way we operate, but it appears that the change is not really significantly felt at the entry-level jobs yet, especially in the companies we are working in. But there are changes. So continue to focus on niche skills, learnability, the attitude, the hunger is something which is paying us dividends. So that's what the HR practitioners are focusing on at this point in time. Moving on, it appears that the tried and tested, even though may not be fashionable methods such as internships, bootcamp trainings, the short immersive programs that corporates have once students are hired, continue to yield dividend, because these are the methods to bridge that gap and get them ready for their corporate journey. It's very clear what my fellow HR practitioners want, and I couldn't agree more with them on the fact that internships are a must. That's the only way we can get our smart, bright students to, acclimatize with what's going on in the industry. And believe me, it's made our life so much easier. When somebody has spent 6 months or a year with us, we certainly have an answer whether we would want them to continue with us long term. So that certainly helps. I loved Abhishek's idea of having professors do I wouldn't call it internship, but stints in corporate. And I also am very excited about what Savita has said about us practitioners spending time in universities, co-teaching, collaborating with professors in terms of preparing the curriculum. So that is, you know, a high-level summary of where we are, and I would like to again end this discussion with what Professor Sadgopan said about machines are still dumb. And we would certainly want our brilliant students to make best use of that fact and wish them all a happy corporate career. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our lovely panelists.
Go ahead. To whom?
So I can probably tell you what we are doing.
1,000 people, how many interns you take?
So this year approximately I have about, as we speak, about 50 odd people doing internship. We're closely about a little over 1,000 people organization. About 50-55 is doing internship as we speak, and there are more to come in.
5%.
Yeah, so we have to not look at the total headcount, but from the entry level perspective, we take 10 to 15% are through internship, and our hiring is post that conversion.
Yeah, we take about 80 to 100 people, so just about 10%. 10%.
Out of the headcount, 10%.
Yeah. 10% we do take interns.
What is your headcount?
Thank you so much for the
We
questions.
are about 5,000 plus people,
How
so,
much you grow every year?
and we go about 10 to 15%. So what we do is we hire about 250 people from campus, and we hire about 100 people as interns, and we give PPOs for people.
Thank you.
And
Thank
now
you.
with the new thing, I don't know if you have just one last minute, there is this whole push to hire people as apprentices, right? By the government of India. There is this apprentices board that is pushing every organization to have 2.5% of their workforce as apprentices. I think that is going to push a lot of companies to hire more interns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you could meet them during the breaks. We have a lot of time for networking. Thank you so much. Sorry, sir. We definitely respect your question, but you can meet them off stage. All right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's wake up. Give them a big round of applause. What a brilliant set of panelists and an amazing moderator. To felicitate them, could we please have Mr. Mridul Kumar, Senior Vice President, HirePro, to do the honors. Clap, clap, clap. Come on, bring in the energy. Thank you for doing such an amazing job as the moderator. Requesting all the panelists to please step forward for a photograph with Mr. Mridul. Also, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for our wonderful panelists. In the meantime, we're going to give you a short 5-minute break. So stretch your legs, come back with the same level of energy and enthusiasm. We're going to catch you here in 5 minutes. The time is 12:10. I will see all of you back here at 12:15 p.m. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. AV team. Uh, Good afternoon, Mr. Ram Gopal Rao. Can you hear me? Could you just unmute me? Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Ram Gopal Rao. Am I audible? Hold on, sir. We're not able to get your audio. But thank you so much for joining us. Just give us 2 minutes to do the sound check and we are good to go. Thank you. Mr. Rao, if you can see us, could you just give me a thumbs up? If you could see the audience, yes, that's a yes. Professor, can you hear me clearly? Can I get a thumbs up again? I'm so sorry. Just 2 more minutes of technical testing. He can hear us. Professor, if you could just say hello into the microphone. Your audio is active. We're just working on bringing your voice to the stage. Just give us a few more minutes. Could you say hello again, Professor? All right, amazing. We're almost there. Could you say hello again, Professor? Professor, one more time, please. Professor, can you hear me? Professor? If you could hear me, could you say hello again, please? Check. Professor, can you hear me now? All right. Thank you. We're still working on your audio, Professor. Just give us a few.
Oh, I can hear you very well. Yeah, okay. Do you want me to rejoin again? Maybe log out and rejoin? Now it's okay. Oh, I see. So now it's working. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your patience, Professor.
That's fine.
I think the audio is good. Are you able to see us clearly as well? Check, Professor.
So you said I have 20 minutes, right? So I think you are running late, I noticed. So yeah, I will take 15 minutes. I will take 15 minutes. I can hear you very well. All good.
Check, Professor. Can you hear me through the microphone?
I can hear you.
Amazing. Can you see us?
I can see you. Yeah.
All right. You can see the stage right now, correct?
I can see the stage. Yeah.
Perfect. Could we pan the camera to the audience? Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, this is a kind request for all of you to step back in. Our session will begin right now. In the meantime, while you're settling down, a big thank you to our partners, LNM, Triple IT, MIT ADT University, Pune, Pandit Deenadayal Energy University, Renaissance Electronics, and IndiCube. Once again, welcome to Momentum 25. Thank you, Professor, for your continued patience. Just give us a few more minutes. All of our audience members just stepped out for a tea break. They're stepping right in.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A kind request to quickly settle in. If your colleagues, friends, people you just met today and you have their phone numbers, just call them in and be like, the session's about to begin. Request them to step right in. We're starting in the next 60 seconds. Requesting everyone who's standing outside to please step in. Ladies and gentlemen, kind request, please make way into the auditorium. Once again, a kind request to all our audience members to please move inside. Right, wonderful. Thank you all who was here. Let's just give a small energizer here. Can I get some hands being clapped, if that's okay? Nice smiles. Hope you all had a good break. We've been keeping a very important person waiting, and he is very patient with us. Thank you so much. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor V. Ramagopal Rao. He's the Group Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani campuses and the former Director of Triple IT Delhi. An internationally acclaimed researcher, Professor Rao holds more than 50 patents with several licensed globally. He has co-founded successful deep tech startups and played a pivotal role in establishing India's nanoelectronics program, a recipient of prestigious awards including Infosys Prize. He is a fellow of IEEE, TWAS, INAE and all major Indian science academies. Ladies and gentlemen, he's joining us virtually. Give this man a big round of applause for Professor V. Ramagopal.
Thank you very much. I think the introduction was all right, except that not triple IT. I was previously the director of IIT Delhi. So I, in fact, spent 27 years, 18 years as a professor at IIT Bombay, and then 7 years at IIT Delhi, of which 6 years as the director. I am now currently with the BITS Pilani system. So I will briefly, share with you a presentation and talk about what I believe is something that we all need to be doing. I will share my screen and then I hope you are able to see my presentation. So
yes, very clearly. Thank you, Professor.
So, as I was mentioning, I spent all my time now so far in these three institutions, and so I will talk about the engineering and the role of engineers in nation building. Unfortunately, in this country, we have reduced everything to finding a job, right? And which is, of course, what is required as the first step for any graduate. But one thing which we also need to keep in mind is, I think, this entire definition of engineering, we need to start relooking it. And engineering is not about, doing electrical, mechanical, civil, anything like that. Engineering is all about finding optimal and sustainable solutions to the society's problems. I think that's what engineering is all about. Engineering is about solving problems. I think that fundamental definition of engineering, we all need to keep in mind. All these disciplinary boundaries are more from an administrative point of view, right? I mean, but otherwise, engineering is all about solving problems. So that's one thing which we need to keep in mind. And having said that, one thing which is also very, very important is to keep this entrepreneurial mindset. Very often people think that, entrepreneurship is all about starting companies. Entrepreneurship is not just about starting companies. Entrepreneurship is also about developing this entrepreneurial mindset, which is what will help you in your careers, right? Wherever you go, I think what is that the employers are looking for. Even as a faculty member, right? I need to have that entrepreneurial mindset, which is what is becoming very important for the country. So what is this entrepreneurial mindset? Let me try to define it. The one very first requirement of having this mindset is opportunity recognition. I think we need to see the gaps where others see the problems. I think that's a first step to developing this entrepreneurial mindset. The second thing is the risk taking, embracing uncertainty, and making calculated bets. That's also very important right now, in all our job functions, whether you are a professor or a manager or an entry level professional, you still need to, be making calculated bets, and you need to see opportunities where others see problems. The third thing is the resilience. I think we need to stay motivated despite failures or setbacks. I think that's very important because the canvas is very huge, very wide. There is so much that anyone can do. So therefore, I think it's very important to keep that bigger picture in mind and train ourselves to be able to fit into that bigger picture and do well in whatever profession that we choose to pursue. The resourcefulness, doing more with less, and thinking beyond constraints. Anytime you give any job function to anyone, oftentimes coming back with excuses why something could not be done is what you find among a lot of people. But I think what is important is also doing more with less and thinking beyond constraints. Getting things done is also becoming very important in all our job functions. Innovation, I think this is again something that we are all expecting out of our engineers, challenging the status quo and experimenting with new ideas. I think this is now the many job functions. Ownership, taking responsibility for outcomes, not just for tasks. I think it's also becoming very important. And we always, wherever we go, acting like an owner, right? Not just as an employee. And in startups, companies, labs, or universities, it's my place, it's my organization, it's my institution. I think that sense of belonging is something that we need to, have as employees and as leaders, as managers, as in whatever role that we are trying to fit in. I think these are very important right now for all the for all of us, as engineers stepping into jobs, and even for somebody who is trying to build a career or who already has found a career. And having said this, I think there's a lot of background noise coming. Maybe you might want to mute. So the engineering is also all about engineers are the creators, right? Which is one thing that we need to keep in mind. And we stand on the shoulders of scientists. The maths, physics, chemistry, at the biology or at the end of the day, the foundation on which we build engineering. Without science, there is never engineering. So therefore, it's also very important to allow our children to pursue careers where they are good at. That's what the country also needs. I often give the example of a mobile phone. If you look at this mobile phone, right? This mobile phone, behind this mobile phone, there are at least a dozen Nobel Prizes. And these Nobel Prizes have gone on to display technologies, the wireless, the battery, the memory, the processor, the polymers that go into building the screens, the transistors. All of them have got Nobel Prizes either in physics or chemistry, right? So therefore, any engineering marvel that we see today is all built on great science, and so therefore we must develop that respect for science, and we need to keep in mind that any product development happens to be a multidisciplinary kind of an activity, and that is how we need to look at any product development. If you look at semiconductors, which is my area of specialization, right? Things have advanced so fast. I mean, today we are talking of gigafactories, and there are tens of billions of components on a given die, which essentially is on your thumbnail. I mean, in a form factor of this, you see that there are tens of billions of transistors, and so that's how much how advanced this technology is. So if you look at all of these technologies, right, the Moore's law, many of you have heard about Moore's law. That is what has driven all of these advances in these technologies. And now Moore's law has come to an end, right? Now it's all a system level kind of an approach. System level integration is what is driving the technology, which is what we call more than more. right now, what is driving all of these advances in semiconductor technologies is the more than more kind of a paradigm. And in all of this, for example, if you look at mobile phones today, right, it's again a true example of more than more, right? If you look at a mobile phone, of course, there are very advanced integrated circuits in that, the ICs, the semiconductor components in that. But what is also more important is all the sensing functions that are integrated into this mobile phone. You have at least 2 dozen sensors inside a mobile phone now, which are constantly monitoring, so many things that we do with a mobile phone. And the modern mobile phones even have all of these additional healthcare functions integrated into them. So therefore, everything is becoming now a system level kind of an approach, and that is one thing to keep in mind. When it comes to any technology or any platform that we are talking about. And if you look at the technology platforms, right, where are the opportunities for you to build new products, right? As students, as employees, as organizations, where are the opportunities for building new platforms, new technologies? Essentially, it all comes from the technology advances. And if you look at the IT, right, India is a major player in the world in the IT. For example, we are exporting as much in IT services as Saudi Arabia exports as crude oil, right? So therefore, there is a lot of brain power that India exports today. That is where the jobs are. So that's also the reason why there is so much of rush for computer science or IT kind of areas, because this is one area where India is a global leader today in terms of IT services. But you must also know that India is also a global leader in biotechnology, in pharmacy, in drug manufacturing, for example. All the pharmaceutical kind of companies, 50% of global vaccines or 40% of generic demand for drugs in the US are all made out of India. So India is also a pharmacy of the world. So that's again another place where India has done very well. Nanotechnology, India currently ranks third in the world when it comes to nanotechnology, right? Nanotechnology advances, the knowledge that is applied, that is available in the world. India ranks third right now in terms of knowledge generation in nanotechnology. This is one ripe area, where one can use these technologies to advance multiple products in a variety of sectors, industry sectors, and that's an opportunity that exists right now. The cognitive technologies, this is where I would use the AI, ML, and all of these technologies. Again, the platforms are all available now. Large language models are available. I think India needs to now build on these platforms and see what kind of new products and services we can make available using the AI, ML technologies. And finally, the quantum technologies. India has just announced a major quantum mission. There are like 4,500 crore mission available now. A lot of funding is available for quantum, and everybody is saying everything will be quantum in the future. Quantum computers, quantum communication, quantum cryptography, right? Anything that you name today, everything will be moving towards the quantum domain in the near future. That is also one place there will be a lot of jobs availability will happen at some point in time, and that is what we need to be doing. And I work in the nanotechnology area. I have been using this technology for a variety of applications. Though I am a professor, right, I also have two very successful deep technology startups. One of them is not even a startup, it's actually a company now, which supplies explosive detectors to airports in India, and we have also started exporting some of these technologies. But as a professor, being a researcher, what I basically did was to use my expertise in a certain area, right, and have that entrepreneurial kind of a mindset, right, and working in institutions of eminence in the country, I have been able to develop products and get them out into the market through startups. I think that's an opportunity that exists right now. And if you look at the humans, right, we have like 5 senses through which we collect and gather information. And whereas in the case of electronics, right, without the sensing functions, without these sensors integrated into electronics is just a dumb piece of material, right? It doesn't have any intelligence. The intelligence that electronic systems acquire through all the sensing functions. They gather information, they process the information, and then they use this information to make intelligent decisions, which is when you start seeing, mobile phones looking intelligent kind of a thing. So, for example, if you are reading a mobile phone, and if you tilt the mobile phone, if the screen doesn't tilt along with it, then you think the mobile phone is dumb, right? And that is where one of these sensors is actually coming into picture and then playing a role. And if you look at the humans, right, how we perceive information, if you look at electronics, how electronics perceives information, pretty much how humans perceive information is already captured in the electronic gadgets. We can see, mobile phones can see, we can hear, mobile phones can hear, we can touch, electronics also touch. In fact, there are advanced robotics technologies for even performing surgeries remotely now, where all of the touch functions are enabled in a mobile phone. The which the mobile phones don't have, which we have, are basically the smell, even the proprioception, which is the GPS capability, right? Just as we know the sense of where we belong, mobile phones also have excellent GPS capabilities now. The two senses that the mobile phones don't have, which we have, is one is the smell, the other is the taste, right? So the mobile phones cannot smell anything, mobile phones cannot taste anything. These are the two things, where I have spent now 25 years in developing technologies to enable electronics to gather the sense of smell, right? That is what, engineering is all about. Like I said, engineering is about solving problems. Engineering is about engineers need to develop that entrepreneurial mindset. If you are able to acquire, these two kind of, qualities, I can tell you there is no limit to what you can do in a job function. So, for example, in my case, I'll skip some of this. So we have worked on a technology platform at IIT Bombay. We developed a complete platform which is based on 9 nano cantilevers, right? And we were able to build this XSniff platform, an explosive sensor platform for sniffing explosives, exactly like how the dogs function, right? Just as sniffer dogs do, that exact functionality is what we are able to provide to this particular technology. So it exactly works like that, and we gave it to security agencies for testing, and then we also were able to miniaturize this entire technology, and now we are integrating it into many transport kind of systems in order to be able to secure these buses or trains or major installations from terrorist attacks, where people carrying explosives like a sniffer dog, can you actually detect those sort of things. So we developed this entire platform. In fact, we have this thing in the market right now, and I will play a small video. This is just a 2-minute video that will tell you where this actually stands.
Advanced Technologies, an IIT Delhi incubated company, and Nanosniff, an IIT Bombay incubated company, jointly manufacture and launch Nanosniffer, an advanced and affordable explosive trace detector, screening visitors and passengers for explosives at various public or crowded spots have become the norm due to the increase in the terrorist activities around the globe. Every luggage and person passing through the security checkpoint is tested by the security officer to check whether they have traces of explosives on their surface, skin, or hair. Nanosniffer proudly claims to be the first explosive trace detector in the world using micro-sensor technology. The micro-sensor of Nanosniffer is made using micro-electromechanical system, MEMS technology in semiconductor fab. The sensor uses fabrication techniques such as lithography, etching, deposition, spin coating, and finally released to the microsensor. The core technology is protected by patents in the US and Europe. All of our actions leave trace behind, which is then screened by the security personnel. The security has to concentrate at the sampling areas that are likely to be touched by hands. In the case of a bag, this will include handle, buckle, and zipper. Post-sampling, the swipe is inserted into the system where microheater subjects the particles into rapid heating. In case of explosives, this triggers exothermic reactions which are picked up by the integrated temperature sensor of the microheater thereby landing each compound in its own thermal signature. The algorithms use these signatures to distinguish between explosives and non-explosives. Further analysis of the algorithms help in categorization into the appropriate class of explosives. The follow are few nanosniffer features. It is the first microsensor-based ETD. It detects and identifies explosives in less than 10 seconds. Identifies and categorizes explosives into different classes. Can detect inch quantities of explosives traces. It detects all classes of military, conventional, and homemade explosives. It is portable and affordable. It gives visible and audible alerts with sunlight readable color display. Nano Sniffer, explosives trace detection technology can be deployed at airports, railway stations, ports, malls, metro stations, corporate parks, hotels, and tourist spots. The goal is to intercept and prevent access of explosives trafficking. Nano Sniffer is 100% made in India product.
So this particular technology, for example, it took us full 10 years to develop this, and we now have it it was launched by the Minister of Education at that time, and now it is there at 13 airports in India, and now it will get into all airports pretty soon. And so India is using a technology which is indigenously developed, with patents now all over the world. It's called Nano Sniffer. You can actually search for that. So this is an entirely indigenous kind of a technology using a completely new technology platform. So such kind of work can be done right now. And then after I moved to IIT Delhi, I started a project between IIT Delhi and IIT Bombay on agricultural sensors, because I noticed that there are a lot of challenges that Indian farmers face when it comes to soil testing. So we took the soil health card and we started working on developing sensors for many of these macro nutrients. And after about 4 years of work, we launched this product some time ago, the NutriSense, a soil glucometer. It can do NPK sensing in the soil, nitrate, phosphate, potassium. It can do pH. It can do electrical conductivity. Now this is already getting exported. It's there now in multiple states in the country. A large number of farmers are benefiting from that, and we have trained many village level entrepreneurs using this platform. And so these are all the kind of village level installations, and a lot of work has been done. And after I moved to BITS Pilani, now there is a major project we have started between BITS Pilani and IIT Delhi. So I am now working on, I have a US patent on ionizing radiation detection, a detector for ionizing radiation. So we are now developing radiation detectors for cancer therapy. Now when cancer patients go for radiation therapy, there is radiation provided, and that radiation needs to be accurately measured, including the profile and the dose that is given. And those sensors are very expensive. So now we are trying to develop a technology which can compete with what the doctors are using, what is all imported, now with the indigenous platform, again based on a US patent that we have filed. So I think the point here is, this is what is needed. India, for example, today has 45 million students in higher educational institutions. In our universities and colleges, there are 45 million people studying, right? And that our talent pipeline every year is producing 2 million people. That many number of jobs are not going to be available, whatever we might want to do. Many of you need to become entrepreneurs. We need to develop new products. We need to develop new companies too. For example, India needs this product mindset. What is a product mindset? If you look at any company in the production chain, right, these are all the functions that are involved in a product development: concept, branding, design, manufacturing, distribution, marketing, and sales, and after sales service. This is known as the smile curve in the management parlance. And what essentially it means is the value addition for the company primarily happens in concept development and the sales and after sales kind of a service. In the branding and marketing comes first. Manufacturing is at the bottom of the value chain when it comes to the value addition for the company. Look at Apple, right? Apple only does concept and the sales and after sales kind of services. So Apple is a $3 trillion company most valued company. Foxconn, which actually manufactures all of Apple products, is valued at 70 billion US dollars. So that's the difference. So so therefore India needs to think of new products. India needs more product companies. Of course, we have a lot of service companies, but we need more product companies. And for that, many of you need to develop this entrepreneurial mindset, a system focus, right? A product focus, right? Understand what are the requirements in the society and see if we can visualize a product and then see if you can develop such products in whatever job functions that you may be in the future, because that's the only way India will be able to produce, build these large companies, and then those companies providing more and more jobs for the people. So this is my last slide, right? So the success, of course, there are many ways you can define success, but as engineers, right, we can do a lot of things. Even engineering now is all becoming like playing with atoms, right? That kind of capabilities exist. Engineers can play God if science provides the tools. All science fiction of today will be a reality tomorrow. So there is absolutely nothing that you read in science fiction which cannot be realized over a period of time. Autonomous cars to making things disappear, right? All of these things will happen, pretty soon. Becoming good at asking questions is something that, we need to be doing now. Aim high, work hard, and make the best use of opportunities. That is what I call the entrepreneurial mindset. And there will always be failures, but always look at them as stepping stones for your successes. And you need to become good at something. I would request you, urge you, some of you, to pursue higher education. The future is all going to be specialization. If I could become a specialist in one area, and using that specialization, I could develop, so many products and start, 2 companies which are successful. So unless you become a specialist, right, the generalist kind of jobs will all be taken by chat GPTs. The specialist kind of roles will survive for a longer time. I think, those of you who can pursue, learning, higher education, you must do so, and not be in a rush to look for a job, when your family conditions don't really demand that you start earning, kind of a thing, which is very important, because at IIT Delhi, less than 5% of students were going for higher education. 95% of them, wanted jobs. I never understood, with just a BTech degree, without becoming specialist in something, I don't know what kind of things you can really do, which can create wealth for the country. I think, these are the kind of inputs that I have, and I hope, my talk is of some use to some of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Rao, and thank you for your patience throughout the entire session. Brilliant work. Could we have Professor Rao back on screen? So, Professor, if you could just hold on. We'd like to reintroduce you to an old friend of yours. I have another professor here. Is the camera panned to Professor Sadagopan? So,
Thank you, Professor Rao. Brilliant talk as usual. So nice listening to you. I want the whole audience to stand up and give a standing ovation.
Thank you.
Thanks. So from the Garden City, you are handing over a bouquet virtually.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for joining us once again, Professor Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for that. Alright, so we now move on to the next panel discussion that tackles a key inflection point in the student journey, that is hiring. Beyond the placement season, is campus hiring ready for an orbital shift? This session explores how both institutions and enterprises can move beyond the current hiring playbook to shape more resilient and future-ready pathways to employment. The session will be moderated by Mr. Satish. Can you give a round of applause for Mr. Satish Rajaratnam, Head of People and Culture, IT and Administration of RCG Global Services with over 26 years of experience. Mr. Satish is a seasoned HR leader known for driving strategic resourcing, organizational change, agile transformation, and talent management across diverse industries. Ladies and gentlemen, he has also been recognized among Forbes' top 30 talent leaders of 2023 and Asia's 100 HR power leaders. Can we give him a big round of applause for Mr. Satish? Joining him on stage, the panelists. First up, he's a professor of HAG, head of training and placement of NIT Trichy. He brings over 35 years of rich experiences spanning both industry and academia. A certified energy auditor of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, he has published extensively and currently mentors and counsels hundreds of students. His global exposure and leadership continue to inspire the next generation of engineers and professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Dr. A.K. Bhaktawatsalam. Next, joining him on stage, she is the Global Head and Vice President of Talent Acquisition, Wipro, a seasoned leader with over 2 decades of experience in HR and talent acquisition. She has been instrumental in shaping strategic hiring and transformation initiatives at leading organizations, recognized among Forbes India's top 30 talent leaders. Give her a round of applause. And featured in Women's Power listing. Put your hands together for Miss Madhu Menon. Also, we're going to have the EVP and Global Head of Talent Acquisition from HCL Tech with over 2 decades of experience. He specializes in building and scaling world-class talent acquisition functions that drive growth, innovation, and inclusivity across some of the world's leading MNCs. His experiential background, including founding and leading 3 startups, further highlights his ability to innovate and adapt in dynamic business environments. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together for Mr. Prince Jaykumar D. And last but not least, joining at the panel, another lady to join us here, a leader of talent acquisition and national campus strategy and programs, Deloitte US India offices. She brings a rich, multifaceted perspective and over 28 years of diverse experience to talent acquisition. She is passionate about fostering inclusive work cultures that enables professionals to thrive in their career journey. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Sonia Nagpal. Here are our panelists and moderators as they take the stage. Could we continue giving them a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, look to your left and right. We are at a full house. Keep that energy going. Keep clapping, and over to our wonderful moderator, Mr. Satish.
Cash is a way to check. GPay cash. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Looks like pre-lunch, the way the introduction was done, I think we're all ready for the bout, if I were to put it that way. The way he introduced all of us, we need to stay up to that expectation. So we've been given a set of 18-page document to be discussed with all of you in the next 30 minutes or so. But we're gonna keep it aside, because looking at the energy, looking at the sessions that have gone by since morning, we thought we'll make it much more connected, much more use case driven discussion, right? Thank you so much again, HirePro, for getting us all here, and we'll get started with what we would like to call it campus engagement reimagined, or the orbit shift that we're talking about, right? So we were catching up in the lounge sometime back in terms of, should we go through all the 15-page document? How do we reflect this? The usual suspect of industry versus corporate, you do this and I do this, and how do we partner? Then we realized, look, we have different personas inside the forum, right? And how do we have some takeaway for each one of you in this entire 40 minutes that we're going to be together, right? So we're going to make it interactive. Please put your hand up, ask questions. We'd like to have, like the introduction that happened, we'd like to have the protagonist and the antagonist kind of view as well, right? So there are few who would strongly represent the corporate side of the world.
And there's one gentleman who's going to represent the academia university side of the world, and I will be the Narada Muni to kind of mediate between these two guys and see how we can get this out to you as well, right? So that's the context. But having said this, on a serious note, year on year, if you look at the studies that have been happening, $17 trillion change is going to happen, revenue potential is going to happen through AI. That's a fairly bold statement to make, right? If AI is going to move in, what's going to happen? Yeah, we can clearly say the efficiencies are going to move predominantly, right? Okay, but what's going to happen to the talent? Yeah, how is that going to get impacted? Most of the next gen talent that we are trying to groom, build, keep the IT part out for a minute, but look at the consulting side from Deloitte, look at the IT side from HCL and Wipro, look at the academia side. We need faculty members as well, and look at the industry, manufacturing, comms, tech, media, transportation, whole lot of industries we are talking about, healthcare, life sciences, and so on. How do we build those talent, right? I think that's the conversation that we're going to have together, and we will try and keep it much more connected with all of you and most of you. To start with, the way that we would like to structure this is there are three personas that we discussed, right? One, from an industry perspective, we will have representation. Two, from a university side, what and how is something that we're going to talk about as well. Three, the backbenchers out there, right? Our TPOs and recruiters who are sitting inside the room, how do we convert the numbers, right? Is it a capability play or is it a capacity play, right? We want to answer each aspect of it. But again, right at the center, the fulcrum, we'd want to put in our students' community out there. What's in it for them? How are all these three entities going to impact our next generation talent? I think that's going to be the outcome we're going to discuss about, yeah? But having said this, let me quickly move on. If I were to go to the panelists and ask, let me start with the industry experts, right? Maybe Madhu, if you can start off with this. If you were to reimagine this entire initiative of campus engagement, yeah, TPOs, recruiters, assessment modules, day one slot, day two slot, internship, apprenticeship, whatnot, right? There are plenty more like that. If you were to reimagine this entire process, yeah, if I were to put you on the spot, if you put in a design thinking out there and look at the POV out there, how would you approach this differently?
Fortunately, I think we are already reimagined and also living it today with Wipro. This journey started last 1 year, where we started looking at the entire campus journey, or our hiring for next generation very differently. So live examples, which is very, very important for all of us to really see as to what is happening on the ground, right? So one is imagination, and the other one is to really put those imagination into works where we can really see that happening in front of you. So last 1.5 years, our compelling reason of looking at going back to the college to see that, how we can really bring this entire journey as a partnership, more engaged, and the outcomes which are really helping both the academies and also the organizations and industries which can really get the right kind of pedigree, and the students which can be deployable, which can really be put in front of the client and we can really use them, right? So last 1.5 years, how we have positioned this entire journey is that we do not do a process which is after the completion of your course. We basically go on the 5th semester itself. We build the foundation. We have the curriculum designed of Wipro, which is running on only few campuses, which has been designed right now as 50 plus, where the entire curriculum has been designed. We have done train the trainer, which means the professors within that universities and academies are really training these students to the courses which is really applied technologies, applied skills, which is important for them to come to the organization and be successful while we deploy them. There is a full thought of really reimagining this entire thing and then making it to real by giving them live experiences through various projects, bringing them before they really complete their entire journey to really come as intern while they are really completing it, to give them 4 months of real-time lab experience simulations which can make them work in a core experiential learning environment, giving them problem statements which a client will have in a real-time situation and assessing them on their abilities to think on their feet at the time of the problem statement is given. So we've shifted already to see how we can engage with the academies to really look at how we can engage with them to really bring out the best which can really be applied to what we can produce to our client, our end clients here. So I think that's where we are. I think engagement is all about partnership. I think it's all about meeting not only when we do a process at the end of the journey. I think it is during where we can contribute, we can really make a difference to each student, where we can really add value to their skills, make them aware of what is something which is coming next for them. We call it next generation for us. So our entire project to really run the campus is next generation. We prepare them for what is important for them to really get trained and their adjacent skills, because today we don't see one skill as kind of importance. It is something where you do really have to, like a passport, right? You really have to have stamps of various skills that is important, and that's the journey that we are in, and we are trying to replicate that, through our...
Brilliant. So next gen, you're investing 4 months of time, getting them upskilled out there, and attributing and creating that journey. Fantastic. So I'm going to switch to Sonia. From a SI partner like a Wipro, yours is a little different from a Deloitte perspective, the consulting part. How do you go about in kind of reimagining or changed from what it used to be to where it is today, Sonia?
Okay, so first I'm going to actually jump ship. I'm not saying I'm from corporate, I'm not saying I'm from faculty. I'm going to say I'm looking at it from a student's perspective. And I think that's what all of us should do, whether we are corporate, whether we are, the companies out there, etc. One is, I believe that India as a whole is going through a revolution. There's a talent revolution happening. You have NEP coming in, you have skill-based hiring that is, the government is investing a lot in it. That being said on one side, on the other side, we always say from the corporate world, there is a skill gap. Have we identified what that skill gap is, right? And skills in this, if you ask me, organizations do a lot. I'll give you a few examples of what Deloitte has done, etc. But when we say skill gap, we also know that things are changing so fast. What's relevant today may not be relevant tomorrow, etc., etc. So what I believe, honestly, that we should be probably looking at is human capabilities of agility, etc. Because I didn't know I was going to do HR, right? I've just come into it. So I think if you have people we create people who are more agile to switch roles, things are moving so fast, if they're able to do that, that is more important, giving them the visibility. So getting to what we do in Deloitte and stuff like that, one of the things that we saw is that, and I believed personally, because I was just telling everybody in the session earlier that I didn't know I was going to be in talent, right? So I did multiple roles after college, because in my time, I'm not telling you how old I am, but 28 years, you'll heard, so you'll figure it out. There was no option for us to know what's out there in the market. Today, that is available to students. They know about things, but there are certain nuances about it as well. So how do you bring that out to students? So one very good program that we've done in Deloitte is called a bridge program. So every month or 2 months, and it's open to all students, not colleges that we go to hire from, it's across. Anyone can log into that program. Is we pick up one skill which is relevant, one use case that happens, share it with an audience, and it's a virtual session, so anyone can join in, understand about that skill. So when you talk about, I'll give you an example. I manage hiring for US taxation, but nobody ever knows that this tax technology is a branch at all. So what do? How do students from the engineering background know that, this is available? So we give them use cases, etc., that helps them. That is one bit. The second is, when we do internships, we don't just go in there and we say hire students for the sake of it. We do a workshop before that to at least let them know what they're getting into. If they like it, they stay. Because right now, what I believe in, we're talking about, colleges looking at skill. We're looking at early engagement. We're looking at, identifying early talent. And we're looking at how do we manage attrition. It it can't work in silos, it all has to come together. So that's something that we look at very carefully, and very specific programs designed to that.
Brilliant. So from a 4-5 months incubation to looking at skills gen, next gen, trying to build that through the bridge program. Prince, if I were to turn out to you with the kind of volume that HCL is doing as well from a campus perspective, if you were to reimagine this entire process, right? I know we've heard about apprenticeship, incubation, building newer domain-related taxation, for example, that's come in as an example. How would you approach this? If you were to approach this differently, you have a magic wand and you want to wish it and change it, how would you do that, Prince?
See, I think I started my career, in the early stages of my career, I used to go to campuses. In the late 90s, early 2000s, when we go to the campuses, whatever we did, we still do. Most of the organizations still do. We go to the campus, give a aptitude test, then we do follow it up with some kind of coding assessment, either it is written or interviews, and then we select people and then train them and deploy them. In between, in the last 25 years, this training has shifted, either did a right shift or left shift. Moved from campuses to corporate, from corporate to campus. Beyond this, we have not attempted much as far as an industry is concerned, as far as academia is concerned, as far as students are concerned. Nothing much has changed. I think currently, if I look at the production of engineers in India, we are creating a lot more than what the industry needs today. That is number one. Number two, Indian mindset is a credentials mindset and an immediate ROI mindset. We chase credentials. For example, if we put our children in music class, we want them to clear grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. We don't ask them whether they have learnt music, whether they love the music, can they create music. We don't ask any of those. We say which grade, Trinity grade 5, oh fantastic. Can he play something? Yeah, he can play that same, exam piece. Beyond that, he can't do anything. Okay. So our focus is towards credentials and immediate ROI. People don't ask you on, what do you want to be in your career. When you pass out, what is the offer you've got? Whether you've got a, 3.75 to 4.25 offer, or did you land in that 9 lakh bracket, or did you really cross and go to that 25 plus lakh bracket? So that is all people's intention is. I think, we are coming to a point when things are at an inflection point, when many things are going to change. Say, number one, there is going to be a lot more consolidation of the engineering brands, engineering campuses brands, because today if you are a small-time engineering college, people don't go there. So a lot of them are going to get consolidated, and these universities are becoming larger and larger, and they have a lot more mass. There are 20,000 people in an engineering campus. Did we produce that many engineering faculty before taking that many students? No, but we are now going to consolidate even more. We are going to have 50,000, 1 lakh students sitting in a college. So we have a bigger problem to solve. Okay. So we are a credential-loving society, so we are wanting that BTech degree quickly. Can you give it to me in the 3rd year itself? People are happy to take. Can you give me a quickly offer, the job offer? That is all people are looking for. But the future is different. Future is changing. See, what we are missing out is, how do we see, if I put my son in music, when he comes out, can he create small pieces of music on his own? Or at least can he love music? Can he understand music a little better? Can he appreciate classical music, whether it's Western classical or Indian classical? Can he appreciate that music a little bit more? Is what is the necessity of this industry today. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, all of us are still behind this rat race of getting the person quickly built. And as an industry, we are also pushing colleges. Now, as I said, we are left shifting. Earlier, we were right shifting, moving the finishing schools we were running in the campuses. We were taking it in-house and saying that we can train better. Now we are left shifting, saying that we will push many of this to the campus. Now you train and give so that I can deploy and get them built on day one. So that is the shift happening. We are no different. As Madhu was mentioning, we are also running an MOU model. We have signed up with a bunch of colleges. We will engage them on the 5th semester. we will go educate their faculty, we will give specific content which needs to be covered in their curriculum, and we will deliver those content and we try to make them deployment ready on day one. Okay, I'll stop here for now and probably in the next round I'll pick it up further.
Very interesting, right? So what I also hear is 70 to 80% of what you were doing 15, 20 years back, it still is continuing in some form or the other shape. So I'm going to turn this on to Professor. Professor, if the corporate wants the academia to say, we can't wait for 4 years for a degree, we can't wait for 3 years for a degree, micro-credentialize and get this out in 1 year. I know, being ambitious out here, right? How would you look at this from reimagining this entire process of campus engagement and hiring and building capability, to be precise? Because end of the day, it's the students that are in the dock. Yeah. Year on year in India, we have 7% more graduates graduating. Every year, there's a 7% uptick in graduation, right? Forget about masters and doctorates and innovation and other stuff, but at least graduation is about 7% more. Do we have adequate demand out there? How do we get the best of skilling done within the university so that we don't let a Prince or a Madhu or a Sonia go back and take them in and do an apprenticeship or train them or certify them or credentialize them? How do you look at this entire paradigm shift, Professor?
Thank you, Satish. I thought I was outnumbered 1:4, but thanks to Prince, I think a lot of what Prince spoke was on the academia side. The current model of campus recruitment as it is, it's very, very transactional, very fleeting, discreet, once a year engagement, lacking depth, right? So that is where we have been, and that's what Prince was also telling. Last 20, 25 years, we have been left shifting, right shifting, and just hovering around that. And the current model is a perfect setting for rat race for students and industry. And as far as academia is concerned, it's a situation for lament. The place students, once they get a job, they don't attend classes, they make merry. The yet to be placed students, they are stressed out, they are preparing for the next company that is on campus, they don't attend classes eventually. So certainly the current model as it is not really good for all the stakeholders. And if you have to look at a shift, a tectonic shift from where we are, an orbital shift from where we are, we have to touch some fundamentals somewhere, and that's what we are trying to discuss here, right? And I'm fond of making this in all forums wherever I talk. Academic institution is a very, very unique place. Students are our customers. Students are also our product. Very rare that you'll find a place where somebody is a customer and somebody is a product also. And from academia side, I'm giving this product free to industry. Now you want that product to be billable from day one. Probably not even from day one, from the day an offer is made or from the day an internship is given. No, this is unfair I'm not trying to get into a blame game, but I'm just saying that I'm trying to get industry to think about what it is from the other side, right? So essentially what I'm trying to say is, so what Prince was saying, we are trying to shift this training part. We're just looking at the training part. And whenever we're talking about engagement with academia, largely what we have in mind is we're trying to talk about engagement with the student, not really engagement with the institute or faculty, right? If you're having serious, deep, not fleeting engagements with the institution and with the faculty, then there is a possibility to bring about some major transformation. I'll pause here, probably I'll come back.
Super. Well, I'm going to turn this head on, right? It's a great point that you made, Prof.
I mean, it's unfair to have a student in third year to come and do internship and excel in everything and get trained and certified and do all of this stuff, right? How do we, from a corporate perspective, I know it's a Tom and Jerry game because the rat word was already used. So Tom and Jerry between academia always saying industry has to step forward, industry would say academia has to step up, right? Given that scenario, let's take student in the same context. Today, the entire skill taxonomy is changing significantly. Keep the tech part on one side. Even the agility, the business environment, the macro economics is changing. So it's all about speed, whether it's the customer or the product that the academia is churning out. How does a product hit the road and gets the billing is something that's picking up steam out there. Given that situation, how do we marry these two, right? I know Professor brought in a very valid point. You can't expect a student who's just passed out and come back and say, I will talk to the customer, solve for it, I'll be innovative, close out everything as well, right? It's also unfair. But given the situation, how should corporate approach this? Let me maybe start with Prince this time. I know you have a education division separately running in as well and train and deploy and so on. How do you think we can try to solve for this from a student perspective, Prince? We spoke about apprenticeship, we spoke about agility and bringing in new domains. You spoke about that as well. But if you were to change this in terms of getting our students ready quicker than where they are today, how would you think that we can change it?
Getting the student ready for life is more important rather than getting them ready for the first job. Getting them ready for life is a slightly more challenging task because especially with AI knocking our doors, it's still not, gate crashed and spoiling every party, but it is knocking on our doors and waiting in our doors, and it is going to come in. When it comes in, what are the type of shift it will create is not fully known to everybody. So at this point in time, the necessity is to ensure that we prepare our students well for their life. If it needs to happen, fundamental thing is learning by inquiry. Okay. First of all, the necessity is for people for student needs to understand that they need to learn through inquiry. They need to have inquisitiveness to learn. So there is a necessity to create that need, that orientation of how to study and what are you studying for. That core needs to be given to the student, number one. Number two, the fundamentals needs to be taught more clearly. In India, we focus on theory. And if you sit in any of these, university boards, curriculum boards, you will see, although you would want to bring in an industry perspective, most of the times it will be about the title, how can you change some title, name change, how many credits will go to that particular subject, how do we structure this, what kind of 2-mark question can you ask from that, 4-mark question can you ask from that. And in this whole process, what India is driving towards is again towards that examination and credential. For a moment, India have to forget about that examination and credential. And if I am, taking an architect from a college, I would want him to come and show me his portfolio. He would need to show me how his designs are unique and how he has built a portfolio, and he has to show me if he's, a town planning architect. He has to tell me how he can reshape Bangalore, and he needs to give me 4 innovative models, from which if I like that idea, then as a recruiter I need to pick. Similarly in software, a person needs to create his own GitHub, and he has to build his portfolio. He has to minimum, code industry, benchmark, quality code, at least 2,000 lines of code he should have written. He should have built use cases. He should have, created design. In the classroom, he needs to defend his design. The people in the classroom needs to, poke holes in his design. They should build that design thinking. They should put themselves in a, product mindset, build a small prototype where they discuss, debate about that product, alternate approaches, and then he creates his portfolio, and if he shows that portfolio to the company looks at who are all matching the portfolio, what we require, and pick. Okay, it's a long journey. Okay, and are we ready to directly jump into that? That is not possible. To overnight shift the entire country's curriculum type. So what we need to do right now is focus on fundamentals. Instead of going in the 5th year, industry need to go in the 1st year itself. And academia needs to shift from this style of curriculum boards to interactive curriculum boards. You do the structuring of your final output required for the university later, but work with the industry in terms of understanding what are the core things required, what needs to be taught to the student, so that he becomes a core software engineer when he passes out. Okay, the fundamentals need to be taught. Fundamentals needs to be, say for example, if you are teaching, polymorphism in OOPS, then the person needs to first of all come up with ideas on where all can he implement polymorphism in the real world. And then it needs to be iteratively developed on how can this be used in a more complex way. And when he has understood 10 different ways of implementing polymorphism, then he goes develops a product or a project in which he uses that. Then he builds that in the portfolio and showcases to the companies later. But to start with, how do we drill in these fundamentals? How can we have these classrooms as more interactive classrooms, more iterative in terms of ideating a design, ideating a concept, layering the learning. How do we do all of these? This is what we want from the academia. And the industry is ready to partner from year one in terms of reworking these programs. But as I said, most of the private organizations, private institutes today, invest a lot more in your faculty today. And there is enough talent available in the industry whom you can borrow from or hire from to bring about this change. If that change comes, I think as recruiters, we can quickly change from, this basic aptitude test, etc. And, because everybody prepares for aptitude tests and clear aptitude tests. When you have learned discrete mathematics and, advanced mathematics, why are you preparing for aptitude test? Today, that is what is happening in college. Instead, I would like to shift from there and more look at, portfolio of an individual and hire. That's where it needs to move.
Got it. No, so yes, please. Yes.
Can I just respond just one specific point about the curriculum that Prince talked about? To the academia friends here, we have these board of studies where by design we have an industry personnel representing and who's supposed to bring in the latest that is happening in the industry and all that. But in reality, what happens in the board of studies meetings is that it's the reverse of what is happening here. The faculty are in larger number and then there's just one industry personnel. And then he ends up basically signing on the minutes. Nothing really serious is happening in the board of studies outcome. So one suggestion is that the industry should push itself into the BOS more and more. By force you have to push, number one. Number two, what industry can do is, for example, if Prince or Sonia or someone is there in a BOS, before you go for the BOS, have a set of meetings with your counterparts in the same sector. Collect the points and then go, when in the BOS, say that this is the view of this sector. And these are the companies which want this change to happen in the curriculum, not just HCL's view or Deloitte's view or Wipro's view. It is the view of this entire sector. So then there is little more that you can leverage out of these board of studies. The second thing I wanted to talk about, now the policy is big on what is called as professor of practice. Microcredits. The professor of practice doesn't require someone to have a PhD, which has always been the biggest showstopper, a barrier to tap that body of knowledge that is there with the industry. So the POP is again, industry can push itself into academia and that way can influence the curriculum in a bigger way than what it is happening today.
Great. So I'm going to pick on what Prince left us with. It's got to be more research-based, more thought leadership building in a solution orientation and not just what we go through. If that could help solve the puzzle on one side. Well, Prof clearly said, can we have more participation and not sign in on the BOS because there are faculties that are outnumbering the industry personas out there, and can we reverse it through professors of practice coming in, contributing and building the society as well. Now I'm going to move back to Sonia quickly for one of time. Sonia, you spoke about agility, building agile, and the taxation front, the consulting front, and so on. How do you think that we should look at it? Maybe other perspectives from the corporate side. Quickly. Yeah.
So probably from the corporate and from the college side. And I know I'm going to say something which may or may not go well with everyone, but I believe that rather than looking at placements into how many people have got into a company, etc., from the college side, we should start being career enablers, identifying the skills of the person before, putting them on the right track. And it should be continuous learning. It's not just once you get in, and it's a good thing to do, right? Once you get into an organization, there will be changes. So if you can create modules, etc., for students to come back to you to learn, will be helpful. From the corporate side of things, one thing is like what Sir said, it's not just the students. We also have to invest in the faculty. We also have to invest in the deans. I'm just going to go back to Deloitte. Deloitte had 2 sessions, I think 2 years ago, and we are we're committed to doing this. It's called the Academia Symposium that happens with deans and directors of colleges. We also have a training placement officer connect. We are saying that we're moving away from placement. We need you all to be career enablers. And from our perspective, we also need to be able to equip you and partner with you to ensure that we have created an environment where students can study. Certain programs that we are looking at with various universities is saying that, can we probably do an elective with you? Where we will come and do, I think it needs 40 hours, etc. I'm not very clear about how much it is, 40 hours that need to be trained, where we can come and talk to you about your students about certain things. But we need to be able to reach the right nerve in the student, for the student to be able to pick up, and he should have both the college and us focusing on his entire career, not just getting placed in an organization.
Fantastic. So it's a typical marriage between the academia and the corporate, so that the marriage long lasts. So I'm going to turn this on to Madhu quickly. I know you guys were pioneers in getting the work integrated learning programs and so on. How do you think that we need to tweak from what otherwise that you think from Prince and Sonia?
I think I pretty much align to the thoughts that Prince had. I think all of that is important. We are currently very much focused on skill as a currency. We are looking at adaptability of those skills and the new skills, emerging skills. We are focusing on that. I think at the core of it, I think what is important is that agility and maybe conceptualizing of the overall, the growth that talent is going to look at, like the student. What I think which is missing in this entire thing is that corporate would like to really go to the academies and try to train for the purpose of billability and deployment. At the same time, academia will be looking at industries to come and partner with them. In between, where the students are concerned, I think they should really require a proper direction as to what will lead them to be successful and grow in their career. I think taking that clue from Prince, I think that's the place that we should be investing more, because that will make them future ready for the employment of future. Because the workplace and the work culture and the kind of roles and the projects that we are going to get now will be very different and unique. It's evolving. Whatever we teach today, whether we create a curriculum or we give them, experiential learning, it would require them to upskill them, right? And for them to be there, I think what we require to help them is to understand the entire concept and the context of skilling, which is going to be a continuous journey. Failing fast and learning, and then, getting that to the learning curve for the next level is very important. So I feel the important part that both academia and the corporate can do here is to create that learning journey throughout the journey that they really join from that time to at least 2 to 3 years when they really get experience with evolving state of what's the end customer is looking like. So that experiential learning is something which is a gap where we feel that, today how we are looking at it is 0 to 4 months of an incubation period that we really want to put them in front of the end customer. I think that journey that we used to have earlier, like 3 years, giving them a more kind of a help to really understand what is important, is still required. With the kind of experience of looking at how they can really create or co-create something which is going to really help the end customer. That ideation and really having that hunger to really make a new product or maybe co-create a new product which can really help the organizations to really succeed. I think it's the intellectual, upliftment of our upskilling, which is very much important, that we have to really help overall to the talent of the country, to help them to come up the learning curve and be there while we are really getting evolved with AI and everything coming. I think that's what is the place that, I'll place our contribution to.
Fantastic. So just to quickly sum up, from an output to an outcome from a student perspective, right? It's not just about the final day or the day one placement to, like what you all had called out there for us, okay, or outside. From an outcome perspective, right? Look at it in terms of how capable you are, what's your life skill, what's the foundation skill, building agility to Sonia called out, and being skill ready to the customers. And if you look at it from professor's point of view, how do we partner with the academia to make sure that all of what we spoke translates to definitive outcome? Yeah, sitting in a board of study doesn't mean that you just sign off and move on, or once in 3 months go there, 6 months go there, just do a virtual sign off and move on. How do we contribute towards that as well? Just a quick summation also. If you look at the AI journey, most of us spoke about AI from this side, from a industry perspective. From where we were in the previous years, for example, the AI that we used to know way back is all about a bot picking up data. It used to create data, right? It used to read and represent data. That's the phase one of the journey of AI. That's when it all started. From there, it moved on to saying, look, we can predict something using the data set, right? How do you collect that data, use a predictable data model? And that's where if you get to see your deep learning, machine learning, all of those came into picture. And from there, we transitioned out to what we call as create and curate, with not just prediction, but after prediction, can I also curate the next series of future data set which will turn out to be? And that's where you get to see the Gen AIs of the world coming into picture, right? The DeepSeeks, the Gen AIs, whatnot, right? The Geminis and so on and so forth. But today, all of us are in the era where we call about what we call as agentic AI. Think about it, right? I think most of us know banking teller or an underwriter who writes mortgages and allocations and so on. All of those jobs, 95% of them can be done using an agentic AI. The agentic AI picks up the data sets, it creates, it curates, it comes back and say, yes, you can write a mortgage for Satish at X amount of value basis, all the credentials that I've seen through. Humans will have to just right now say, yes, I'm okay with it. Yeah. So the agentic AI is going to transform all of the skill set that we've been through in the past, and it can get things done. Today we're talking about low code, no code. You don't need a developer to sit and do coding. You draw an image, draw a box, click it, put it in a low code, no code model. It converts that into any language set that you want it to. It can write that in a .NET or a C# versus a Java versus any skill that you're looking at. HTML, XML, CSS, whatever you want it to. Having said this dynamic, I think Madhu, you called it out, skills are changing every fortnight, if not exaggerating, right? Given that scenario, one rapid fire question before you open up for questions to them. If one skill that students should build in today's context, what would that be? Let me start with you, Sonia.
So I think human capabilities are, like I said, agility, teamwork.
Agility, okay. All
I
right.
think those are the things that are really important.
Madhu?
Context fluency.
Context being fluid in terms of changing to ever-changing environment. Prince?
Yeah, fundamentals and creativity.
Fundamentals, brilliant, right?
And creativity. So these are the two key things.
Got it, okay.
I'm going to say something very, very fundamental.
Sure.
Basic manners, courtesy,
wow.
Ethics, body language, eye contact. These are missing Gen Z kids. Sadly, post-COVID.
Prof, just to stand true to that, I've been, whenever I ask a question, I straight look into you. So
I just call you boomer uncle. I'm thinking adaptability. how quickly all of us adapted when COVID happened, right? It would not have happened. I mean, organizations changed, students changed, college changed. I think adaptability extremely important.
Got it. One portion I conveniently ignored is the TPO recruiter nexus or marriage, let me put it that way. But I guess from what we heard is not much of that aspects are changing, but then when we transform from being an outcome to an output to an outcome-driven way of looking at it and partnership between students, academia, and corporate, I think things are going to change by itself. Having said this, I know there's a Time's Up red alarm that's on for us. We have time for another minute to take a question before we let you go for lunch. Is that okay? One, two questions?
Sorry, Mr. Satish. Unfortunately, we are constrained on time. But most definitely, ladies and gentlemen, any questions are entertained by a wonderful panelist and moderator off stage. Yes? Lovely. Thank you so much for your time and the insights. Requested to remain on stage, calling upon Mr. Abhishek sir, the Vice President HirePro, to felicitate them. Give him a round of applause. Come on. Come on guys, where's the energy? Give them a round of applause. They're taking time from their busy day. A lot of insights from the best of the best in the industry right now. All of this is happening thanks to HirePro by CareerNet at Momentum at 25. Thank you, panelists and thought leaders. Thank you for taking the time to enjoy the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, now we break for lunch. We have 3 counters spread across the hallway. So take your time. If you find that there's too much concentration in any of the queues, spread out. We will meet you back here sharp in the next 45 minutes. That is 2:30 p.m. Please, my lovely audience members, guests and speakers and delegates, it's my kind request to have all of you back here on time. Thank you very much.
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी अपना विस्तार किया। लेकिन अब जिस प्रकार से देश और दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस प्रकार से इस यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना रूप लिया, मैं गुजरात सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा, इसको सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी के बजाय अच्छा होगा अब इसको हम एक एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कन्वर्ट करें।
Pandit themed 4 schools for that. School of Energy Technology, School of Management, School of Technology, and School of Liberal Studies.
At School of Technology, we offer 5 undergraduate programs and 10 postgraduate programs. From this year, we have initiated several minor programs.
The government, collaboration with industries, and our expertise in academia, PDEU stands strong as an institute nurturing the future of the country. List 16 centers of excellence. So that India has the brain power that's needed for its advances in the field, basis by the presence of the people. These are the guests PDEU has hosted since its inception. PDEU, the world of research and University of Energy.
The smallest spark of magic can create the biggest change. Renesas is an embedded semiconductor solution provider. Driven by its purpose to make our lives easier. Embodying the 5 elements of our culture. A global and diverse team of over 21,000 professionals work together to rapidly change and shape the innovation landscape. As the industry's leading expert in embedded processing with system-level know-how, we have evolved to provide scalable and comprehensive solutions based on the broadest product portfolio, including high-performance computing, embedded processing, analog and connectivity, and power. Now, we're expanding our boundaries to offer enhanced user experiences through digitalization and usher into a new era of innovation. From mission-critical automotive and industrial to emerging infrastructure and IoT applications, we're meeting our customers' evolving needs to bring their products to life and market faster than ever before. We develop sustainable, power-efficient solutions with unmatched quality today to help people and communities thrive tomorrow. Together, we're shaping the future, one touch of magic at a time, to make our lives easier.
2007, Gujarat was emerging as the industrial hub and developmental epicenter of the nation. Aiding this change, the then Chief Minister Sri Narendra Modi envisioned an extraordinary institute that India needed, where this happened.
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी अपना विस्तार किया। लेकिन अब जिस प्रकार से देश और दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस प्रकार से इस यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना रूप लिया, मैं गुजरात सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा, इसको सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी के बजाय अच्छा होगा अब इसको हम एक एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कन्वर्ट करें।
Pandit deemed 4 schools for that: School of Energy Technology, School of Management, School of Technology, and School of Liberal Studies.
At School of Technology, we offer 5 undergraduate programs and 10 postgraduate programs. From this year, we have initiated several minor programs.
The government, collaboration with industries, and our expertise in academia, PDEU stands strong as an institute nurturing the future of the country. Established 16 centers of excellence. So that India has the brain power that's needed for its advances in the field, basis by the presence of the people. These are the guests PDEU has hosted since its inception. PDEU, the world of research and University of Energy.
The smallest spark of magic can create the biggest change. Renaissance is an embedded semiconductor solution provider. Driven by its purpose to make our lives easier. Embodying the 5 elements of our culture. A global and diverse team of over 21,000 professionals work together to rapidly change and shape the innovation landscape. As the industry's leading expert in embedded processing with system-level know-how, we have evolved to provide scalable and comprehensive solutions based on the broadest product portfolio, including high-performance computing, embedded processing, analog and connectivity, and power. Now, we're expanding our boundaries to offer enhanced user experiences through digitalization and usher into a new era of innovation. From mission-critical automotive and industrial to emerging infrastructure and IoT applications, we're meeting our customers' evolving needs to bring their products to life and market faster than ever before. We develop sustainable, power-efficient solutions with unmatched quality today to help people and communities thrive tomorrow. Together, we're shaping the future, one touch of magic at a time, to make our lives easier.
In 2007, Gujarat was emerging as the industrial hub and developmental epicenter of the nation. Aiding this change, the then Chief Minister Sri Narendra Modi envisioned an extraordinary institute that India needed. Where had this happened?
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी अपना विस्तार किया। लेकिन अब जिस प्रकार से देश और दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस प्रकार से इस यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना रूप लिया, मैं गुजरात सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा, इसको सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी के बजाय अच्छा होगा अब इसको हम एक एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कन्वर्ट करें।
Pandits deemed 4 schools for that. School of Energy Technology, School of Management, School of Technology, and School of Liberal Studies.
At School of Technology, we offer 5 undergraduate programs and 10 postgraduate programs. From this year, we have initiated several minor programs.
The government, collaboration with industries, and our expertise in academia, PDEU stands strong as an institute nurturing the future of the country. Established 16 centers of excellence. So that India has the brain power that's needed for its advances in the field, basis by the presence of the people. These are the guests PDEU has hosted since its inception. PDEU, the world of research and University of Energy.
The smallest spark of magic can create the biggest change. Renaissance is an embedded semiconductor solution provider driven by its purpose to make our lives easier. Embodying the 5 elements of our culture. A global and diverse team of over 21,000 professionals work together to rapidly change and shape the innovation landscape. As the industry's leading expert in embedded processing with system-level know-how, We have evolved to provide scalable and comprehensive solutions based on the broadest product portfolio, including high-performance computing, embedded processing, analog and connectivity, and power. Now, we are expanding our boundaries to offer enhanced user experiences through digitalization and usher into a new era of innovation. From mission-critical automotive and industrial to emerging infrastructure and IoT applications, we're meeting our customers' evolving needs to bring their products to life and market faster than ever before. We develop sustainable, power-efficient solutions with unmatched quality today to help people and communities thrive tomorrow. Together, we're shaping the future, one touch of magic at a time, to make our lives easier.
In 2007, Gujarat was emerging as the industrial hub and developmental epicenter of the nation. Aiding this change, the then Chief Minister Sri Narendra Modi envisioned an extraordinary institute that India needed. Where had this happened?
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी अपना विस्तार किया। लेकिन अब जिस प्रकार से देश और दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस प्रकार से इस यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना रूप लिया, मैं गुजरात सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा, इसको सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी के बजाय अच्छा होगा अब इसको हम एक एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कन्वर्ट करें।
Pandit deemed 4 schools for that. School of Energy Technology, School of Management, School of Technology, and School of Liberal Studies.
At School of Technology, we offer 5 undergraduate programs and 10 postgraduate programs. From this year, we have initiated several minor programs.
The government, collaboration with industries, and our expertise in academia, PDEU stands strong as an institute nurturing the future of the country. Established 16 centers of excellence. So that India has the brain power that's needed for its advances in the field, basis by the presence of the people. These are the guests PDEU has hosted since its inception. PDEU, the world of research and University of Energy.
The smallest spark of magic can create the biggest change. Renaissance is an embedded semiconductor solution provider driven by its purpose to make our lives easier. Embodying the 5 elements of our culture. A global and diverse team of over 21,000 professionals work together to rapidly change and shape the innovation landscape. As the industry's leading expert in embedded processing with system-level know-how, we have evolved to provide scalable and comprehensive solutions based on the broadest product portfolio, including high-performance computing, embedded processing, analog and connectivity, and power. Now, we are expanding our boundaries to offer enhanced user experiences through digitalization and usher into a new era of innovation. From mission-critical automotive and industrial to emerging infrastructure and IoT applications, we're meeting our customers' evolving needs to bring their products to life and market faster than ever before. We develop sustainable, power-efficient solutions with unmatched quality today to help people and communities thrive tomorrow. Together, we're shaping the future, one touch of magic at a time, to make our lives easier.
2007, Gujarat was emerging as the industrial hub and developmental epicenter of the nation. Aiding this change, the then Chief Minister Sri Narendra Modi envisioned an extraordinary institute that India needed. Where had this happened?
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी अपना विस्तार किया। लेकिन अब जिस प्रकार से देश और दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस प्रकार से इस यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना रूप लिया, मैं गुजरात सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा, इसको सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी के बजाय अच्छा होगा अब इसको हम एक एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कन्वर्ट करें।
Pandit deemed 4 schools for that. School of Energy Technology, School of Management, School of Technology, and School of Liberal Studies.
At School of Technology, we offer 5 undergraduate programs and 10 postgraduate programs. From this year, we have initiated several minor programs.
The government, collaboration with industries, and our expertise in academia, PDEU stands strong as an institute nurturing the future of the country. Established 16 centers of excellence. So that India has the brain power that's needed for its advances in the field, basis by the presence of the people. These are the guests PDEU has hosted since its inception. PDEU, the world of research and University of Energy.
The smallest spark of magic can create the biggest change. Renaissance is an embedded semiconductor solution provider driven by its purpose to make our lives easier. Embodying the 5 elements of our culture. A global and diverse team of over 21,000 professionals work together to rapidly change and shape the innovation landscape. As the industry's leading expert in embedded processing with system-level know-how, we have evolved to provide scalable and comprehensive solutions based on the broadest product portfolio, including high-performance computing, embedded processing, analog and connectivity, and power. Now, we are expanding our boundaries to offer enhanced user experiences through digitalization and usher into a new era of innovation. From mission-critical automotive and industrial to emerging infrastructure and IoT applications, we're meeting our customers' evolving needs to bring their products to life and market faster than ever before. We develop sustainable, power-efficient solutions with unmatched quality today to help people and communities thrive tomorrow. Together, we're shaping the future, one touch of magic at a time, to make our lives easier.
1947, Gujarat was emerging as the industrial hub and developmental epicenter of the nation. Aiding this change, the then Chief Minister Sri Narendra Modi envisioned an extraordinary institute that India needed. Where had this happened?
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम और अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी अपना विस्तार किया। लेकिन अब जिस प्रकार से देश और दुनिया की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिस प्रकार से इस यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना रूप लिया, मैं गुजरात सरकार से आग्रह करूंगा, इसको सिर्फ पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी के बजाय अच्छा होगा अब इसको हम एक एनर्जी यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कन्वर्ट करें।
Pandit deemed 4 schools for that. School of Energy Technology, School of Management, School of Technology, and School of Liberal Studies.
At School of Technology, we offer 5 undergraduate programs and 10 postgraduate programs. From this year, we have initiated several minor programs.
The government, collaboration with industries, and our expertise in academia, PDEU stands strong as an institute nurturing the future of the country. Established 16 centers of excellence. So that India has the brain power that's needed for its advances in the field, basis by the presence of the people. These are the guests PDEU has hosted since its inception. PDEU, the world of research and University of Energy.
The smallest spark of magic can create the biggest change. Renaissance is an embedded semiconductor solution provider driven by its purpose to make our lives easier. Embodying the 5 elements of our culture. A global and diverse team of over 21,000 professionals work together to rapidly change and shape the innovation landscape. As the industry's leading expert in embedded processing with system-level know-how, we have evolved to provide scalable and comprehensive solutions based on the broadest product portfolio, including high-performance computing, embedded processing, analog and connectivity, and power. Now, we are expanding our boundaries to offer enhanced user experiences through digitalization and usher into a new era of innovation. From mission-critical automotive and industrial to emerging infrastructure and IoT applications, we're meeting our customers' evolving needs to bring their products to life and market faster than ever before. We develop sustainable, power-efficient solutions with unmatched quality today to help people and communities thrive tomorrow. Together, we're shaping the future, one touch of magic at a time, to make our lives easier.
requesting our wonderful delegates to please make way into the auditorium. We are scheduled to begin with the next round of sessions. Hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. Once again, if you can hear me outside in the hallways, a kind request to make way into the auditorium. We're about to begin. Once again, a kind request to all our wonderful delegates. If you've completed with your lunch, please join us inside the conference hall. We are awaiting your arrival to begin the show.
In 2007, Gujarat was emerging as the industrial hub and developmental epicenter of the nation. Aiding this change, the then Chief Minister Sri Narendra Modi envisioned an extraordinary institute that India needed. Where had this happened?
बीते 1.5 दशक में पीडीपीयू ने पेट्रोलियम सेक्टर के साथ साथ पूरे एनर्जी स्पेक्ट्रम
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you can hear my voice, please make way into the conference hall. We're about to begin with the next leg of this amazing day. Check. Once again, a kind request to all the people outside to please step in, and to all the people who are back in on time, give yourselves a round of applause. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Come on guys, put your hands together. Let's wake our body up. Did you guys enjoy the lunch? Yes? No? Maybe? Okay, thank you for your response. Can we give a round of applause to the team from Radisson Blue for putting together such a beautiful buffet spread? Yes? Come on guys, let's show more gratitude, more love, more energy. Thank you ma'am, thank you for supporting me all the way. Okay, till people step in, hopefully I get to entertain you guys for a bit. My name is Sunil Suresh. I've been your MC, and also I do something called as beatboxing. I've been doing it for 16 years as of now, and hopefully you guys enjoy what I've got to show you. Beatboxing, very simple, 3 sounds creates the bass of the music that we play with. The first sound, the bass kick, or the boom sounds. The hi-hats. And a different type of clap or snap sound which goes. And when you put it together, we form a beat. Thank you guys. Slowly we're getting that energy in, and as I kept practicing with these 3 sounds, I learned how to do them a little bit faster, and this entire genre of music is called drum and bass, and it goes like this. Excuse me. So, don't the panning. No effects. Yeah, thank you. Alright, once again I'm building up the energy, and as my journey continued, I started learning how to create dance music with beatboxing, and this is one of that build up. Momentum 25. Are you ready? And we drop it. Clap along now. Everybody's still outside eating. It's going to sound like this. Lovely, glad you guys are enjoying. Now, this is where I need your help, guys. I know we just ate lunch, so let's get that digestion done. Can everyone raise one hand up in the air? Everybody, look to your left and right. Okay, we're going to take a moment in our life right now and look at our hand. Okay, and just admire it for a second. And we're going to take that same hand and close our mouth. Alright, lovely. Very, very important. If someone's sitting next to you, especially behind you, make sure that they've covered their mouth. It's very crucial, otherwise it's going to start raining in here. Alright? Now without overthinking this, everyone, the first sound that I'm going to teach you, do it from your heart, express it through your words. In 3, 2, 1, everyone go. Lovely, let's try that again. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you're getting there. Alright, simple sound, you've been doing it extra, we just go. Yes, the lunch is working. That's your first sound, that's the bass kick. The second sound that I'd like you guys to try is the hi-hat. Or think of a tire going flat, it goes. Lovely, we're going to cut that short and just go. Beautiful, alright, now the third sound. It's very, very true to us, we know this, especially when we're in Bangalore traffic, we go. Lovely, those are your click sounds, that's your third sound. Repeat after me, we go. Lovely, now first sound is, second sound is, and the third sound is. Very good, children. Alright, now I'm going to repeat after me. Let's do this. But before we try this as a fraternity, can you all give yourselves a round of applause? Yes. Alright, now repeat after me. We go. Lovely. Give yourselves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is the basic sounds of how beatboxing started for me, and with a lot of practice, the same 3 sounds that I thought you would start sounding like this. Now with the same art form, we can also kind of create an environment. For example, I could tell a small story about certain actions with my body. And put the same sounds into music. Okay, with that energy, we've got a lot more people stepped in, and for all those who are here on time, hopefully you guys enjoyed what I had to show you. If yes, could you guys make some noise? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right, now before we begin with the first panelist back on stage, I just want to get the energy of everyone in here. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. Can you guys make some noise? Wake up your body. Come on, clap, 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 clap. Everyone in the back, are we good? Make some noise, come on. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome back to Momentum 25. Right now, we will begin with a special fireside chat that brings together distinguished voices from technology, policy, and media. This is one dialogue that promises clarity, foresight, and a lot of candor. Welcome to the stage. Let's give a round of applause as I introduce this gentleman. He's the Vice President HR of NVIDIA, based in Bengaluru, which is the largest engineering presence outside the US. With more than 20 years at NVIDIA and prior experience with the leading global organizations, he is known for driving cultural transformations, talent acquisition, and employee engagement in a fast-evolving tech environment. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Amit Verma. Thank you, sir. Joining him on stage, he's the president of Real SI Society of India, a techno-visionary with over 40 years of distinguished experience in the global semiconductor and electronics industry. After a 12-year corporate career, he co-founded 4 successful startups, including Intel Microelectronics and Open Silicon. He works closely with the government and industry to advance India's semiconductor mission. He is also a recipient of the IEEE Gordon Bell Award and multiple lifetime achievement honors. This is none other than, put your hands together for Dr. Satya Gupta! And to moderate this lovely set of gentlemen, the person who's going to be doing this is a journalist and co-founder of Factor Daily. He brings over 2 decades of journalism experience, having worked for the Economic Times, Mint, Times of India, and TechCrunch. He is known to create deep connections through his narratives, whether in print, digital, audio, or even during a train journey. He lives by the saying, even one is an audience, cherishing every single listener and reader. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Pankaj Mishra. Mr. Pankaj, over to you.
Is this working? Okay, great. You made us feel larger than life, so I wish, 3 of us were behind this hall, and we were having a conversation, and I told both Dr. Satya and Amit, let's continue that here, because there were a lot of fireworks. And I'll be honest with you, when Anshuman and team reached out saying that this is going to be the topic, I was fatigued, I was really bored, I had absolutely no interest in being part of a conversation which has anything to do with industry and academia gap. Because Professor Sadgopan is sitting here, we have been talking about this over 2 decades now, more than that perhaps. So last year when I came here and we had a conversation on a similar topic, I told myself never again, and there were a lot of things that was discussed. Okay, so how can we stop talking about the gap and do something about it? And it almost sounds like light years ago. So I'm here, and I want to just start with the first thought I had is, when I was thinking about this, I thought this is very similar to India's defense procurement, fighter jet procurement. The world is talking about generation 5 and 6 fighter jets, and the procurement is stuck because the platform, the transfer of technology, everything is so messy, and to an extent where air chief is flagging the concerns. So I see similarities between what's happening on the defense procurement side and what we mean when we say industry academia gap. And the more I heard Amit and Dr. Satya, I felt deeper about it. So we'll keep it conversational. We will invite all of you to be panelists in a while, but just to get going, okay, Amit, wake people up, because I think this has gotten to a point where we don't want to talk about it. And it's frustrating, it's absolutely frustrating. I wonder, someone like you who is in the business, what do you make of it? Why and how did we get here?
Okay, that's a tough question to answer, but I will share my perspective as a practitioner.
So it's going to be highly opinionated and it's going to be highly biased. It's not necessarily steeped in facts. So I work for a company that came into India 20 years back. We are now around 5,000 people in India. So it's taken us 20 years in a product-centric environment to get to a headcount of 5,000. And it's been a long, arduous journey. And at this point in time, if you were to ask me, I'm really worried. I'm really worried because I think we are kind of facing a talent deficit that we've never probably experienced in the past. I work for a product-centric company, so there is no talent that's available readily. It's not easy to train the talent. Most of our talent has to be built grounds up. So roughly around 40% to 50% of our hiring comes in from colleges. And as we continue to kind of scale, we are finding that there is a huge talent deficit that we are confronted with at this point in time. It was okay till the time I was hiring 100 people from college, 200 people from college. Today, I hired close to around 400, 500 engineers who are tasked to kind of work on some of the most challenging computing work, both on the hardware and the software side, and maybe another 500 interns. And clearly, we see that it's becoming incredibly hard to kind of get access to that kind of talent. I think there are a bunch of environmental factors that are kind of causing that. Number one, I think the multidisciplinary approach is completely lacking, which is what you need for a product development kind of environment. You just can't be a good coder to be a good product developer. You need to have a comprehensive understanding of all the building blocks that go into either semiconductor design, software design, what people loosely call full stack engineering. And we no longer find full stack engineers the way we used to find earlier. I think the advent of AI has in many ways commoditized people's approach towards profession as well. We're finding that it is becoming increasingly hard to kind of find people who are able to solve problems. They can probably write a code, but they cannot explain as to what that code is all about. They cannot tell you as to what those 4 or 5 things that go behind writing a code or what those alternate approaches are. And I think that is a multidisciplinary approach that is kind of beginning to kind of become more and more strident. There are efforts that all companies are making in terms of trying to address the deficit, but I don't think that doing it at an individual level is going to solve the problem. It has to be a collective effort between the 4 building blocks. The government, which I think is doing its work in terms of coming up with policies and programs. There's still questions up in the air in terms of how effective the execution is. The industry, which has been largely insular and inward-looking in terms of how it kind of looks in terms of developing talent, and is not necessarily kind of looking externally and is as engaged as it would be. The academia, which I think is kind of far removed from reality at this point in time. I think it is no longer as flexible and as agile and as contemporary as it used to be. And the learners themselves, whose attitude has changed significantly over the last 2.5 decades that I have been in the industry. So I think we have issues at all four foundational pillars, so as to speak, that need to be kind of addressed collectively and not necessarily individually. I think there's a lot of work that's going on individually. I can solve my problem. It's going to be hard. I'm worried. It's going to be difficult. But am I creating the blueprint for the future? Am I able to kind of raise or uplift the level of skills in the industry that I work in? Absolutely no, and that's the part that I'm kind of worried about at this point in time.
Satya, this is very, not just provocative, but then why do these conversations only happen on stage? What happens between events?
No, I'll come to that. Luckily, both Amit and I come from the same industry, chip design and semiconductor industry. We worked 20 years back. Before is basically multi-trillion-dollar company at Intel. But basically, very early in my career, I took an entrepreneurial journey. So my views have basically slightly become different than a typical corporate thing, right? And now I'm working for last 3 years very close to academics, so that gives me another perspective, right? Now, coming to the first thing, right? Talent deficit. I think when I was in industry, probably I thought just like what Amit is thinking, but today the deficit on both the sides. The good students can't find a job and good companies can't find the good talent, right? There are enough good students, and when I try to basically debug that problem, one thing is that most of the company, their HR bandwidth is limited. They can go to 5 colleges, they can go to 10 colleges, 15 colleges. They cannot reach to very large number of people where the talent lies. And that's why a lot of people who are in tier 2 towns, not just tier 2 institutes, when they are in tier 2 town, they don't even get the opportunity to see that company, know about this company and so on and so forth. So my observation after working in all the 3 parts like corporate, startup and now with the academics is that problem is on both the sides, gap is on both the sides, good people can't find good job, good companies can't find the good engineers. That's the number one. So I will not say where the fault is and so on and so forth, right? Secondly, you talked about basically defense procurement, that how long it takes, like if you want to buy Rafale, the whole procurement cycle is like the 10 years, right? So I'll divide the problem in 2, right? One is basically IT-centric studies and one is more engineering-centric studies where technology-centric industry like electronics, semiconductor, mechanical, civil, all of those things, and one is basically more IT-centric, right? So while IT-centric academics is pretty agile to change, right? To give an example, I was visiting one college and basically pretty large, 25,000-30,000 people. They have 18 different variations of computer science degree. Computer science and this, computer science Y, computer science Z and so on and so forth. And that they have changed in last 8 to 10 years. So they are pretty agile in basically coming up with new solutions. And what did we do? Since I come from the electronics, I think since I know this field, we have only 1 degree ECE, right? We have not made any change. We have not made a change even in the curriculum, right? I was just before this talk, I was looking at the first semester curriculum of a ECE degree in all the institutes. What is it? 1 physics course, 1 math course, 1 environmental science course, 1 is social responsibility course, and 1 engineering drawing course, right? How can I make a student of today get excited about electronics if as soon as he comes to the college, this is what I'm teaching? So by the time he gets to core courses, that by that time he is checked out, right? He said, क्या करेगा यहाँ पे कुछ सीखने वाला को नहीं मिलता है. I heard one of the YouTubers talking about it. I don't want to name him because he has become infamous now, right? He said, when I was in 12th grade, right? I went to the college with excitement. मैं जाके कुछ सीखूंगा, कुछ बनाऊंगा. I will make basically a drone, I will make a robot, I will basically do this thing. But the way basically in a tier 2 college, the engineering was taught to me. After 1 semester, I said, this is all useless, nothing is going to happen here. And so I think the second point is basically agility to change the curriculum in the core subject. We are very resistant in academics to change the coursework and curriculum, especially in the core subject. So that's the problem I'm seeing when I'm working with these things. It takes 9 months to introduce a new course in basically even a tier 2 institute, right? If I said do a back-end course for chip design, right? It takes basically me 9 months to introduce a course, right? So,
yes. Sorry. Good point for you to come in. Is the problem curriculum or what is it? Because I also feel like these are 2 different worlds.
Curriculum is passing between to death. I think there's enough content that's available. If you look at the SWAM initiative, you look at all the courses that students have access to these days, I think there's enough theoretical knowledge that is there. So I think colleges are spending too much of time on content development. I think they should stop doing that. And they should focus on content curation, which means out of the plethora of resources that are available there, what are the courses that are most applicable? If you go to the SWAM website and you see some of the courses being taught by the top institutions, they're top class. They're much better than, and I say that openly, than you would probably get to learn in a private engineering college. So the fundamental role of the faculty needs to transition from being an instructor to a facilitator, which means you curate the right kind of courses for them, and then you kind of create conditions and create an environment for them to kind of apply that. I think there is too much of effort that is going on in terms of creating curriculum. I think it is more about content creation, which is out of the menu of options that are available. Pick the right ones and find a way to kind of disseminate to the students. Just a counter to Satya's point earlier as well. I'll share a personal example. Okay, we've been trying to kind of solve this problem of accessing top talent, and we actually run a program where we said that I'm going to change my focus or emphasis from hiring from talent from top colleges to hiring top talent from colleges. Again, there's a fundamental difference there. So instead of going to the IITs, going to the BITS, going to the NITs, I'm going to kind of create an assessment mechanism, and fortunately technology enables to do that. And I'm going to reach out to 600 colleges, 700 colleges, where there could be one bright student sitting in a college, like Satya was mentioning, in a remote college, who has an equal opportunity to come and work for us. It's a huge, huge effort at this point in time. 60,000 applicants on an annual basis apply to that program. Roughly around 2,000 qualified through the initial test. It whittles down to around 200 into the advanced test, and it eventually boils down to around 40 to 50 people that I can hire. Now, in some ways, right, it almost kind of gives you a commentary in terms of as to what is the talent readiness at the college level at this point in time. 60,000 applicants. 60,000 people take our basic test. Whittles down to 2,000. Whittles down to 200, and then eventually it is around 40 to 50, and I'm still short. I would love to hire 150, 200 people out of it. It's a 2-month intensive effort, right? And we're looking at it as a larger service to the industry, where we're saying that tomorrow it could replace a JE equivalent in the semiconductor industry or in the design industry. The second problem that I have is that I had a whole lot of bright young talent that kind of comes in. I have to start teaching them as to what chip design is. They don't even know what a chip design lifecycle is. We have to start from that elementary level. They do not know as to what are the opportunities within chip design. Satya will tell you, right? It's not about design verification alone. There's a whole lot of VLSI work that you do. There is architecture that's involved. There's productionization that's involved. They are completely unaware in terms of what the opportunities are in the semiconductor industry. And that probably holds true for software. The emphasis is in terms of landing a job and not necessarily doing something that is commensurate with your skill, right? And in line with the opportunities that companies have to offer.
Satya, just one
Let me come back on this one, right? I'll give you an example to substantiate my point, right? And that's where I go back to curriculum, because curriculum is important at a broad level. All of this funda about this thing available on the web and online does not work with basically tier 2 college in tier 2 students. They are not aware of all of these things. I'll give you an example, like chip design. One college was trying to start a BTech in VLSI design and electronics, right? The purpose of that course is to create basically our people with the kind of the knowledge, right? I was trying to basically, I think some of you understand, some of you don't understand. In the chip design, we have two things like front end and back end. What is design and verification type of things in the front end, and converting into silicon is the back end, right? I had to fight for 3 hours to put a back-end course in the curriculum versus basically a thin film technology course in the curriculum. Now, what a BTech student is going to do with a thin film course, right? That's a high-end research. You do it in PhD, you do whenever it is. He needs to learn back-end first, right? But I lost the battle. Thin film course was introduced and the back-end course was not introduced, right? So that is the kind of the resistance we get from the basically faculty also in basically bringing this thing. Everywhere I go, I have to fight this battle that put basically at least 5 courses which Amit is saying which will teach you the practical chip design, right? It's a very hard battle.
So one thing to both of you, right? I mean, great points. And I almost feel like I'm in that room where they were, arguing and not agreeing at all. And this is a blasphemous question, right? Perhaps, I don't know. Like, we keep talking about students and their quality, their employability. Why are we not talking about the faculty? And what are your views on that? Because even going back to Amit's point about curriculum designer versus curriculum curator or facilitator, it also requires a mindset shift. So are we expecting too much from the students, and what do we expect from the faculties? Is that the right question? I mean, what is happening there?
Yeah, I think faculty is the bigger problem, right? In basically a broader sense, we might find very good faculty in good Bangalore colleges and all those things. And I'm going to make some controversial comment as I'm used to, right? I think our overall educational framework in terms of ranking is basically completely spoiling the teaching in our institutes. And I give an example, right? If you look at the NERF ranking points, You go and see what points are basically given for research to institute and what points are given for teaching to institute. 0 for teaching and 30 for research, right? Now, management, what is that? It puts the pressure on the professor that you produce 10 papers a year because that will give me the research point and that make my institute higher in the research ranking. So I had multiple dialogues with the professors on this thing, right? If you have 10 hours a week free for you, what will you do with the 10 hours? Will you basically enhance your teaching skill, learn about the subject you are teaching, or you will do basically work on a research paper, right? 99% time the answer was I'll work on the research paper because that's what my management wants, right? I'm not saying that's true for every student, but majority of the private colleges are driven by this ranking system, which is very biased toward the research. Research is good for masters and PhD students, but what a BTech student is basically have to do with the research, right? He has to just learn the basics first before going to the research, right? We are not teaching him basically every professor is using some basically publishing paper, not spending time in basically learning what is available on the web, right? See, student can go and learn from the web, but first the teacher has to learn what is available on the web.
So, Amit, is it too much to expect from...
To your blasphemous question, I'll see the incendiary thought. Okay, and the incendiary thought is as follows. I cannot fix the faculty problem. That's not my limit, right? And that's probably a larger issue that I think colleges need to kind of think of in terms of as to how to uplift the level of faculty. But here is what we can possibly consider. How about asking companies, just the way we have an apprenticeship program, to designate a certain percentage of their engineers to go and do long assignments in designated identified colleges. It's not about going and teaching a course, helping curate a course. Let engineers go there and work for a period of 6 to 9 months, right? It's almost like what they do with military service in Singapore, right? Help us to kind of recover the cost, if cost becomes a concern for the companies, to kind of apportion our CSR budgets. They get paid the same way. They don't get impacted in terms of their career growth, but they go and spend 6 to 9 months with colleges, helping uplift the faculty, reworking on the curriculum, reworking on the design, interacting with students and inspiring them, because I think students don't necessarily have visibility into what the opportunities are and what they need to equip themselves for those opportunities. And imagine, I mean, if a company like ours could let's say, sponsor 10 colleges, provided there's a right environment, right? Just see the multiplier impact it would have, not only on the students, but also on the faculty.
What is the right environment? Amit?
It is a, you know...
I'll give a practical example. We realized this problem, and basically we are basically, this good news for all the people from academia. We are starting a program from this semester, 1 tape out per student. Tape out is when basically you complete basically a chip design and send it for fabrication, right? Through VLSI Society, we are basically, as a voluntary, we are not making it a part of the coursework because it's too difficult to convince the faculty. We are not making it part of the credit system, just voluntary. 1 year, we'll take 1 team per student and basically take it from a specification of the chip to basically completion of the chip, including all the things which Amit asked, like design, verification, architecture, microarchitecture, physical design, placement, routing, all of those things, right? They will do this on a voluntary basis. And the response we are getting from every institute and students are basically fantastic. We are thinking of taking about 25 teams to keep it a limited this thing. We have got almost every industry support in this thing, except NVIDIA yet. We'll get it. I'm not opposed.
We solve the most complex problems.
No, I mean, see, NVIDIA does not participate in any basically community activity.
Why, Amit? Is that an open question? I mean, is that a fair question?
I don't think so, because I don't think they've approached this.
Every year I approach you for VLSI design conference, you never participate.
Sending me a hello is not an approach.
Okay, so now you know what I was part of. Okay.
Every time I call you, right?
Okay, so hold on.
Speed dating is not.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Now let us invite some questions, because now I have given you a dose of what are we dealing with here, right? And we can spend the evening on this. Yeah, just make it very quick so we ask them.
Since morning we have been talking a lot about the internship, right? Because internship is one way to basically bridge the industry internship gap. And internship is not a basically new concept to India. BITS is basically running the practice school program, which was the first internship program in India for last basically 40-50 years, right? Now, that's a good vehicle to basically bridge the gap between industry and academia. Now, but there are basically problems on both the sides, right? Do we have students ready to basically take up intern in the industry, or does the industry has the enough basically motivation to take basically?
Let Amit answer these questions and then we finish and invite others.
I think they do. For instance, I'm giving you our example, right? I said like roughly around 40% of our workforce comes in through early in college programs. A lot of it is kind of fed through by interns, right? Most companies that I know of, at least in the product space, have around 60 to 70% conversion rates, and that is because we have no other option. We have to kind of catch them young. We have to kind of train them in developing the sensibilities that go into innovative R&D and then convert them. And that's been our constant source. But it's getting harder and harder at the internship level as well to kind of attract the students to kind of do internship as well. And that's where as the numbers grow, right? You will not do it at the expense of quality. There's a certain quality that, standard that you have to maintain. And that's where the challenge that kind of comes in.
So what I'm saying is that is the most beautiful vehicle, but the problems are on both the sides.
Sure.
We have to solve the problems that companies basically at least take, suppose our industry grows about 8 to 10% every year, right? If you can take twice of that interns, right? As a community, as Amit said, that this problem cannot be solved at an individual company level. That has to be solved as a community, right?
Okay.
If all of us decide that we are going to take 10% of our workforce as intern, as a basically industry consensus, I think, and then on the other end, we work with the students to get them ready for internship, I think that will do a lot of work.
Okay, you have anything quick to say on this?
I don't disagree with it. But,
Okay.
I don't disagree with it. I think that's probably the easiest path forward at this point in time.
Fair enough. Okay, we are almost out of time. I would rather spend time getting questions. Be specific and ask a question.
Hi, my name is Abhinit. I'm from Amazon. I have a question triggered by Dr. Gupta's comment on incentives from management to the faculty in terms of what to focus on. So you had mentioned there are 4 pillars, the government, the faculty, the students, and then
the industry.
Industry. What are the incentives that you think today is misaligned, and what changes do you think would encourage this in a more positive direction?
What changes you said? I mean, we didn't get you.
What changes in the incentive structure for these 4 pillars would you recommend, and what do you think is misaligned today?
For the faculty, it is very simple. When we do these institutes ranking and all of those things, the teaching has to be as rewarding for a professor's career as it is research. Today it is basically you get a promotion if you publish certain number of people, but if you are teaching a course well, there is not hardly any recognition and incentive as far as I know, right? So obviously a young professor, he wants to grow their career. Which way he will go? He will basically work on something which is publishing more papers rather than basically teaching the latest and greatest in basically field, right? So we need to change this ranking system to basically, first of all, recognize only the papers which are meaningful, not the count of the paper, impactful papers, and secondly, change the percentage of weightage for the teaching in our ranking system.
I'll exact it to a higher level. I think it's the willingness and intent to work together. I think all of us are trying to solve the problem in our own way. I think there needs to be a more collaborative effort. So for instance, I'm sure you work in talent acquisition, you probably get 2 mails every day from some college asking you for placements. Right? Has any college ever approached you and saying that we are rethinking our internship program? Do you have an input in terms of how that internship program should work? You are not interested in a 2-month internship program. You're looking at people who come in for 6 months to 12 months. Right? No college has ever approached me saying, we are trying to rebuild our internship program. Can you would like to hear your thoughts. We would like to kind of collaborate. We would like to understand as to what you need. Right? And to be very honest, neither have I made the effort as well. Right? So I think there needs to be a willingness and intent to kind of brute force and collaboratively solve that problem. For instance, what stops us from kind of creating a platform where we go and educate students, right, in terms of what opportunities in the tech industry are, what are the career pathways that they can take, point them towards resources that can enable them to get the right kind of information that they need. If you put probably 15 engineers together and 10 faculty members together and probably some government representative, you can probably have a solution that would be ready in a jiffy. And that would go a long way in terms of raising that awareness in terms of what the career pathways are and what people can do to kind of get to the careers that they choose. But I think there's a little bit of an intent issue. We are equally responsible for that.
Yeah.
I'm not shying away from that. Right, but I think there needs to be a more willingness and intent for all these four pillars to kind of work together, which is one.
Just one final question. I don't like the red screen, so just if at all, there is one question.
We started 5 minutes.
No. I have to finish on time. Yeah, go on.
So I have my question for Mr. Amit, sir. Sir, I just want to ask you that is it industries are kind enough, because I come from a 2-tier, 3-tier city, that is industry is kind and empathetic enough that they are ready to include in their 10% of hiring 1% or 2% from that 2-tier and 3-tier city?
I am not necessarily a big fan of the quota system, right? So I don't want to take targets, whether it comes to diversity, whether it comes to college representation or city representation. I think my job is to kind of create opportunities for top talent to have a pathway, right? And my job is to kind of create that level playing field where they have equal access to employability and opportunities that anybody from a tier 1 city has, right? The hunger, the underlying effort has to kind of happen there, and we are willing to engage in terms of enabling that. We are willing to engage, but we need to see that appetite and hunger. And if I were to use a sporting analogy, if you look till the 80s, cricket was the hegemony of people who came in from big cities, Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. The cricket team used to comprise of that. Today, if you kind of look at it, it's the smaller rural hinterlands that are producing the best cricketers. So there is, the hunger is there, the opportunities we'll provide, but the effort has to be made from that end. I'm not going to take a quota on it for sure.
Okay, good point to have. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. I hope you carry something forward and solve this by the time we are here again next year. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Final comment.
My final comment is, 25 years ago, Satya came to India. He left a lucrative job opportunity in the US to come and help create a capability that was completely missing at that point in time, which was on the VLSI side. It took him a lot of time and a lot of support and a lot of resistance to build that capability. He did a couple of startups, and now he's kind of contributing to the general development of skill set. Unfortunately, there are very, very few Satyas. And if India has to make that transitional shift, we have to find more people from the industry who are willing to kind of put their money where their mouth is and put that discretionary effort to kind of uplift things. Otherwise, we'll keep talking in these conferences about, hey, this is what faculty needs to do, this is what industry needs to do, and this is what the government needs to do. But there's going to be no solution unless people like Satya kind of come to the forefront and actually start tackling these problems. You need practitioners to kind of solve these problems, right?
So, one food for thought for all of you. This is probably my 50th discussion on industry academia. Just take with one thought, right? When we look at the different fields, right? Have you ever heard in the medical profession the gap between industry and academia? Just go and think about it.
Wonderful, wonderful. Give these three gentlemen a big round of applause. Truly a fireside chat. To felicitate them, requesting all three of you gentlemen to please remain on stage for a moment, sir. Thank you very much. Calling on stage Neelabh Shukla, the Chief Business Officer of Karina. Give him a round of applause as he takes up the stage to felicitate them. While the felicitation is happening, ladies and gentlemen, I request your attention for a moment. At the end of the event, at the exit where you guys completed your registrations, there are goodie bags waiting for you, so make sure to collect them. And also, if you guys are clicking photos, I encourage you to post them and use the hashtag Momentum25. Once again, give them a big round of applause. Thank you for your time and insights. All right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, now we are here at the final panel discussion for the day. This topic is on STEM Education 2030, transforming India into a global research and innovation hub. Now for this, our moderator is a senior principal, people program at Kopang. She brings over 16 years of experience driving recruitment excellence and building strong employer branding in highly competitive markets. She has deep expertise in recruiting for technology and business functions, having worked with several global leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Miss Purvi Mahajan. Thank you for joining us today, ma'am. Up next, joining the panel, he's the Vice President and Head of HR of Components Business at Tata Electronics. He's a seasoned expert with 25 plus years of expertise in driving strategic transformation, talent management and inclusive leadership. He was honored with NASSCOM's Excellence in Leadership for Promotion of Diversity and Inclusion Award in 2016. Please, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Mr. Bhuvaneshwar, who is currently not here, sorry, apologies. Joining us she is the Head of University Relations, Government Affairs and Startup Collaborations at Renaissance Electronics. She is a serial entrepreneur and techno-commercial leader with rich industry experience spanning corporate and startup environments in the electronics and semiconductor domains. She also serves as a secretary of the VLSI Society of India and is a recipient of their Women Achievers Award. Put your hands together for Miss Chitra Hariharan. Joining her on stage, we have the Senior Director and Global Head of Talent Operations from Adobe. He calls himself an accidental HR professional with over 20 years of global experience in the employee experience space. He is passionate about making the HR world more intuitive and data-driven. He thrives on writing, speaking, teaching, and building communities with purpose, helping shape a smarter, more human-centered future for the workplace. This is none other than Mr. Minnow Thomas. Give him a round of applause. Also joining them on stage is our Senior Director and Global HR Leader of Honeywell. She is a seasoned HR leader, passionate about aligning people's strategies with business success. She currently leads talent strategy and execution across India, the Czech Republic, Mexico, and Poland, fostering inclusive workplace cultures and building strong leadership pipelines. She brings with her over 2 decades of experience across leading technology and consumer organizations. This is none other than Miss Shubhra Bandari. Give her a round of applause as she takes the stage. And last but not least, the Head of Talent Acquisition at Flipkart with over 20 years of rich experience. He has built a strong reputation for filing complex niche roles and driving strategic hiring initiatives that deliver significant organizational impact, combining consulting, entrepreneurship, and corporate leadership. He has spearheaded cost-effective recruitment models and scaled lateral, campus, and leadership hiring at Flipkart. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Sumit Chandra. Over to our wonderful moderator.
Great, hi. I hear this is the last panel discussion, but I hope you're all excited as we are. Hopefully we'll be on time or try to finish early. So we're here to talk about how can we reimagine the STEM education to foster innovation, research, for 2030. Now, before we get into asking questions from, our panel members here, I want to talk a little bit about the journey that I think the Indian economy went through. So really the 3 stages that I feel, or a company has, or an economy has linked, is we start with creation of an idea, right? The conceptualization of something which is original, which is new. And then we work to build it. This is where we market the product, we look at the fitment of the product. And then really the last stage is delivering it to the market what we call the execution stage or the delivery stage. The way that the Indian economy saw this was backwards. In early 2000, when really the boom happened in India, the focus was on execution and delivery. So the first decade was really spent on looking at how the Indian talent can deliver products. So we really did a great job of that, right? We're really good at, executing really well. There is high speed of execution. There was a lot of trust that we were able to build in saying, give us something, we will deliver it for you. And through this time, of course, the education system was evolving. And the placements became very competitive. The internship models were evolving. Internships became more important than real jobs because it was so important to be day one ready. Then we started seeing the second phase, which is the build. We said, look, we delivered really well for you. We understand the technology, we understand the product, so we will co-create with you. This is when we started building partnerships with our headquarters. We said, we will build the product. It's not an original idea, it's not something that we created, but we will help you build it from India. The stage that we're in today, after having experienced this for the last 25 years, is the creation stage. This is the stage that I think is the most important for the Indian economy. This is when we need to now start creating and conceptualizing original ideas. And hence this discussion today. STEM is an extremely progressive way of learning. STEM is focusing on practical, more hands-on, more real-life issues. One of the jokes that we have in this age group is, when are we ever going to use the A+B² formula, right? Hopefully, a lot of you who are going to hire STEM graduates won't have to feel that. That's really the hope. So the panel members today are going to help us answer some of the questions around how are we going to foster that creation, that innovation, being more original in our ideas in India. So moving on to the questions, and we are hoping that we can finish this in about 20 minutes or so, and then move on to some questions from the panel as well. So the first question that we have, and this is really going to, sorry, I have a couple of papers. So this question is going to really help us set the tone on, what is our expectation from the reimagination of the STEM system or the STEM education. So Sumit, this one is for you. What will it take for India's STEM education system to move beyond and truly cultivate scientific thinking?
Audible? Yeah. So I think couple of things. I think what I really think is that we need to transform a lot of things if we really think India to be on the innovation map, right? I think one thing is that we need to change the classroom learning session to more of an outcome-driven scientific learning session. That's the first thing. Second thing is how to move from scoring marks to scoring talent, scoring potential talent in a cohort, right? That's very important. And the third is how to move from a quintessential syllabus to a future-fit syllabus, right? But apart from that, I think a couple of things which is very important if we really want to transform this. I think the first is how to drive curiosity. And when I say curiosity, is the intellectual curiosity among students. The second is how to enable risk-taking and appetite for experimentation in student community, right? That's very important, right? Third is how to drive entrepreneurial culture in students, which is very important. Fourth is how to ensure that these student community are doing moonshot projects, and failure should be celebrated and not penalized, right? The other one is that how to, generally career decision making happens from class 9th, right? So how do we enable students from class 9th to take up this scientific learning? How can we also do some internship program for class 10th and 12th? Generally we do for only bachelors and masters, right? Can we enable that? And I think we, industry, need to co-create with the academics, but we should get that done as well. And the last is how to make sure that student community is more creative now, rather than just having a bookish knowledge, which is happening at this point of time. So yeah, these are some of the points from my side.
Thanks, Sumit. Anything else that you also want to add?
I like a question which came into the previous panel about, what I come from a tier 2, tier 3, and what's my future, right? I think generally STEM in India stems out of parents want to have their kids get into STEM, right? And I think that is a problem. I think you would have people who are in tier 2 and tier 3 and tier 1 who really have an aptitude towards STEM. How do we really find them? I don't know if there's a solution to that. But if as a country we have some answers to that, I think we would start to get the right people join STEM with the right degree of curiosity, like how Amit mentioned, and then ultimately see how that really kind of flows in. But I think that becomes an important aspect as well in terms of the right people joining STEM with the right aptitude and wanting to remain in there, right? And not wanting to diverge and go out from there.
I think one thing which I missed is the faculty development programs, which technically is very, very important, because if we expect our student community to be future ready, it's equally important our professors to be future ready. So how the corporates can actually drive those kind of development programs, and it's very, very important at this point of time because everything is going. What is relevant today is not relevant tomorrow. So we need to kind of do this practice very aggressively and make sure that FDP are taking more seriously from now on. Yeah.
Absolutely. Access is the key, right? Yeah. I mean, be it whatever it is, tier 2, tier 3, whatever. I mean, it has to be, everyone should be enabled on access.
Okay, great. I think I love the fact around how do we, innovation can only happen through curiosity, right? So that's really the stepping stone. You're curious and then you innovate. So this really just links it all. Great. I'm going to move on to the second question. This one is for Shubhra. A significant portion of high-quality STEM talent emerging out of institutions is lost to better opportunities abroad. That's so true. Or to non-STEM fields such as finance or consulting. How can this be reversed so as to attract the best talent into R&D?
Yeah. So I think it's actually a very relevant thing, but the first thing is I think we should all recognize that India does produce one of the best STEM talent, right? So, of course, we're going to talk about what are the gaps and all, but I think we as fellow Indians and being in this room should acknowledge that fundamentally we produce very good STEM talent. I think as Purvi you were talking about, the main driver in the past for, let's say, the brain drain to happen has been not having enough good quality of work that is happening in India, and I think that's changing. I mean, if you look back 40 years back when Texas Instruments started, their operations in India, and that's a place where I spent 15 years of my career. It started out in just doing software testing for the chips, and today where TI or NVIDIA, where Amit was representing, or many other industries, they're doing core chip end-to-end design out of India, and you're actually attracting the best engineers. So I think one big shift that has happened is when we are going to the best engineering or any engineering colleges, when we are positioning that this is to do core work, I think students are excited about that, and the fact that an opportunity is here. And it's not just for semiconductors, right? I mean, if you take Honeywell, you are doing the next generation, flight systems is being designed out of India. So I think that means that work is, you're going to not just do, some fixes, you're actually in the core design work. And I think more and more, jobs are created which are we're moving up the value chain. I think the talent will remain in that core. I think that's one. The second thing I think is also important, where probably professors or we as society need to play a little larger role, is to encourage I think a lot of times the decision is based on financials, right? Students will say, hey, even today if I go to institutes, they will rank, the day zero slot will go to the highest paying organization, which typically would be consulting, but not probably to the core manufacturing or the core automotive, let's say, job. And I think that probably needs to shift. That the criterias on which students and the institutions are allowing companies to come and interview or participate should be more level playing and not just based on the financial piece. Of course, financial piece is important, and I always tell students who join that in a 3-decade career, doesn't matter where you start, it all kind of evens out as you build your expertise. But sticking to what I think you're going to be really, really good at, I think that's what kind of enables your success. So 2 things. One is we as an organization, and I think India is seeing it, as more value-adding work comes, the fact is that, be it startups or be it global organizations, more jobs are coming to India. The kind of talent that we have here, I think, is an advantage. So I do feel that people will see more core work coming, but at the academia and at, even as parents, we need to encourage students to choose what they're really good at and passionate about. And I think that's something that I think is important.
Thanks, Shubhra.
I like the way you brought in the aspect of India. It's definitely traveled some distance, but if you were to pick up the cross-section of people that work in research labs in India, right? If I were to pick up Microsoft, IBM, Adobe, Google, DeepMind, etc., it's a universe that is around 240 people in India, right? Out of the 240 people, 70% of them are from non-Indian institutes. So we basically go ahead, try and get a person to join us from UCLA, Stanton, who are Indians who moved in there, and try and draw them back here, right? I mean, so there are still fundamental questions around product software and research. Why don't we get them in India, right? What can we do differently to really get that right research bent in India? And these are pertinent questions because I understand there are a lot of people from academia here. How do we really try and solve for that? And what can corporate do to work with you to make that happen? But these are pertinent problems as we see.
Just add one point to this, yes, there are international research organizations like SRC, Semiconductor Research Corporation, wherein TI, ADI, IBM and such institutions are partnering. There are drives like IRP, they call it India Research Program. Again, over here, TI is leading it and other institutions are partnering NXP and companies in our space. But the point is, the spend may not be so much, but efforts are there, right? And then the relevant problems are being addressed, is how I would put it. And this is happening for the past, I think 2017 onward, this drive is on, and then these institutions over here are driving this.
I just wanted to add to what you said, which is a good thing, but also the number of people who want to come back to India. I mean, if today, let's say, we're actually setting up an AI COE, and that COE was not being set up in the US. The intent is to kind of set it up here. Large, and of course you're saying, hey, the talent is your globe, which means we would want people who are, Indians. I mean, today, if you talk to recruiting consultants, they will say returning Indian is actually it's a category of people. So I think the more these kind of deep work roles open, that's going to create an ecosystem where people would want to come and then do that kind of work. So I think being able to create those those kind of opportunities is definitely a starting point.
It is, and I think the questions are more about when somebody does a patent or when somebody writes a research paper, what's the intention of writing it? Right? Is it truly research, not research? And then that really then pivots into somebody who's more productive at work, right? If people are writing theses and submitting theses, getting their PhDs, but it's just theoretical and does not have, something that we could really draw out of it. And I think the Indian system largely is still tilting on that side, right? How do we really pivot it on the other side, like how you find it in US, etc., or even China for that sake, yeah.
Yeah, so adding to this, I think in a company, Flipkart, we are seeing a lot of folks are actually coming back to India, and they are the ones who have spent like 20, 25 years in US, and basis the opportunities in India, they're coming back, right? For the genuine reasons that, okay, India is a story, and we are actually doing a lot of good scientific stuff, a lot of AI-driven stuff.
Saying earlier that we've come a long way, there is a data point that I wanted to share. So in the year 2015, our Global Innovation Index ranking was 81, which is 81st.
Provide the curriculum, now you make it industry driven. I mean, we from industry leaders are in the middle of teaching it and then enable the students, build the product. And the results are amazing, Purvi. We started with few colleges only, and we thought that, okay, students will come with some problem statements of, okay, maybe building automation solution, some irrigation, smart irrigation. They are still good problem statements, but the kind of the results and then the kind of the products that they have come up, I'm very encouraged. So the point is, once you provide the access and once you start creating this intervention, you would start seeing the results. We really want to get the days of the Videocon, Monida, HCL. I think Satya would love this statement. We are in the journey of enabling India as product nation. That is what is the need of the hour, I would say. So that's what we are trying now, Purvi.
Yeah, I just want to add on that. I think industry has a very, very important role to have a co-ownership on essentially developing talent. And I'll take a live example. I think maybe 8 years back, when companies like ADI and TI were really heavily moving towards analog design, it was not a field which was very prominent in India. I mean, you could count on our finger that there were 5 professors in IIT Madras and ISC and IIT, a few of the other colleges. And if one had to really do analog products, the industry had to take 2 steps forward and actually work with these colleges, professors, and there was actually specific master's programs that were started by both these organizations, where it was said that, hey, we're going to fully sponsor to go study 2 years or 3 years and do a full chip as part of your curriculum. And now when you're like 8 years into that journey, India has the highest number of and the best number of analog designers in the country. So I think whenever we have to pivot towards newer areas, be it, you talked about quantum, or I'm just looking at it from an, aerospace engineering perspective, or AI, I think we have to have 2 steps forward to work. I think the hunger is there in the students, doesn't matter which tier you come from. I've always seen that academia and students are very hungry, but I think they need direction and they need structured platform to actually develop that skill in a very sustained way. I think the other thing which I feel is, and this is my, like even in office we have this, hey, let's do a hackathon. Of course we're going to do a hackathon, but hackathon is a very point solution, right? I'm going to create something for the next 4 hours and go back. But we have to take something which is very, very sustained, which takes a multi-year effect, and then you see the results of those, a fundamental shift happens. So I think the other point I also want to make is, be it a college or be it industry, I think we have to pick few areas to be at it. Sometimes we want to get quick results, but that's not going to lead to deep innovation.
It's going to take time.
Thank you. So So here's the next question. What are the attributes needed among India's brightest STEM minds, and are we even measuring them? Meeno, do you want to take this one?
The more I think about it, let me maybe bifurcate into different kind of... I don't know how many of you are from academia here, just a show of hands. All right, great. I get dime a dozen mails from academia writing, placement season is on, can you come? Right? The currency largely is placement. And within placement, what's the highest placement that went, how many went 1 year and above, how many went at what's the median, etc. I think वहाँ पे problem है. There's a problem there. See, unless you move away from the currency of number of placements to something else, which I don't know what it is, but to something else, we will start to have a problem, right? That's from a placement perspective. From a government perspective, you know, we keep on saying, why is India struggling to create foundation models? Why is this not coming out of India? India's got bright minds. They go and develop this along with other Asian friends of ours in US. We're not putting the money where our heart is or where our mouth is, right? And I think as governments, it's very important for us to start looking at that very differently. And I'm so encouraged because I've got 2 friends here who have a lot of work that they've done with TI and on chip design, where they seem to have collaborated extremely well with government and with Tier 2 and Tier 3 on initiatives. But I'm sure I've got Flipkart sitting across and Adobe sitting right here, and we are like clueless about it, right? I mean, there's a lot of good practices that we could really pick up from within our groups. From an enterprise perspective, I think we need to start creating cohorts of companies that come together and think about it very differently. You know, sometime back, Shantanu, who was my CEO, said, it's not STEM, it's STEAM. You know, there's A in between, that's arts. You know, I mean, we are all a very, I mean, I would call it's STEM C. You know, like Jay-Z, STEM C. STEM plus C, which is how do you also bring in curiosity, collaboration, and creativity, right? I think, how do we start to look at these skills within our enterprise ecosystem becomes very important. And for that to happen, it's fundamentally a lot of things. I'm born where my parents were teachers, and they picked up teaching because they loved teaching, right? They weren't paid really high, but they continued doing that. They served it for 35, 40 years. I think we got to start looking at how do we remunerate our teachers. You really got to have top people getting into that job. It is important. I mean, I can't see somebody who comes with a convertible in US into a US university who is a professor and an Indian professor traveling in a Maruti. Right? There's seriously some things that we got to think about it. The last point that the gentleman here raised and went, what's the difference between a medical college and what's the difference between engineering? Why don't we talk about the divide existing in medicine while we talk about the divide existing in Eng? Because you have medical colleges. The college works along with the hospital, but here academia does not work along with industry. How do we really bring that closeness a lot more tighter, tether it up? I think if you have to look at these different personas and try to find solutions there, we might ultimately get to a point where our money truly is where our heart is, and then things would start to change.
I'm going to just build on and probably refer back to, what is it that, absolutely students and organizations should kind of focus on, right? So, of course, as Mino was saying, it's not just the technical skills on STEM, but collaboration, communication. But I'll still go back and say, I think, and of course, the C of curiosity. I think if there's one thing which I've seen, like that distinguishes really bright talent from this is, I think they're really good in their fundamentals. And again, a lot of times we'll look at the resume and we'll say, hey, what is the CGPA and so on. Sometimes we've recruited the brightest minds who didn't have the best CGPA, but they just were so good in fundamentals that they could solve any problems. So to again relay back to, what would have India, produce the next cutting edge, I think it's to encourage more conceptual learning, focus on fundamental thinking, critical thinking, because see today we are using today, I mean if you talk to any software organization, everybody's chasing after what's the productivity that GitHub Copilot gives, because the fact is that's a tool that's now available for us to write code. Tomorrow there's going to be something else. But the engineers who know the fundamental craft, who think fundamentally, who know their basics, and who build domain understanding, because that only comes with experience. I think those two is the combination which will never go out of steam, right? It will never go out of fashion. A lot of times, I think even, I mean, it's absolutely right that academia and students want to work on the latest. But I think these two things, on being very good on concepts and fundamentals, because rest everything can be learned, right? I mean, I have a 13-year-old, she writes better GPT prompts than I do, because, that's a tool and they're going to learn. But the concept, the fundamentals, I think that is what we want to ensure our academia, the students, and even we as industry, right, kind of don't lose that as a focus.
So, as I said earlier, it's not about scoring marks, it's not about writing a code, or it's not about writing a syntax. I think STEM is beyond that at this point of time. I think couple of attributes which are very, very essential for the student ecosystem is obviously critical thinking, design thinking, adaptability, resilient, fungibility, right? So these are some of the things which they should incorporate in their ways of working to be successful. So, yeah.
Thank you.
And that needs to be measured as well. Like, when you report, don't report your C++ marks, but report your marks around creativity, collaboration. And I agree, there's a lot that industry could do there. I think the divide between industry and academia is really growing fast. And that is a problem, right? Somewhere this needs to start to be bridged in, and the intent has to be from both ends, yeah.
Yeah, and disruption will happen if you think beyond the box. It's not linear that you have to go this way. You have to kind of adopt several ways of acquiring technical knowledge or skills, but you have to be very, very differentiated. Very, very differentiated to be agile in this industry, because it requires to, for a student base to be very, very creative and very scientific in learning at this point of time. So those are some of the changes.
My assumption would be that the education systems are trying to map their learning to what the corporates want. For example, a lot of what you see in the resume is tailored to what the companies will anyway ask for. They will want to see the CGPA, they would want to see what projects you've done, which internship you've taken up. So what changes can we typically do, or encourage our companies to do, so that we change assessment and that has an impact on how they then, train themselves?
No, I think you brought up a very good point. I think criteria like CGPA have been creations of convenience. Because when you're going to have, like what, India produces 2.5 million STEM graduates, and that's the last data that, I was checking this morning, and if I want to hire 100 people, I can choose to go to, 1,000 colleges, but we can't do that, right? So either you will choose to go to very few colleges, or you would say, hey, I'm going to have a certain, CGPA criteria. But I also think that companies are changing that. I mean, for example, like Google doesn't have any CGPA criteria. Google says that, hey, you have to clear Google test and interview, and as long as you do that, doesn't matter you come from whichever college. Today, a lot of organizations use hackathons, right? They say, hey, I'm going to open out a hackathon, and if you are a great coder, in fact, I think for a large extent, for software and coding rules, and you can correct me, you don't go by CGPA, you're going to look at what was the code that I wrote on GitHub, and then, what kind of comments that some of the fellow software engineers are actually putting in, right? So I think it's, I think we as, from an industry standpoint also have to be open, evaluate newer ways, but a lot of times it becomes a matter of convenience, and it also becomes probably, I think also realize that in the industry today, we are a multi-generational workforce. So you have leaders who have grown with, the thought of, getting the best marks was, your criteria for, entry to success. But you also have a growing set of people who are saying, hey, you know what, I can find talent beyond IITs, I can actually, find talent in different places. Can I devise a scalable system, right? I think it's all about, can I design a system where I can, efficiently look at 10,000 students and still get the best out of that. So that's probably some progress is happening, and I think we have to be on that journey. I don't say that it's fully done, but I think there are some shoots of progress happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, things are, go ahead.
Okay, so see, in Flipkart, I think it's not about CGPAs, or it's not about streams, whether you're coming from a computer science or non-computer science. I think Flipkart, we believe in democratizing talent, and with some of our events like Grid and Wired, which is marquee, kind of event across India, it is very clear that Flipkart believes in the talent base of India, and we open this contest across, colleges in India. So it's not only for IITs or only premier colleges. I think we thoroughly believe that talent can come from anywhere in India. And we have witnessed that. For example, from this event, we hire at least 20-25% of people. And they are non-premier colleges as well, and we are thoroughly excited to have them on board. So it's all about, from where you are getting a talent, right? It's open to all colleges, and you have to kind of inject democratized way of hiring, because that way you will get good talent, very diversified talent across India.
So I was about to say, we are coming up with something called Innovation Index, Purvi, because the boards that I mentioned, it's going to be used everywhere. It could be in drones, it could be in your day-to-day appliances, and it could be getting into auto applications, anywhere. So when we give it to the students, we would want to measure them just not by making one problem statement work, how much of innovations have gone in and how much of out-of-the-box thinkings have gone in building the product, right? So those matrices are getting defined, but that would surely change the way the hiring is going to happen, I would say, once the students get access.
I think what you bring is a very good point. What you ask is what you get, right? Abhi filal hum log CGPA मांग रहा है या brilliant students with no dropouts. We look at a person who had a dropout for 2 years trying to attempt to start a company with lower degree of propensity than a person who brilliantly completed 4 years with a great CGPA. I'm not saying us, maybe we don't look at it that way, but a lot of companies do that, which is such a wrong way of thinking about it, right? If you look at the resumes that you get, largely all resumes look like the talent, the placement coordinator wrote it for them, and it's like just the names change and the CGPA change and it came through. You're really stifling a lot of creativity, right? And I think industry needs to go back and start thinking about what am I asking? Am I asking for prompt fluency? Am I asking for creativity? Am I asking for a lot of non-tangibles, intangibles that cannot be tangibilized? But am I asking for that? And how am I doing that even, right? Which is food for thought for me as I go back, right? And I'm hoping that it's food for thought for a lot of people if you are from industry as well, and food for thought for placement as well, and for academia in terms of what are we really striving? And unless we run counter current on this in India, my biggest fear is India is a knowledge economy. We are not an experience economy. We are not a creator economy. And the way the world is going, knowledge, the unit price for intelligence is coming down drastically. If we don't really find a solution for this, we will have 2.5 million STEM grads with 80% people unemployable. And that is a big problem, and just imagine where they will start to look at, right? I think it's an important problem for us to really solve. The more I hear it, the more I feel like the gravity of this is much more higher than what I thought it to be.
At least we have these four committing to changing that. We are standing in the middle of you moving out and having fun for the rest of the evening. We just have another 5 minutes left for questions, if there are any.
Hi, I'm Indrajit. I'm representing Pune Vidyarthi Gross College of Engineering, Nasik, Maharashtra. My question to all of you, but specifically to Minu sir, as you spoken about, as you spoken about the getting input to STEM education, we should look at it, and which is not actually in our hand. Whoever comes to us gets the admission. This is what the situation in India now. Every fortnight, a new private university is coming in. The existing colleges are getting their intake doubled every year. And any student who scores non-zero, specifically in entrance examinations, get admitted to these kind of courses. But nonetheless, they are coming in and they are getting degrees too. But my question to you is, if they are coming in, there are 30-40% students who are genuinely interested in getting into STEM education, but there are 50 to 60% students who are not interested. Being an institution and being an industry, I would like to know your inputs about how to generate interest among those 60% students about the education, so that that interest can then convert it into the passion, and then they get, either get into the jobs or they can start their own venture. Over to you.
I know you asked me this question, but I've got more qualified people to answer. How do you get somebody who's not motivated to get motivated?
No problem. I can start. My take on this would be: can we provide yearly awareness to them, right? Just not for the students, aspiring, even for the families, even for the people who are influencing around them. That's the only way, I would say. They will have to start seeing the opportunities. And I'm not discounting that, STEM is the only thing that they should pursue, right? There are other avenues also wherein opportunities are growing, and everywhere AI is playing its game, right? Positively, I would say. So given that, we should encourage, knowing that, we are seeing so much of opportunities, right? But if there is a natural passion for the student or for any person, we should let that pursue, is how I would put it. Gone are the days wherein, we were all tuned and steered only towards STEM and then this kind of a thing. There are multitude of avenues these days wherein people can grow well and prosper.
I think you had a point around differentiating talent. Sumit.
So I have a very different point of view here. I think in your college, you should not drive 100% research mindset, because that will not happen. Okay, you need to identify the cohort who is actually interested to change the game, right? And you should only attack those people who are actually ready to take that kind of a change and working towards it. You can't have change for the entire ecosystem. You can't do that. Right? So can you identify that cohort and work with them and enable them, support them? That's the only thing you can do.
I think your question fundamentally was about, मुझे तो 100% सबको motivate करना है. Did I understand it right? Right? I've got 30% of the people who are motivated. 70% of the people पता नहीं वो लोग आया क्यों है types. Right? My fundamental belief is, अगर बंदे में STEM का interest नहीं है, it will not come in. Right? And don't put your energies there, right? You can do certain things. You could basically get access, like how she said. You could get motivational speakers to come and try. You can try Navjot Singh Sidhu and coming and talking to that person and seeing kuch hoga ki nahi. but also about giving them a broader understanding of what can you do. If that sparks and it sparks, but अगर ये सब करने के बाद भी nothing works, then it is like, but to your question about, people coming in, I get what I get. What do I do with them? It's again food for thought for me. I mean, like, I'm thinking about, these are all critical problems. I think India should not be producing 2.5 million STEM people. Like, I really don't think, right? It goes back to, again, it goes back to that tring classroom. At K-12, जहाँ पे बंदे fundamentally learn what the things are. I like that Apple ad which says, it's not rote learning, it's not by hearting. There is another way. I think unless India discovers that other way, we will start to get people like this into your colleges.
छुट्टी का घंटी बज गया है. We heard the छुट्टी का घंटी. But I just wanted to hear from Shubhra on this, because wouldn't you have the same challenge in a company? Like, you'd have 30% people who are interested to work, the remaining 70% who are just there because they couldn't get another job, right? And then you incentivize the top performers.
Yes. So I think see, there are two things which I would like to tell you. One is, you rather would not want to have a mediocre or suboptimal engineer. You would rather want to have a great painter or a great content writer, right? And I think as institutes, as people from academia, that's a huge part of your role about how do you help people find, what we often say, finding the best version of themselves, finding their best potential, right? That's one. The second is, there is, in any organization, you would have people who are, your star performers, right? And then they kind of lift others. And that's how change happens, right? Change happens starting with few, and they kind of, go around and, propel that energy. So that's what, I would kind of go about it.
Okay, great. I think our time's up. There is one more question.
Thank you. It was a very impressive talk. My name is Biju Rajan. I have a question. How do you handle these challenges when you hire a top talent and they don't join? So you hire a couple of students and they don't join your institute. Number two is the early career attrition. Early career attrition, like 2 months, 3 months, they quit the job and go because it has been poached by the other companies. A lot of poaching happens in the early career also. So how do you handle this? And the third thing is, how do you handle the behavior and attitude of the students who are coming to the institute and they behave, extraordinary things, the Gen Zs. So these challenges, how do you handle it? And what do you expect from the academic that we have to do something for the students before they join?
I'll take the last one. I'm a little passionate about the last one question, which is, so I think, see, we do realize that campus to corporate is a change for the students, for sure, right? Because you are in a campus environment, in a corporate piece, the accountability really increases. So I think there are two things. One is, I think there are, like, for example, Honeywell or many of the best organizations, we run a campus to corporate transition program. And essentially the objective of that is to just help students understand that what are some of the boundaries that one needs to now happens as you kind of come into a corporate environment. What are some of the values that the organization has which you have to live by, right? Like, for example, accountability. Like, you ought to deliver what you are saying. You committed to do. There is no, grace marks for that. Of course, people are going to be there to support you. So I think as, what can colleges do? I think you have to help students understand that what are some of the transitions that happen. We do also pair the young student, like the upcoming students, with people who have been their buddies, right? Who would have been passed out from college a couple of years back, to help them understand what that transition is. I think that's very, very important, because it's not just about getting people in, it's about getting them to deliver and succeed in the organization. And a lot of times, the attributes that Minu talked about, which is curiosity, which is about collaboration. Collaboration becomes really important because a lot of times to get a product out, it's not just your work, right? You have to work with 10 different people, sometimes people outside your geography, and culturally that might be very different. So I think as corporates, if we have to make the students succeed, we absolutely need to have a very robust plan to help them make that transition. Because it's different, right? It's different. So that's one of the pieces. I think you asked two other questions.
Yeah, so on attrition, I think I'll tell about Flipkart. So the decline ratio in Flipkart is less than 5% from the campuses, engineering colleges. I think the best way we approach this problem is to have a very strong and robust pre-engagement, pre-joining engagement formalities, or the experience we give to the candidates, right? How to kind of establish that connection with the student base, how to keep them engaged, how to kind of give them timely updates, right? And apart from that, on the day of joining, I think we have a very, very sophisticated, very systematic onboarding and assimilation plan. We do a boot camp. So there's a plethora of, kind of good experience we offer to student base. Hence, the decline ratio is very less. I think I will urge all the companies, I think most of the companies follow the same thing, but I think that is the only way you can arrest the attrition.
I think from university declines are pretty shallow because you only get what you can go to. Like, you're not allowed to go to a D0 or a D-1 or whatever it is. So you go into that pool and you get them. But on experience, when we look at decline, I tell to my team there's a healthy decline ratio. If your decline ratio is sub 15%, I see you're doing something wrong. Which means you're not going after the right talent. Right? There has to be a healthy decline ratio, and the healthy decline ratio generally is in the range of 20 to 24%. Which means you're going to a person who also other companies are vying to hire. Right? Which is an indication for me that I'm bringing top talent. It's such a counterintuitive thing, but that's the way of looking at it, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Great. So we're well over time. Thank you so much for listening to us. At least we have 4 leaders here who are committing to innovative ways of hiring from campus. I hope we are also able to build innovative ways of education in STEM. Thank you so much and have a lovely evening ahead.
And Purvi will make us accountable for that, right? To do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again for a big round of applause for our panelists on stage. Requesting everyone to remain on stage for a moment. Calling Mr. Ramesh Emri, Vice President, Strategy and Growth at HirePro, to felicitate them. Can we get a round of applause for Mr. Ramesh? While that is in process, I would like to spotlight our partners who share our commitment to strengthening academia-industry collaborations. We would like to express our heartfelt thanks to our partners whose support makes Momentum 25 what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I call out our partner's name. First off, LNM Institute of Information Technology. As a leading entity committed to excellence in technology and innovation, LNM IIT offers rigorous academic programs with a focus on innovation, critical thinking and practical experience, preparing students to meet evolving industry demands. Give a round of applause for them. Also, MIT ADT University Pune, a multidisciplinary university under the MIT Group. MIT ADT is a pioneer in future-focused education. The institute blends creativity, research, and applied technology to nurture the next generation of innovators. A round of applause for MIT ADT University. We also have Pandit Deenadayal Energy University, a university of national repute. PDEU offers specialized programs in energy, technology, management and liberal studies. PDEU is deeply committed to research, innovation and industry collaboration, equipping students to navigate and lead in an evolving global landscape. And last but not least, Renesas Electronics, a global leader in embedded semiconductor solutions. Renesas delivers scalable systems on chip and microcontroller platforms across automotive, industrial, infrastructure and Internet of Things market, focusing on sustainable, energy efficient solutions to make lives easier. Once again, Momentum 25 would not be the same if it wasn't for our partners. Can we all
every single one of you. Give them a big round of applause, a big thank you from the entire team from CareerNet. Now, with the ideas and ambitions still resonating, we now spotlight the young minds already pushing boundaries. Please join us in celebrating the winners of HackVega, our nationwide hackathon to find the brightest star of tech brilliance. The emerging innovators have battled it out through multiple rounds of real-world problem solving, and today they stand as a testament to the future of India's tech talent. I would like to welcome Mr. Neelab Shukla, the Chief Business Officer of CareerNet, to shed some more light on HackVega. Give him a round of applause as he takes the stage. Come on.
Hope I'm audible at the back as well. So, all of us have had a great day today, hearing over 25 industry leaders on various topics which basically are prevailing in this industry academia junction. Now, some of us, there are a lot of familiar faces, those who attended the session last year as well. One of the big topic was that this academia industry collaboration is incomplete unless until we can get the viewpoints, the voice, and how the students are actually doing out there in the colleges is concerned. So the attempt at our end this year was to basically make sure that we are able to bring in some amount of that element into this particular session at our end. That's how the thought of HackVega last year was born. So that was one of the big takeaway for us. In fact, Dr. Satya spoke about it. If you are attending something like this, figure out at least one thing you take back with you, and that was one of the things we took back to say, okay, let's figure out how we can basically get students in this room. Now, to basically take this forward, can we attempt the next slide? Yes. So I'll cover a little bit about the platform. All of you through the day would have come across this brand known as My CareerNet. We have a booth outside, some of you might have visited. So that's the platform on which we basically hosted this hackathon. I'll cover a little bit about this platform first and then get to the HackVega. Now largely, I think across the keynote sessions as well as the panel discussions we had, I think a very common theme which emerged was that while there is a lot of uncertainty given the way things are changing as to what will happen to entry-level jobs, for example, or the biggest pool of students which we generate are in computer science, will there be enough jobs in that cohort or not? At the same time, from the industry side, we still heard that it is still not very easy to basically get the students of the quality the industry is looking for. So that's where the attempt at our end basically to create a platform to make sure that we basically have corporates on one end and candidates on the other who are basically able to come together to figure out what are each other's strengths and positioning. So on the corporate side, we basically are looking at creating avenues for corporates to come out and talk about employer brands, for example. Now in the current scheme of things, there are multiple startups, for example, who are doing very innovative things. There are large organizations which are pivoting from being a volume employer to hiring for niche skills. For example, imagine a mass employer wanting to set up something in AI. That's not a very easy journey at campus level. Everybody aspires to go to certain specific brand names, for example. And there are no avenues other than the pre-placement talk in a lot of cases, basically to show up on the day of hiring. In a lot of cases, that decision of where the student wants to go is already done by then. So that's where the attempt of this platform is to make sure that there is voice which is available for corporates to basically engage with the community, the candidate community, including campus, early careers, as well as lateral level talent to basically come and discover things. So this basically cuts across both campus, early careers, as well as students who are still in the second and the third year. So that is what this particular platform intends to create. This is a platform which basically takes the journey ahead, not only basically discovering, but also figuring out who is a right fit for each other. So the attempt is that you are able to do a lot more than just discovering each other. The attempt is basically to see what one aspires, what are the cultural values, what areas somebody wants to excel in, and the corporates are able to basically discover this. Now, how do we do this? There are multiple avenues. One of the most common talked about avenues was hackathons. I think a lot of panelists spoke about it, that hackathon is a good way. We believe that's an important way, but there are multiple other ways in addition to hackathons. So we are basically looking at creating programs wherein there is an ongoing engagement from year 2, year 3, year 4 for corporates to come in and engage with the students. So think of it like a first step. In the fireside, we heard that one of the suggestions was that it will be very good to have professionals who can basically spend 6 months, 7 months in colleges. That would be ideal. But this is basically an attempt to see how we can basically get the insights of what corporates are looking for a lot earlier in the journey for the students versus that insight coming in at the 3rd year or the 4th year. Now, similarly, on the other side, for the candidates, and this is a program where we are trying to put something together where there is a opportunity for candidates at an individual level as well as for colleges to basically participate in. So one of the big divide has been, and in fact somebody from the audience asked that question saying that if I am from a tier 2 or a tier 3 college, or if I am from a tier 2 or a tier 3 city, how do I basically cut through this clutter? How do I basically get to a stage where somebody is not putting in a filter of top colleges, but is putting a filter of top talent from the colleges? So I think that's the key theme for us as far as this is concerned, making sure that candidates basically have an opportunity to shine through, democratize the whole process basically to say irrespective of which city, which stream, what you got into 4 years back thinking what your passion was, you basically have an opportunity to look through what are the relevant ways for me to navigate my career eventually when I'm basically passing out at the end of 4 years. Now on this platform, we basically have been onboarding all the 3 pillars of the 4 pillars we spoke about. We basically have corporates, we have academia, as well as we have students basically coming in. So these are engagements which are premium employers, hiring at scale, hiring for niche skills, hiring for very new areas and everything else in between. They come in, host a bunch of things, including hackathons, TED Talks, contests, so on and so forth. And colleges and students come in basically to participate in these programs. So that's what the MyCareerNet platform is all about. We are also very, very proud to welcome Grid 7.0. That's the flagship program of Flipkart. We are hosting this on the platform this year. I would like to invite over the representative from the Flipkart team to come over on the stage. She leads the university relationships for Flipkart. Samta, please come over.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give her a big round of applause as she takes the stage.
Hi everyone. Hi, good evening. As Nila mentioned, my name is Samta. I head University Relations for Flipkart, and I will be sharing some details about GRID program. So yes, we are all back in action with GRID 7.0 back this year in partnership with HirePro. And whenever we talk about GRID, it's not just any other competition for us. This is more like creating that equal opportunity. And like Nila mentioned, there was a, I think, question, and then if I see also the panel discussion, everything is all about how do we create that equal opportunity for everybody. And that's what we are doing with GRID. So irrespective of your backgrounds, irrespective of your CGPAs, your degrees, everybody is welcome. Because let's be very honest, we cannot visit every city, every town, every village across Pan-India. So this program enables that reach, and we are very, very proud of this. So registrations are live right now. It is going to be live for another 1 week. So my request to academia is to spread the word, let student come and participate. And yes, if a student, for example, comes and tells you that, hey, I am from, say, chemical branch or a civil branch, can I participate? Yes. If they are passionate about coding, if they are passionate about technology, why not? And that's where grit comes into play. So do spread the message, and we look forward to a very, very healthy participation. And yes, one more thing, if students participate in this contest, they don't only win obviously amazing prizes, mentoring opportunity that we have, they also win internship and full-time opportunity as part of this program. And at Flipkart, internship is a very, very serious game here, because we do invest in internship. It's more like, in Gen Z term, it's more like dating with the organization. You come, explore the culture, you understand, and if this job really is in line with your aspiration, do come and join us. Thank you, and we look forward to a lot more participation from each of your universities. Thank you. We have Wired, which we will launch very soon, which is for B schools. Grid is only for all engineering colleges pan-India.
Give it a round of applause and thank you for that. I'm sure they're all excited to be a part of this.
Thanks, Samta. So this is one of those slides. For example, when we go to campus hiring, usually everybody waits for the last slide to come in to figure out what's the outcome, what's the compensation being paid, and things like that. For a lot of us from the academia, these are real opportunities for your students out there. Please encourage them to participate. As another panel member had highlighted during the discussion, these are the programs and programs like these basically which create the benchmark and the standard beyond the CGPAs, to basically say what somebody has done irrespective of what was the CGPA, which was the college, and what was the branch I came from. Now moving on specifically to the Hack Vega topic. This was again done for the engineering colleges. We basically invited students from 3 batches. Batch of 2025, that's the current batch which is passing out, 26 and 27. So we basically had 3 batches participating in this. The idea at our end basically was that this hackathon should be aimed at giving a real view to a candidate who is still a couple of years away before passing out. The other question usually has been that a lot of these hackathons tend to be tilted or biased towards a particular set of colleges or a set of a stream and things like that. So for example, would somebody coming in from electrical and electronics have equal chance of shining through versus somebody who passed out from computer science, for example? So we curated a program basically which was a multi-stage program, took them through 3 stages to make sure that the brightest ones basically could shine through. Now to make sure that Gen Zs are excited about this, we wanted to make sure that we are able to recognize the winners. That's what we basically intend to do at our end today. We saw fairly enthusiastic participation overall. Basically from the all cohorts. So we basically saw a very good participation from colleges of all types. These were colleges which were NIRF ranking top 10, top 50, top 100, colleges which were beyond this ranking, colleges which are very new as well as very, very old. We also had employers who chipped in to make sure that we basically had the right support required. So we would like to thank both Myntra as well as Texas Instrument as the key partners in this. Now on to the numbers. Now compared to some of the programs which kind of optimize only for participation, we wanted to basically put together a program which basically optimizes for actual depth and the competency of the individual who participated. So that way this was a fairly serious, high-stake equivalent assessment. So this wasn't something where somebody could sit with 5 friends and then kind of cheat through this, or because you were from a particular college you had an advantage of clearing this better because you had a better infrastructure or the ecosystem. So that way we basically had about 4 weeks of registration window. We started on May 15th, had a 4-week of window for registrations. We basically had about 16,000 plus participants who participated after qualifying through various hoops of whatever were the guidelines basically for the program. These were, as I discussed earlier, across all streams, all colleges. We basically shortlisted about 3,200 into round 2. From a very traditional way of shortlisting, this shortlisting ratio would have been a lot higher. Now, given that there's a whole lot of AI in general happening, that's something we have also adopted into our products. So as far as proctoring at our end is concerned, that's one of the key pillars of overall assessments at our end. So that way there was a fair bit of elimination done between the round 1 and round 2 depending on the kind of help somebody tried seeking which was not allowed. That's where we basically saw a whole lot of elimination happening beyond the scores, wherein while generally the perception is that if nobody is watching me, nobody knows what I'm doing as far as cheating is concerned. So that was a big learning that way. So this 3,200 shortlisted are the ones who really shined through all parameters. And then we basically got to finally the 16 finalists at our end. Now some of the very specific things which came out, there was limited correlation between the ranking of colleges and the ranking of students. Now while there were cases where the students from the top colleges did very, very well, there were equally good number of instances where somebody not from a top college did very, very well again. So that way we basically believe that the program was successful in making sure that we are able to pick the best students from the colleges versus picking the students from the top colleges at our end. Now what we did at our end was, in addition to recognizing the students who have done well, we also wanted to basically look at the colleges from where these students overall did well. So we basically figured out a list of colleges after looking at various parameters at our end. So the first section we'll be recognizing these colleges. Can I request Pashupati S to come up on stage for this one?
Give a round of applause for Mr. S. Pashupati, our Chief Operating Officer of HirePro.
So as Ila was saying, congratulations to all the participating colleges, but we are also trying to look for colleges where there was active participation, more in terms of the number of students, the diversity of the students, and the overall enthusiasm shown from these colleges. So the top colleges which have made it in the Hackvega competition are Koneru Lakshmiya University, Vijayawada, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, Bhubaneswar, and Thapar Institute, Patiala.
Requesting the representatives of each of these colleges to please join us on stage. They've contributed immensely towards this hackathon, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I request each of you to take the moment and celebrate with us. Give each of these representatives a big round of applause. I'm sure that will be communicated to their students sitting across their campus. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, people, right now, keep that energy going. Amit, for joining us. And now, the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as each of the names appear. First up, in fourth place, the winners are Arimanda Yashwini, Ayush, Deepanshu, Gulapali and Kamilat. Give them a round of applause. They are joined us on stream right now. Students, congratulations. Could you have the next set of winners, please? Also now, Kaushik, Priyanshu, Saurav, Suhani, and Viyashri Kirtana. Give them a round of applause. And in third place, Apurva, Aryan, Manasa, and Pidikiti. Come on, give them a round of applause, guys. 3,200. These are our winners, and our runner-up. A big round of applause to Devin Goyal. Give a round of applause. And now the moment we've been waiting for. Our first place winner is actually here in person to receive her much deserved prize. Requesting both the gentlemen, please join me back on stage to felicitate her. Give a round of applause to Sanjana M from PS University. Thank you, Sanjana, and congratulations. Requesting Mr. Pasupati to please join me on stage to deliver the closing remarks.
No, I think this is fine. So, I would say a very eventful day for all of us. I think when we are planning for Momentum 2024, because as an organization we were doing these events way back in 2006, 2009 time frame. So there was this question about what would be, how would it turn out, what would be the feedback. But when we did it last year, we got a really great feedback from most of the participants, both from the industry and I would say academia. I mean, that gave us confidence to do the event again this year in a much different kind of a format. And so I would like to first of all thank all the participants and who gave us the encouragement and the courage to kind of come back again and do this event, which now also gives us confidence that we'll definitely be doing a Momentum 2026. I would like to thank all the colleges, participants from outside Bangalore, and specifically all of those from within Bangalore as well who managed to kind of brave the morning traffic and really come out. And the good thing is that we also see a lot of our CareerNet and HirePro alumni also participating in these events. So big thank you to all of you. Thank you for all the organizing team from CareerNet, HirePro, and special thanks to the IndyCube team as well, who helped us to kind of manage this entire event. There will be a lot of learnings from this event, and I think if you look at it, as Nilab said, that one of the key things that we have been able to do from last year is to actually put in something which actually brings the students and the industry together, and that's what we are trying to do as part of the overall hackathons. What we would also do now in the next few weeks is probably go out again and collect information from all the participants and try to see what is that we can do different next time. Because obviously, doing the same format will kind of become really boring. So we actually look forward for participation in terms of feedback, telling us what are the things that we could do differently next time. One of the feedback we already got is change the venue. There's a lot of crowding that's happening. We're hopeful that Metro might be active by now, but obviously it took a little longer. But I think we'll definitely look into all of those aspects and look forward to see you all in Momentum 2026. Thanks again.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bashmati. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, one last time I request everyone to please stand up and give a round of applause to the entire organizing team behind this wonderful, wonderful conference. This is Momentum 25, presented by HirePro CareerNet. Give them a round of applause. Thank you for joining us. The evening is still young. Look around you. There are fellow industry professionals waiting to meet you, to exchange phone numbers. Please take the opportunity to talk to every single one of you here, and everyone else be open to meeting new people. The tea is open. Grab a snack and start the conversation. Once again, my name is Sunil Suresh. I've been your MC and host. Thank you so much for having me, CareerNet, and this is me signing off. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.